Chapter 3197. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lang Feishue also understood. The Temporal Temple had never taken the initiative to fight for a spot in the Bloodwave world. Because there were not many cultivators in the Temporal Temple, there were only a few top immortal saints in each era who had the potential and strength to fight for the opportunity in the Bloodwave realm. Usually, there were 5 spots, it was enough, so there was no need for the Temporal Temple to fight for it. But do not forget, the first-class big forces in the Divine Beginning realm had more than 5 spots each time they entered the Bloodwave realm. Take the Carefree Mansion, for example. The Carefree Mansion was only the overlord of the second heaven. It could not compare to the 4 big divine sects and the 8 directions celestial sect in the third sky, let alone the 3 holy regions. But every time the Carefree Mansion entered the Bloodwave realm, more than 5. Even a Carefree Mansion, one of the 3 major Freedom Alliance Temporal Temple, even if there are 10 or 20 places, are not too many. If Duan Lang could defeat Jin Wushuang, Temple Master Bai Xing would be able to help him get a spot. It would be easy for him to get a spot. Don't be happy too early. Temple Master Bai Xing looked down at Duan Lang and said coldly, "If you defeat Heavenly Sword Marquis, I will naturally help you get a spot. But if you lose to Jin Wushuang, then you will be punished by me. Do you accept it?" Punished? Duan Lang's face changed. He also understood that Temple Master Bai Xing's status was not something he could question. Now that he had questioned him, unless he could prove that he was stronger than Jin Wushuang, he had to accept the punishment. "I accept." Duan Lang nodded. He was confident in his strength and did not think that he would be defeated by Jin Wushuang. "Well, in this space-time, you two can fight. Remember, if either side's divine body collapses, they will lose," Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lang nodded heavily. In this space-time, Duan Lang stared at Jin Wushuang with a hint of hostility in his eyes. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, even I admire your ability to jump levels. Unfortunately, you need absolute strength to travel in the Bloodwave realm. Are you strong enough?" "You'll know if I'm strong enough," Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. "Don't talk so much nonsense. Just attack. If you're really capable, defeat me directly. Otherwise you, an immortal saint, might not be able to bear the punishment of Temple Master Bai Xing." Hearing the word punishment, Duan Lang's heart trembled, but soon his eyes became firm. "If you want to avoid the punishment of Temple Master Bai Xing, you just have to defeat him," Duan Lang murmured. With a flip of his hand, a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was extremely cold and powerful. Although it had not reached the level of a supreme treasure, it was definitely a top-tier holy treasure. It was definitely not lower than Jin Wushuang's Blood Mountain Sword. Jin Wushuang had also taken out his Blood Mountain Sword. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, be careful." As soon as Duan Lang finished his words, he dashed forward. The distance between them was instantly crossed by Duan Lang. Star Illusionary Spear. With a shout, the demonic purple spear in Duan Lang's hand pierced through the void and stabbed toward Jin Wushuang. The tip of the spear flickered with purple demonic light like purple stars, illuminating the void. This speed, Jin Wushuang's pupils constricted. He waved the Blood Mountain Sword in his hand and immediately met the spear head-on. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out in the space-time. In a short moment, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lang had exchanged dozens of head-on blows. Whether it was their body speed, their sword and spear strikes were both extremely fast. This was normal. After all, both of them had comprehended the space-time principles, and their comprehension level was very high. The space-time principles were best at speed. Suddenly, Duan Lang raised his hands, and the spear in his hands turned into a smash. A violent and scorching power condensed in his spear. The body of the spear was like a flood dragon, and it was thrown directly at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang held his sword to block it. As soon as he made contact with the body of the spear, Duan Lang suddenly put away the spear and then sent it away. This move seemed simple, but it was the most flexible use of spear techniques. A trace of surprise flashed in Jin Wushuang's eyes, and he immediately retreated. So powerful. Jin Wushuang stood in the void at the edge, staring at Duan Lang with a burning gaze. Although he had just fought with Duan Lang and neither of them had shown their true strength. The spear technique Duan Lang displayed in such a short exchange had already shocked Jian Wushuang. Duan Lang's spear technique was even more exquisite than his swordsmanship, and his comprehension of the space-time principles seemed to be better than his. In the continuous collisions just now, they seemed to be evenly matched, however. In fact, Jian Wushuang knew that he was at a disadvantage because his sword speed was slightly slower than Duan Lang's spear speed. Although it was only slightly slower, it was still a gap. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is that all you have? Duan Lang held the spear in one hand and stared at Jian Wushuang with an extremely cold gaze. Haha, interesting. Jian Wushuang's lips curled into a smile. Then, a large amount of golden divine power condensed behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 90,000-meter-tall punishment divine realm expert was formed. His icy golden eyes. He looked down at Duan Lang with a soul-stirring ability. Duan Lang narrowed his eyes, but his expression did not change at all. Again. Jian Wushuang rushed forward again. Humph! Duan Lang snorted coldly. His figure was like a ghost, and in an instant, the purple stars once again chilled the void. Clang! Clang! After 2 consecutive exchanges, Duan Lang immediately sensed that Jian Wushuang was different from before. His strength is stronger, and his speed is a little faster. He is indeed a little stronger than before, but that's not enough. Duan Lang's low voice echoed throughout the world, then his spear skill finally exploded. Whoosh! 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 Purple light burst out like purple electric snakes. His speed was at least 30% faster than when he fought with Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang fought with him, he felt that Duan Lang's spear speed was slightly faster than his sword speed. On this basis, Duan Lang's spear attack speed was 30% faster. Chapter 3198. Shocking, too fast, too fast. Jian Wushuang frowned. He did not expect that even though he had improved his speed and power, he was still much slower than Duan Lang. The evil spear kept stabbing at him like a purple star. It lit up the entire void and enveloped him completely. Jian Wushuang could only try his best to swing his Blood Mountain sword to block it, but it was very difficult to block it. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was at an absolute disadvantage on the battlefield. He was even completely suppressed by Duan Lang. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding people. Qin Hongzi, didn't you say that Heavenly Sword Marquis should be stronger than Duan Lang? But now it seems that Heavenly Sword Marquis' strength is only SOSO, said Fei Xue, the cheeky woman in red. His swordsmanship is indeed good, and his comprehension of space-time principles is relatively high. His divine power is not weak, but his overall strength is just at the level of a peak saint. Among peak saints, he is only at the middle level, or even above the middle level. Duan Lang is definitely at the top among peak saints. A true saint could be called a peak true saint after reaching the 7th rank. However, above the peak of the 7th rank, there was the invincible saint, who was infinitely close to the level of the invincible saint. The invincible saint was naturally called the invincible saint. And above the peak of the 7th rank, close to the level of the invincible saint, this was called the peak saint by most people. 13 Axes Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and Duan Lang were all at the peak saint realm. Jian Wushuang's strength was also at the peak saint realm, but it was only in the middle of the peak saint realm. However, Duan Lang had been at this level for many years and was very strong. He was very strong among the peak saints. Don't worry. I always feel that the strength of Heavenly Sword Marquis is not as simple as it seems. Look at Temple Master Bai Xing. He saw that Heavenly Sword Marquis was completely suppressed by Duan Lang, but his expression did not change. This shows that Temple Master Bai Xing has great confidence in Heavenly Sword Marquis. He just hasn't used all of his strength yet, Qian Hongzi said. Is that so? Fei Xue frowned. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang had been completely suppressed by Duan Lang. His figure was also forced into a sorry state. Most importantly, the long spear kept stabbing at him. Jian Wushuang could barely resist it for a short time, but as time went on, I can't resist it anymore. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He had already seen the purple demonic spear pass through the gap between the Blood Mountain sword and his body with a purple demonic light. The cold tip of the spear directly stabbed at his chest. At such a critical moment, Jin Wushuang's reaction was not slow. He quickly moved his divine body. Although it was extremely difficult, he still managed to move it a little. The cold tip of the spear did not pierce Jin Wushuang's chest, but it pierced his shoulder. Qi. A terrifying strangling power instantly burst out. Jin Wushuang's right arm under the protective armor directly twisted and exploded, and his body also suddenly retreated. Not only is his speed fast, but his power is also so strong. If I hadn't avoided his vital parts, my divine body would have collapsed. Jin Wushuang stopped in the void. Looking at his exploded arm, he sighed in his heart. In the void outside the battlefield, Temple Master Bai Xing frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you trying to make me lose face?" Jin Wushuang was stunned, but he shrugged his shoulders resentfully. Indeed, it was not a big deal to him even if he lost this battle. After all, he still had a spot to enter the Blood Wave realm. However, this spot was set by Temple Master Bai Xing. If he lost to Duan Lang so easily, he would certainly lose face for Temple Master Bai Xing. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Jin Wushuang glanced at Duan Lang, then his body swayed slightly. Buzz. Without any warning, Jin Wushuang disappeared from the battlefield. Huh? What happened? Where is he? Fei Xue widened her eyes and looked at the center of the battlefield. However, no matter how hard she searched, she could not find any trace of Jin Wushuang. He disappeared. Where did he go? Qian Hongzi also frowned. Fei Xue and Qian Hongzi, one of them was also a powerful saint at the peak, and the other was a genuine invincible saint. However, at this moment, both of them were at a loss. They did not know where Jin Wushuang had gone. The expressions of the 10 principals masters around them became very interesting. Escape art? And the escape art seems to be very impressive. When he hid, ordinary saints at the peak, or even invincible saints could not find him. It's the shadowless evasive technique. The Blood Blade Master's shadowless evasive technique. Blood Blade Master? The #1 assassin from 8 million years ago? Heavens! This kid actually grasped the Blood Blade Master's shadowless evasive technique. Those principals masters were all shocked. Some principals masters even directly let out exclamations. There was nothing they could do. The Blood Blade Master was an extremely terrifying existence from 8 million years ago. The shadowless evasion technique he created was shadowless and traceless. Even the principals masters could not catch a trace of it. Together with the Blood Blade sword technique he created, if he were to assassinate an ordinary principals master, he would be killed without any ability to react. In that era, the Blood Blade Master was publicly recognized as the #1 assassin. His assassination ability was incomparable. The main reason for this was his shadowless escape technique. But now, a little guy at the level of a saint actually grasped this escape technique? The shadowless escape technique created by the Blood Blade Master is definitely one of the most terrifying escape techniques in the divine beginning realm. This kid can actually comprehend it. Amazing! With the shadowless escape technique in hand, Duan Lang is in big trouble. These principals masters all secretly sigh. And in the middle of the battlefield, that wave is now also a tight brow. He also heard the exclamations and discussions of the principals masters around the battlefield, and at this moment, he had also spread his soul power to the greatest extent, but the result, whether it was with the naked eye or a soul search, he could not find any trace of Jin Wushuang. It was as if Jin Wushuang had really disappeared or left the battlefield. However, the 90,000-meter tall Golden Emperor Phantom was still there. It was impossible for Jin Wushuang to have left. Of course, he was still on the battlefield, but he could not sense it. Chapter 3199, Black Demon Secret Technique. Where is this heavenly sword Marquis? Duan Lang's expression was grave, as he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. However, at this moment, without any warning, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. At the same time, Duan Lang clearly did not notice it at all. The ghost figure even stabbed out with his long sword. It was a silent sword strike. This sword strike was extremely fast. This is Duan Lang suddenly widened his eyes. Although he still did not sense the presence of Jian Wushuang or the sword skill that came straight at him, he felt a huge sense of fear from behind him. This fear was naturally formed during his long years of fighting. Without any hesitation, Duan Lang immediately moved to the side. Whoosh! A cold sword shadow pierced Duan Lang's waist. Then, with a slash, a tearing force burst out, but it did not tear the protective armor on Duan Lang's body apart. It only left a white mark on the armor. Duan Lang suddenly retreated. I can't tear his armor apart? Jian Wushuang looked at Duan Lang's armor in surprise, but he nodded secretly. Obviously, the protective armor Duan Lang was wearing should be a top-level holy treasure. Although his Blood Mountain sword was not weaker than Duan Lang's protective armor, this slash was not enough to tear Duan Lang's armor apart. After all, he had just used the silent swordsmanship. It was not the Star Dream first move, which had the strongest tearing and cutting ability in the Wushuang sword manual. Your reaction is quite fast, but how many times can you dodge such an assassination sword skill? Jian Wushuang sneered and disappeared in front of Duan Lang again. Damn it! What did Heavenly Sword Marquis use? Duan Lang's face was extremely ugly. He could not find Jian Wushuang at all. He only knew that Jian Wushuang was hiding in the surrounding void, but he did not know where Jian Wushuang was. However, Jian Wushuang knew where he was. This meant that Jian Wushuang could see, and he was blind. Standing in the void, he could only be a living target for Jian Wushuang. If he wanted to fight back, he did not even know where Jian Wushuang was. How could he fight back? Shadowless escape art, shadowless track. Heavenly Sword Marquis must have just mastered this escape art and just reached the initial success stage. Even so, with the shadowless escape art in the initial success stage, he can easily hide from the soul perception of a peak saint or even an invincible saint. Unless he is an expert who specializes in soul attacks and has an extremely high level of soul research, there is no one among the immortal saints who can find his position. With this escape art, Heavenly Sword Marquis has been invincible from the very beginning. A goateed principal's master sighed in admiration. Yes, once this secret art is released, as long as Duan Lang cannot find Heavenly Sword Marquis' true position, he will only be passively beaten. There is no room for him to fight back. Just as Heavenly Sword Marquis said, you can dodge a sword, but you cannot dodge all the assassination sword arts. You will be defeated sooner or later. Another principal's master said, Now, I finally understand why Palace Master Bai Xing gave the spot to Heavenly Sword Marquis. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis isn't very strong in a head-on battle and is only at the peak of the middle-level Saint realm, his shadowless evasion technique is definitely more terrifying than many invincible saints, especially in a chaotic battle. This technique of his is simply a nightmare. A graceful woman also smiled faintly. These principal's masters had high standards, and they all knew how terrifying the shadowless escape art was. They all thought that with this escape art, Jian Wushuang was invincible, and Duan Lang was doomed to lose. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang used the shadowless escape art to assassinate Duan Lang time and time again. Just as the principal's masters had expected, Duan Lang was just a living target. He could only be ambushed by Jian Wushuang and had no ability to fight back. However, Jian Wushuang was unable to hit Duan Lang's vital points and make his divine body collapse even though he had forced Duan Lang into a sorry state. Duan Lang has a strong sense of crisis and is very sensitive. The key is that his body protection ability is very good. It's difficult for me to break his body protection armor with the silent swordsmanship. However, if I use the Star Dream first move, he will be able to sense the power of the swordsmanship in advance and block my attack head-on. Jian Wushuang frowned. Although he had the absolute advantage now, he still felt that Duan Lang was very difficult to deal with. At least his sneak attacks did not really hurt Duan Lang. At this moment, Heavenly Sword Marquis. A loud shout suddenly came from Duan Lang's mouth. Eh. Jian Wushuang hid in the surrounding void and looked at Duan Lang. I admit that you are very strong. You are only a rank 6 true saint, but you can have such battle strength and have mastered such a strange escape skill. You are indeed very difficult to deal with. Temple Master Bai Xing should have given you the quota to enter the Bloodwave realm. If it were me a month ago, I would have been beaten up again and again by your escape skill. In the long run, I will definitely lose, Duan Lang said. Hearing this, the surrounding principal's masters looked at each other in dismay. They all thought Duan Lang would lose, but what Duan Lang meant was that he would lose a month ago. But now, it was a month later. Duan Lang, you can use whatever tricks you have. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded from all directions. Humph, as you wish. Duan Lang just smiled coldly. The moment his smile fell, buzz, a terrifying black wave suddenly spread out from his body. The black wave covered the entire battlefield with the black wave at an alarming speed. As the black wave took shape, a faint destructive power slowly rose on the battlefield. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their pupils constricted. It's the Black Devil secret technique. It's a secret technique Duan Lang has been cultivating. Many years ago, I saw him use it. This secret technique is his strongest trump card. However, the Black Devil secret technique he used this time seems to be different from the last time. Qian Hongzi frowned. The principal's masters by his side had already cried out in surprise. A Black Devil secret technique that has even formed a Black Ripple domain? Great success. This is a Black Devil secret technique that has reached great success. My God, a Black Devil secret technique. Even if a principal's master cultivates it to great success, it would still be extremely terrifying. Chapter 3200. Black Devil Domain __. There were all kinds of secret techniques in the secret technique pavilion of the Temporal Temple. There were many of them, and they were all of the very high levels. For example, many of the secret techniques on the first level of the secret technique pavilion were created by many principals' master. The secret techniques on the second level were created by some powerful principals' masters, including those who stood at the peak level. Many of them were shockingly famous in the divine beginning realm. As for the third level, there was only one space-time divine technique. And the Black Devil secret technique was one of the most famous secret techniques among the 100 or so secret techniques in the second level of the secret technique pavilion. The creator of this secret technique, the master of Black Devil, was an exceptional mission that stirred up the storm in the divine beginning realm many years ago. His strength was definitely at the top among the principal's masters. The Black Devil secret technique he created, and powerful. However, it was very difficult to master this secret technique. Duan Lang had been practicing this secret technique all this time, and had also practiced it to a small success. This was already very good in the eyes of many people, but now Duan Lang can cast this secret skill, can form the Black Devil domain unexpectedly. This Black Devil domain is the domain of the Black Devil, which can only be controlled by the master of the Black Devil secret arts. Once the Black Devil domain was completed, not only would Duan Lang's strength increase significantly, but more importantly, his perceptive ability would increase by more than 10 times. In the center of the Black Ripple domain, Duan Lang's face was cold and his eyes were like torches. With the help of the Black Devil domain, he found Jian Wushuang's location in an instant. There, Duan Lang's eyes seemed to have two flashes of lightning shooting toward an empty space. At the same time, he moved. As if teleporting, Duan Lang appeared in the void. At the same time, the purple demonic spear in his hand immediately brought out endless power. A large amount of purple light gathered in the spear, and the vast power of space-time principles surged into the spear. Black Magic Dragon Divine Spear. Duan Lang let out a roar and thrust the purple spear forward. In an instant, an earth-shaking dragon roar spread crazily. The whole world was stirred, and a large number of black ripples spread out crazily. This extremely fierce and terrifying spear thrust directly toward the seemingly empty void in front of him. This void was where Jian Wushuang was hiding. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Duan Lang to be able to find him in an instant after using this secret skill. When the terrifying spear thrust toward him, he was the first to react. Wushuang's sword technique, Shi Xiang. Whoosh! A blood-red sword light suddenly slashed out. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also unleashed his power to the limit, wanting to block the spear head-on. But in the end, clang! When the two came into contact, Jian Wushuang instantly felt a majestic power from the spear. This power was not something he could withstand with the Shixiang move. In an instant, Jian Wushuang's sword move collapsed, and the shocking power from the long pincers still hit his divine body. Bang! 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 The void suddenly exploded, and Jian Wushuang's body was sent flying to the edge of the battlefield. His divine body kept trembling, and it took him a long time to recover. What a terrifying spear move! Not only did it defeat my Shixiang first style in an instant, but it also directly hit my divine body, causing it to collapse by nearly 40%. Jian Wushuang stood there and looked at Duan Lang in front of him, but his heart was in turmoil. Duan Lang's spear move was indeed extremely terrifying. Jian Wushuang was sure that the power of this spear move was definitely not weaker than the full-strength attack of the invincible saint. It should be Duan Lang's most powerful move. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and immediately used the Shixiang move. If it hadn't been for the defense of the Shixiang move, his spear move could still shatter my divine body through my golden armor, Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. The Shixiang first move was the most powerful attack in the Wushuang sword manual. He tried his best to block Duan Lang's spear, but his divine body still collapsed by nearly 40%. The power of Duan Lang's spear could be imagined. Heavenly Sword Marquis. A cold voice sounded. Duan Lang stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. Your body protection ability is not weak. I have studied that spear for thousands of years and used it with the Black Demon secret skill. How could it only destroy 30 to 40% of your divine body? However, although it didn't completely destroy your divine body, I have the Black Devil Realm. Your escape skill is useless to me. Without it, you're no match for me. Admit defeat. Duan Lang said it bluntly. When the surrounding principal's masters heard this, they all nodded in unison. Indeed, at first, they thought Duan Lang was going to lose because Jian Wushuang's shadowless escape skill was too strange. They thought Duan Lang would only be a living target in front of Jian Wushuang. But now, when they saw Duan Lang use the Black Devil Realm, they knew Duan Lang was going to win. Because the Black Devil Realm could increase Duan Lang's perception by more than 10 times, it was just enough to counter the shadowless escape technique. As long as Jian Wushuang had nowhere to hide, he would definitely be inferior to Duan Lang in terms of strength. Even Temple Master Bai Xing, who had always been indifferent and had absolute confidence in Jian Wushuang, frowned slightly at this moment. Obviously, Duan Lang had cultivated the Black Devil Realm to the Profound Realm, which was something she had not expected. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Duan Lang, but a smile suddenly appeared on his face. You want me to admit defeat? It's not that easy. Duan Lang, you are indeed very strong, much stronger than any of the immortal saints I've fought with. But because of that, in order to respect you, I will give it my all, my best. When the spectators heard this, their expressions became strange. Jian Wushuang's words clearly meant that he had not used his full strength until now. Humph, you're talking big. Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? If you have any other tricks, just bring them out. Duan Lang's voice was low, but his brows were full of confidence. He did have the right to be confident. His strength was already extremely strong, and he was the best among the peak saints. Now that he had cultivated the Black Devil secret skill to the Profound Realm, he could even fight with the invincible saint. How could he take Jian Wushuang seriously? Jian Wushuang did not speak again, but the divine power aura of the 6th level ultimate true saint began to rise at an alarming speed. Chapter 32:01. Admitting defeat. The 3 secret skills of the 7-star mysterious sect greatly improved his strength. The divine punishment skill, the 7-star secret skill, and the 9 brilliant star armor. Previously, Jian Wushuang had only used the divine punishment skill, including the battle with the 13 axes in the 9 Wolf Mountain range and the fight with Duan Lang. But now, he had directly used the 7-star secret skill and the 9 dazzling star armor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jian Wushuang's divine power aura rose from the original limit of rank 6 to rank 7 true saint. Has his divine power aura improved? Has he made a breakthrough? Not a breakthrough. He just used a secret skill to improve his realm. It's extraordinary that it can help a rank 6 ultimate true saint reach rank 7 true saint in such a short time. The eyes of the surrounding experts lit up with anticipation. This battle had shocked the principal's masters twice. The first time was when Jian Wushuang used the Shadowless Escape skill. The second time was when Duan Lang cultivated the Black Devil secret skill to the Profound Realm and used the Black Devil Realm. This had changed their judgment of the outcome of the battle. Now, they were looking forward to being shocked for the third time. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang, who had temporarily reached the level of a rank 7 true saint, was exuding a majestic divine power that was even stronger than Duan Lang's. It was normal for him to be at the peak of rank 6 to rank 7 true saint. It seemed that there was only a difference of one level, but there was a difference of several times, or even nearly 10 times in the power of divine power. The 9 luminary star armor could also greatly increase the power of Jian Wushuang's attack. Duan Lang, take this, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He held the Blood Mountain sword with both hands and raised it high. The moment he raised it, the Blood Mountain sword instantly stirred the surrounding space and time, turning the surrounding space and time into the blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air began to fill with blood mist. Duan Lang stood in front of Jian Wushuang. He even seemed to be able to see the piles of bones under Jian Wushuang's feet condense into a blood sea. The shocking killing intent soared to the sky, making Duan Lang's heart skip a beat. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Azura who had transformed into hell. It was a blood-colored Azura. The blood-colored Azura raised the sword in its hand and slowly slashed out. It was a simple slash as if it did not contain any power. However, the moment the Blood Mountain sword was slashed out, a shocking blood-colored sword light suddenly attacked. This sword, Duan Lang frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. He could see that the power of the blood-red sword light that Jian Wushuang displayed was indeed powerful. However, in the light wheel level, this sword light was also only at the level of a rank 8 absolute art. Moreover, it was coming toward him so openly, he could totally try to avoid it. Even if he could not avoid it, he was confident that he could easily withstand it. This heavenly sword marquis has been accumulating power for so long. Is this the best sword technique he can use? Duan Lang was still confused. Suddenly, a wave of space-time power came toward him without any warning. What? Duan Lang was shocked. This power, this is... Before Duan Lang could do anything, the space-time he was in instantly froze. Time-space freeze. Although the time-space freeze could not last long for Duan Lang, who also comprehended the space-time principles and had a high level of comprehension and strength, Jian Wushuang did not need the time-space freeze to last long. He only needed a moment. It was enough in the blink of an eye. In a battle between experts, especially when their strength was at their level, even such a short and negligible moment was enough to determine the winner. Duan Lang was caught in the space-time freeze and instantly regained his senses. However, by the time he regained his senses, the blood-colored sword ray had already appeared less than 3 meters in front of him. At such a close distance, even Duan Lang did not have the ability to block it. He could not even wave his arm to block the spear in front of his chest. He could only watch as the blood-colored sword ray struck his body. Bang! With a low boom, Duan Lang was shot out like a cannonball. On the way, he kept rolling and retreated to the edge of the battlefield before he could stabilize himself. As soon as he stabilized himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was still shaking crazily. After a while, he raised his head again and looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of astonishment. That was the heaven-designated skill. Duan Lang was in disbelief. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang could perfectly integrate the first move of the space-time divine skill, the heaven-designated skill, into his swordsmanship. He was seriously injured when he was not paying attention. Fortunately, his body protection ability was strong enough. Even though he was not blocked at all, Jian Wushuang's sword strike did not completely destroy his divine body on the spot. It was only 70% destroyed. After all, 70% of his divine body was not completely destroyed and did not need to be reconstructed. Therefore, in theory, he did not lose. Sure enough, Even if I go all out and use many secret skills to use this blood Azura, I can only severely injure him. However, it is still not enough to directly destroy his divine body, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then, he flipped his palm and put the Blood Mountain sword back into his interspatial ring. This battle, I admit defeat. Jian Wushuang's clear voice echoed throughout the drill ground. Duan Lang was stunned and immediately frowned. The experts watching the battle looked at each other with strange looks. Admit defeat? Heavenly Sword Marquis actually admitted defeat? Fei Xue was very surprised. That sword attack just now should be Heavenly Sword Marquis' strongest sword attack. However, this sword attack only caused Duan Lang's divine body to be heavily injured. It isn't enough to completely destroy Duan Lang's divine body. In other words, Heavenly Sword Marquis isn't able to directly defeat Duan Lang, Qian Hongzi said. Even if that's the case, it doesn't mean that Duan Lang can defeat Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? The strength of the two of them should be on par. If Heavenly Sword Marquis were a little more tenacious, he would definitely be able to win in the end, Fei Xue said. That's the case, but, Qian Hongzi laughed instead. Fei Xue, don't forget that regardless of whether Heavenly Sword Marquis wins or loses, he can still head to the Blood Wave realm, but Duan Lang can't. Fei Xue was startled, but he immediately understood as well. Chapter 3202. Thank you indeed. Temple Master Bai Xing had given the order, but Jian Wushuang could enter the Blood Wave world no matter how the battle ended. But Duan Lang, if he lost to Jian Wushuang in this battle, not only could he not enter the Blood Wave realm, but he would also be punished by Temple Master Bai Xing. The thought of Temple Master Bai Xing's punishment made people shudder. Did Heavenly Sword Marquis admit defeat on purpose? Fei Xue could not help asking. Sort of. Of course, before he admitted defeat, he also used his strongest sword move to prove to everyone that he indeed had the strength to enter the Blood Wave realm. This saved Temple Master Bai Xing's face and helped Duan Lang. It was a win-win situation. Qian Hongzi smiled indifferently. Heavenly Sword Marquis is quite smart. Hearing this, Fei Xue had a strange expression. While Fei Xue and Qian Hongzi were discussing why Jian Wushuang admitted defeat, the 10 principals masters around them were shocked by the move Jian Wushuang had just made. Did you see that move clearly? Of course, we saw it clearly. It's the time-space stagnation and the heaven-designated skill. How did Heavenly Sword Marquis merge the heaven-designated skill into his own swordsmanship? How did he do it? He integrated the space-time divine skill with his own swordsmanship? My God! The principal's masters found it unbelievable. This was normal because even Temple Master Bai Xing and Batsong were shocked when they saw Jian Wushuang's battle for the first time and knew that Jian Wushuang had integrated the heaven-designated skill into his own swordsmanship, let alone them. I've been in the Temporal Temple for a long time, but I've never heard of anyone who could integrate the space-time divine skill into his own unique skill. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really a genius. That's true, but he has such powerful and terrifying swordsmanship. Logically, he should be able to compete with Duan Lang. But he actually admitted defeat? Why did he admit defeat? Who knows? The principal's masters were chatting casually. Although they did not know the reason, since Jian Wushuang had admitted defeat, the battle would naturally end. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Temple Master Bai Xing's figure flashed and appeared on the battlefield. She glanced at Jian Wushuang with her sharp eyes. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled. He smiled awkwardly and said, Temple Master Bai Xing, I did try my best, but I really couldn't find a way to defeat Duan Lang, so I had to admit defeat. Jian Wushuang said so on the surface, but in fact, only he knew that he had held back in this battle. After all, he had never used his domain-type Supreme Treasure. He had never used some of his trump cards, such as the Mountain River Map and the 6 Paths Reincarnation Secret Skill. However, these trump cards were all his trump cards. He would only use them if he had to fight with his life on the line. Now that he was only sparring with Duan Lang and had a place to enter the Blood Wave realm, there was no need for him to fight so hard. Of course, even if he did not use his trump cards, he might still be able to defeat Duan Lang. However, he did not want to continue fighting because Duan Lang's strength had won his respect. Even my shadowless escape art is useless in front of him. Although I can severely injure him with my blood azura sword with many secret skills, his spear skills are extremely terrifying. Apart from blood azura, I can't fight him with other sword skills. Duan Lang is so strong and talented. It would be a pity if he doesn't go to the Bloodwave realm, Jian Wushuang thought. Temple Master Bai Xing only took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. She did not know if she had seen through his thoughts. Of course, she did not blame Jian Wushuang. Instead, she looked at Duan Lang. Duan Lang, it seems that my previous decision was too arbitrary. I didn't expect you to cultivate the Black Devil secret skill to the profound realm in the Saint realm. With the help of the Black Devil realm, your strength is no less than that of an ordinary invincible saint. With such strength, you can naturally enter the Bloodwave realm, Temple Master Bai Xing said coldly. According to what I said before, since you have defeated the Heavenly Sword Marquis, I will naturally get you a place to enter the Bloodwave realm. As for the punishment, there will naturally be no more. During this period of time, all of you should prepare well. All right, everyone, disperse. Temple Master Bai Xing spoke, and his figure directly disappeared from the drill ground. The principal's masters on the drill ground looked at each other in dismay, and then left one by one. When they left, they more or less glanced at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang, feeling somewhat shocked. They were first shocked that Duan Lang could cultivate the Black Devil secret skill to the profound realm, but they were even more shocked that Jian Wushuang could not only master the shadowless escape skill, but also integrate the heaven-designated skill into his own sword skill. This was incredible. After everyone left, Heavenly Sword Marquis, Duan Lang came to Jian Wushuang with a complicated expression. After a while, he said solemnly, "Thank you for today. I, Duan Lang, owe you a favor." "Owe me a favor?" Jian Wushuang laughed. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not sure I can defeat you. But I'm not sure I can defeat you either. If we continue to fight, who knows who will win? You didn't continue to fight with me. Instead, you just admitted defeat. Naturally, you helped me," Duan Lang said. Jian Wushuang shrugged and did not argue. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, it's rare to meet an opponent like you. How about you and I have a drink?" Duan Lang said. "Sure." Jian Wushuang nodded happily. "Qian Hongzi Fei Xue, you two come too." Duan Lang glanced at the two people not far away. "Haha, then we won't be polite." Qian Hongzi and Fei Xue also agreed readily. In the center of a huge courtyard, four figures sat together under a tilted tree. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'm afraid you still know them. Let me introduce them to you. This is Qian Hongzi and this is Fei Xue. Like us, they will enter the Bloodwave realm to explore." Duan Lang said. Jian Wushuang nodded to Qian Hongzi and Fei Xue. Although it was his first time seeing them, he had heard of them before. "Haha, brother Heavenly Marquis, I've heard of you more than 300 years ago. At that time, you hadn't come to the time-space island, but your reputation is amazing," Qian Hongzi laughed heartily. "Indeed. To kill a rank 7 true saint in a head-on fight as a rank 4 true saint. I'm afraid no one else in the divine beginning realm has the ability except you, brother Heavenly Marquis," Fei Xue said with a smile. Chapter 3203. Opportunities in the Bloodwave realm under the tilted tree. Jian Wushuang was talking with Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue with great enthusiasm. "Brother Heavenly Marquis, I see that your divine power and aura are only at the rank 6 true saint, right?" Qian Hongzi suddenly asked. "That's right." Jian Wushuang nodded. "A rank 6 true saint has almost the same battle strength as an invincible saint. His ability to cross ranks." Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue looked at each other, not knowing what to think. The three of them were the top immortal saints in the temporal temple, and all of them were extremely talented. However, compared to Jian Wushuang, the gap was not small. A rank 6 true saint is already so powerful. If you break through to rank 7 true saint, your battle strength will be even stronger. At that time, among the immortal saints in the temporal temple, only Di Hao can compete with you, Qian Hongzi said. Duan Lang and Fei Xue also nodded. "Speaking of Di Hao, why aren't he and you here?" Jian Wushuang asked. Besides Jian Wushuang, Qian Hongzi, and Fei Xue, There were two others on the list given by Temple Master Bai Xing. They were Di Hao and Yu Yu. In terms of strength, Di Hao was widely recognized as the strongest. He was not only an invincible saint, but also one of the top ones. Even among the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, there were only a few who could match him. Di Hao is a cultivation maniac. He keeps to himself and doesn't care about the outside world. As for Yu Yu, he has been wandering in the outside world and hasn't come back yet, Fei Xue said. Is that so? Jin Wushuang understood. Brother Heavenly Marquis, don't worry. You'll see them when the Blood Wave realm opens in a while. At that time, we'll have to work together to find the opportunity in the Blood Wave realm, Duan Lang said with a smile. Opportunity? Jin Wushuang gave a strange smile. To be honest, although I've got a place to enter the Blood Wave realm and fought with Brother Duan Lang just now, I still don't know what kind of opportunity there is in the Blood Wave realm. Why is it so attractive that so many top-level, peak-level, and even invincible immortal saints want to enter it so badly? You don't know? Qian Hongzi and the other two were stunned. Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly. He really did not know. Temple Master Bai Xing had told him that there was a great opportunity in the Blood Wave realm, which was enough to make almost all the immortal saints go crazy, but he did not know what it was. Brother Heavenly Marquis, let me tell you. Duan Lang became serious. The Blood Wave realm indeed contains an opportunity that can make all the immortal saints go crazy, and this opportunity is the Blood Wave Palace. Blood Wave Palace? What's that? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. It's a large palace in the center of the Blood Wave realm. It was left behind by the founder of the Blood Wave realm. However, no one seems to know who founded the Blood Wave realm. It's a fact that there are great opportunities in the Blood Wave Palace. As for the specific opportunities, there are many rumors in the outside world, but few of them are credible. However, there's one thing. Almost all the immortal saints who can enter the Blood Wave Palace have broken through to become Principles Masters after they come out of the Blood Wave Palace, Duan Lang said. What? Jin Wushuang was shocked. Almost all the immortal saints who entered the Blood Wave Temple would become Principles Masters after coming out? Brother Duan Lang, what you said is too vague. What is the specific ratio? Jin Wushuang asked. I said almost, so it's impossible for them to become Principles Masters. But take the last 1,000,000 years as an example. In the last 1,000,000 years, the Blood Wave realm opened 10 times, and countless top-notch saints entered each time. After a fierce competition, only 10 people successfully entered the Blood Wave Temple. In total, 100 top-notch immortal saints entered the Blood Wave Temple. Among the 100 top immortal saints, only one failed to become a Principles Master. The other 99 became Principles Masters after they left the Blood Wave Temple, Duan Lang said solemnly. How is that possible? Jin Wushuang was completely shocked. The Blood Wave realm had been opened 10 times, and a total of 100 top immortal saints had entered it. In the end, 99 of them became Principles Masters, but only one failed to break through? What kind of concept was this? Did this not mean that as long as they entered the Blood Wave Palace, 99% of them would break through and become Principles Masters? Principles Masters, that was a lofty existence in the divine beginning realm. Principles Masters had completely grasped a set of principles, and they also had the power of will. Their strength far surpassed that of the immortal saints. The divine beginning realm was born to the extreme, and it had given birth to countless geniuses and evildoers. These geniuses and evildoers were mostly able to cross realms to challenge others. However, crossing realms was at most able to cross realms at the level of true saints. However, it was almost impossible to challenge the Principles Master at the true saint realm. Since ancient times, among the many geniuses and monsters born in the divine beginning realm, only 2 or 3 of them could fight against the Principles Master at the immortal saint realm. From this, one could see the gap between them. Naturally, many immortal saints in the divine beginning realm yearned to cross this threshold and become the Principles Master. However, the Principles Master step was extremely difficult. It was not something that could be crossed just like that. There were many powerful immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, but they had not taken this step for countless years. In the Blood Wave realm, as long as one could enter the Blood Wave realm, 99% of them could become a Principles Master. It was no wonder that countless top immortal saints in the divine beginning realm were so crazy about such an incredible opportunity. They were so desperate to enter the blood wave realm. How many immortal saints could resist such an incredible opportunity? Brother Heavenly Marquis, now you know why I am so unwilling to accept your challenge and want to take back the spot in the blood wave realm? Duan Lang stared at Jian Wushuang with a burning gaze. There's no other way. It's too difficult to break through to become a principal's master by relying on one's own ability. Even among the hundreds of top immortal saints, not one may be able to break through. The opportunity in the Blood Wave Palace in the Blood Wave realm is a shortcut for us to directly become principal's masters. There won't be another shortcut like this in the entire divine beginning realm. Chapter 3204, Desire Unfor. After hearing Duan Lang's explanation, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. Who did not want to become a principal's master? There were many shortcuts to becoming a principal's master in Bloodwave Palace. Even Jian Wushuang himself was full of desire and fanaticism for this shortcut, let alone Duan Lang. Naturally, many top immortal saints in the divine beginning realm were crazy about entering the Bloodwave realm. The opportunity in the Blood Wave realm is enough to drive many immortal saints crazy. Every time the Blood Wave realm opens, only 10 people can enter the Blood Wave Temple to get the opportunity. Therefore, the competition in the Blood Wave realm will be unusually fierce and the killing will be extensive, Qian Hongzi said solemnly. As far as I know, every time the Blood Wave realm opens, a large number of top-notch saints participate in it. Among them, there are many top-notch immortal saints who are killed in the competition. Many top-notch immortal saints die each time, and even a few invincible saints are killed each time. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Every time the Blood Wave realm opened, a group of top immortal saints would die, and even a few invincible saints would die. Obviously, the competition in the Blood Wave realm was so fierce that even invincible saints could not survive. Brother Heavenly Marquis, your current realm should have reached the limit of rank 6, right? There are still more than 8 years before the Blood Wave realm opens. In these 8 years, can you think of a way to break through to rank 7 true saint? Qian Hongzi asked. Right now, you are only at the true level of the limit of rank 6, yet you can fight Duan Lang to such an extent. If you can take another step forward and break through to become a rank 7 true saint, then when you unleash your full power, even amongst the invincible saints, you will probably be considered quite strong. At that time, the small team of 6 of us will have stronger combat power, and we will have more capital to roam around the Blood Wave realm, Fei Xue said. The battle in the Blood Wave realm was extremely fierce and crazy. Although 6 people from the Temporal Temple had entered the Blood Wave realm together and they would form a small team, their 6-man team was still in the Blood Wave realm. They might not be able to do whatever they wanted. The stronger Jian Wushuang was, the better. Hearing their words, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile bitterly. As you know, 300 years ago, I was only a rank 4 true saint. The reason why I was able to reach the peak of rank 6 in these 300 years was mainly that I had made great progress in the space-time principles and sword principles. I could also feel the existence of bottlenecks, so after staying in the space-time tower for a period of time, I successfully broke through 2 realms. But now, I have just reached the limit of rank 6. I can't even sense the barrier in my body, so how can I break through? Even if I stay in the temporal tower for the past 8 years, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through. Jian Wushuang shook his head. It was not that he did not have confidence in himself, but that he had just experienced a huge breakthrough in his realm. It had only been a short time since he had reached the limit of rank 6 and was now a rank 7 true saint. This bottleneck was not so easy to break through. Regarding this, Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue could only feel regret. All right, I've drunk the wine. I've said what I should say. There are still 8 more years. I don't want to waste these 8 years, so we'll go back first. Qian Hongzi stood up. I have to go cultivate too. I originally thought that among the people from my temporal temple who entered the Blood Wave realm this time, my strength should still be at the middle level. I did not expect Duan Lang and Heavenly Sword Marquis to be so strong. If nothing unexpected happens now, I should be the weakest among the 6. If I don't work hard, we'll be dragging you guys down by then. Fei Xue added. In that case, let's go. Duan Lang said with a smile. Soon, the four of them left one by one. After leaving Duan Lang, Jian Wushuang flew alone in the void of the time-space island, but his expression was very solemn. The opportunities in the Bloodwave realm are so huge. When the time comes, the battles between countless top-notch immortal saints, including some invincible saints, will be very fierce. Although I'm not weak, with my current strength, it's still too difficult for me to snatch the qualification to enter the Bloodwave Palace from so many top experts. In addition, the Bloodwave realm is open to all sects in the Divine Beginning realm. Not only the Temporal Temple, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, and many top sects in the Divine Beginning realm, but also the First Heaven. The 3 Saint Realms, the 4 Divine Clans, and the 8 Directions Divine sect will probably send experts to participate. The 3 Saint Realms are my mortal enemies. Once they know that I'm in the Bloodwave realm, they will certainly come to kill me at all costs. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had reached the 4th stage of comprehending space-time principles and had mastered teleportation. He could also use space-time teleportation, which was very powerful for survival. The principles masters could not enter the Bloodwave realm at all. Even the power of the will of heaven was limited. If he stayed in the Bloodwave realm, no one should be able to kill him. However, when he went to the Bloodwave realm, his purpose was not only to ensure that he did not die. He also had to participate in the competition, and he might even fight with the 3 Saint Realms. Naturally, he needed to be stronger. I have just reached the peak of rank 6. It's almost impossible for me to make a breakthrough in the past 8 years. In terms of rules, I can't improve much in the past 8 years. In the past 8 years, there's only one person who can make a huge difference in my strength. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a fierce light. He immediately rushed into the distance. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang arrived at the true martial mystic realm again. In the vast ice field of the true martial mystic realm, there stood tall icebergs. Each of the icebergs had the names of their ancestors, which were left behind by the principles masters in the history of the Divine Beginning realm. Jian Wushuang was very familiar with the way, so he came to the base of a huge iceberg near the center. In the middle of the iceberg, there were 4 characters carved with flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Blood Blade Master. Moreover, these 4 characters were blood red. Blood Blade Master was widely recognized as the #1 assassin in that era 8 million years ago, and he was the king of assassins who was best at assassination. His shadowless escape art and the Blood Blade sword art were both famous throughout the world. During the 290 years that Jian Wushuang spent on the time-space island, he spent most of his time in the true martial mystic realm, which was under the iceberg. He saw the shadowless escape art and the Blood Blade sword art that the Blood Blade Master had left behind. After a period of careful study and comprehension, he had mastered the shadowless escape art, but he had yet to master the Blood Blade sword art. Chapter 3205. The Bloody Sword Skill. The combination of the Shadowless Escape skill and the Bloody Sword skill created the widely recognized #1 assassin of that era, the master of the Bloody Sword. However, I have only mastered the Shadowless Escape skill, Jian Wushuang muttered. Previously, in the 9 Wolf Mountain range, he had used the Shadowless Escape skill and the Silent Sword skill he had comprehended to kill the 13 axes. The reason was that the 13 axes were too weak. If it had been another expert, such as Jian Wushuang, who had used the Shadowless Escape art to perform the silent swordsmanship when he was fighting Duan Lang, the 13 axes would have been killed. However, Duan Lang had reacted at the last moment and avoided his vital points in time. The swordsmanship could not pierce through Duan Lang's protective armor when it pierced his divine body. In other words, even if Duan Lang did not have the Black Demon realm and could not sense his presence, he could at least last for a long time in his hands. However, if the Silent Sword skill was replaced with the Blood Blade Sword skill, the Silent Sword skill was left behind by the Sword Origin Master. In terms of strength, although the Sword Origin Master is also a Principles Master, he is far inferior to the Blood Blade Master. Moreover, the Silent Sword skill is not the strongest sword skill of the Sword Origin Master. It was just casually left behind by the Sword Origin Master. In comparison, the Blood Blade sword skill is naturally much stronger than the Silent Sword skill, Jian Wushuang thought. There were still more than 8 years before the opening of the Blood Wave realm. During these 8 years, Jin Wushuang had been thinking of mastering the Blood Blade sword art. Once he mastered it, with the Blood Blade sword art and the Shadowless escape art, his assassination ability would be truly terrifying. At that time, not to mention a peak saint, even an invincible saint could be killed if he was not careful. I've been comprehending the blood sword skill for a while. There are 4 sword skills in total, each of which is extremely exquisite and complicated. I only have 8 years. It's impossible for me to master all 4 sword skills of the blood sword skill. I can only focus all my energy on the first move of the blood sword skill. If I can master the first move in these 8 years, it'll be a great achievement. Jin Wushuang already had his own plan in his heart. Immediately, he began to carefully study the image left by the Blood Blade Master under the iceberg. In the image, the Blood Blade Master performed a total of 4 sword techniques. The first move was called Dripping Blood. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 8 years had passed. In the true martial mystic realm, Jin Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged under the iceberg with a slight frown on his face. Blood drop, sword rise, blood drop. This sword move condenses all the power into one point, and then suddenly explodes and penetrates the opponent's divine body. Not only in terms of swordsmanship speed, but also in terms of power, it is much stronger than the breath-free swordsmanship, especially the terrifying penetrating power. Jin Wushuang slightly clenched his hands. The most terrifying part of the blood drop move of the Bloody Blade sword technique was the penetrating power. It condensed all the power into the tip of the sword and then exploded, breaking through all the obstacles in front of it in an instant. This blood drop move is extremely exquisite. Over the past 8 years, I have spent all my energy on this sword move. Although I have comprehended most of the mysteries of this sword move and can barely perform this sword move, what I can perform is only a framework, but I can't perform the true power of this sword move. I always feel that something is missing. If I'm not wrong, what I lack is the penetrating power. The penetrating power contained in the first move of Blood Drop doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems. Jin Wushuang frowned. He had already realized that he was missing something when he was comprehending the first move of Blood Drop, and he already knew what he was missing. If he was given more time to comprehend the sword skill under the iceberg, he would be able to completely comprehend it in 3 to 5 years at most. Unfortunately, he did not have that much time, because the Blood Wave realm was about to open. It's too late. Temple Master Bai Xing has sent me a message to gather at the drill ground. Jin Wushuang looked up at the iceberg in front of him, feeling a little regretful. His original plan was to master the Blood Drop 1 move before he went to the Blood Wave realm, but now it seemed that he could not achieve it. He could only go to the Blood Wave realm first and study it slowly when he got there. Phew! Jin Wushuang stood up and looked at iceberg longingly. Then he went straight to the drill ground. On the drill ground where Jin Wushuang had fought with Duan Lang, several figures had gathered. Jin Wushuang flew over from afar and landed in front of these figures. As soon as he arrived, Jin Wushuang bowed to the black-clothed elder in front of him and said, "Greetings, Lord Hunyuan." "Yes." The black-clothed elder, master of Hunyuan, nodded slightly. "Temple Master Bai Xing has instructed me to lead you to the Blood Wave realm. Among the 6 of you, Heavenly Sword Marquis has just arrived at my temporal temple. Previously, he had only met Duan Lang, Qian Hongzi, and Fei Xue, but I'm afraid that the other 2 haven't met yet. Now, you can get to know each other first." As soon as Hunyuan Master finished speaking, a burly man in red armor walked out and stood in front of Jin Wushuang. He stared at Jin Wushuang with his slightly bloodshot eyes and then grinned, revealing his white teeth. He said, "Your Heavenly Sword Heavenly? I heard that you were able to severely injure Duan Lang after he used the Black Demon Realm. He didn't even have the confidence to defeat you. You're quite powerful." "You're Yu?" Jin Wushuang looked at the burly man in front of him. He had heard from Qian Hongzi and the others that Yu was simple and honest. He looked a bit silly, which was obviously a perfect match for the man in front of him. "It's me." Yu nodded. "I had been training outside and came back 6 months ago. When I came back, I heard about the battle between you and Duan Lang. Then I couldn't help but fight with Duan Lang. I have to say that Duan Lang has cultivated the Black Demon secret skill to the profound realm, so his strength is indeed very strong. I can't even gain any advantage from fighting with him. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had fought with Duan Lang before, so he knew that Duan Lang's battle strength was almost comparable to that of the invincible saint. However, Yu Yu was comparable to Duan Lang, which showed his strength. Heavenly Sword Marquis, ignore him. This guy is a battle maniac. If you talk to him, he will challenge you again. Qin Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue also walked up. Chapter 3206. Heading to the Blood Wave Realm. What? Even if I really want to fight with the Heavenly Sword Marquis, what does it have to do with you guys? Yu Yu glanced at Qin Hongzi and the other two unhappily. It doesn't have anything to do with you guys, but Yu Yu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Although you can fight Duan Lang to a draw, the Heavenly Sword Marquis methods are quite special. He has mastered the shadowless escape technique, and when he uses it, it can be used without a trace. Duan Lang is qualified to fight him because he has the Black Demon domain that can sense his position. As for you, Qin Hongzi smiled strangely. If you fight with the Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. You'll only be a living target for him. Shadowless escape art? Yu Yu frowned slightly. He had cultivated in the true martial mystic realm for a very long time. Naturally, he had seen the iceberg left by the master of the bloodshed god. Naturally, he had some understanding of the shadowless escape art. I'm just saying, how could I really fight with him? Yu Yu said, haha, if you really want to fight with Heavenly Sword Marquis, we won't stop you. Qin Hongzi laughed. Duan Lang and Fei Xue also had gloating smiles on their faces. Brother Heavenly Marquis. Qin Hongzi pulled Jian Wushuang to the side and said, you already know Yu Yu. He's silly. You don't have to pay attention to him. Let me introduce him to you. Di Hao. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the cold man in a blood-red robe standing next to him. The cold man had a cold face and long scarlet hair. His long and narrow eyes were extremely cold, and the 2-meter-long axe on his back was quite conspicuous. Di Hao was widely recognized as the strongest expert in the temporal temple among the immortal saints. Qin Hongzi was also an invincible saint, but he knew that he was no match for Di Hao. Giant axe? Jian Wushuang looked at the giant axe on Di Hao's back and frowned slightly. It must be known that the cultivators in the temporal temple all comprehended the principles of time and space. The principles of time and space focused on speed and power, so they were not very good at it. Therefore, the cultivators who comprehended the principles of time and space usually chose more nimble weapons. For example, Jian Wushuang was good at swordsmanship. Duan Lang used a spear. Qin Hongzi used a saber as a weapon. They were both more agile and could perfectly cooperate with space-time principles. However, Di Hao used a giant axe as a weapon. The giant axe was powerful and heavy, so it was not suitable to use space-time principles. As if seeing Jian Wushuang's surprise, Qin Hongzi said softly, Brother Heavenly Marquis, you probably don't know that Di Hao comprehended both the space-time principles and the destruction principles at the same time. His attainments in the destruction principles are higher than the space-time principles. The giant axe on his back has been refined by an expert. Not only can he control it with the destruction principles, but he can also control it with the space-time principles. Is that so? Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. Di Hao glanced at Jian Wushuang and nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang naturally smiled and nodded in response. It seems like what you said before, Di Hao is more withdrawn. Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Yes, but don't take it to heart. Although he is more withdrawn, he is still easy to get along with. Qin Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. All right. The grand voice came out of the mouth of the Chaos Master. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and the others shut their mouths and looked at the Chaos Master. The Blood Wave Realm is about to open, and every time it opens, the battles inside will be unusually fierce and even crazy. Although your strength is at the top level among the immortal saints and 6 of you are working together, you still have to be careful in the Blood Wave Realm. After all, those who can enter the Blood Wave Realm are all very powerful. Even the weakest should be a peak true saint of the 7th rank, and most of them are peak saints. There are also many who are invincible saints. If you are not careful enough, you will also be in danger of dying. You have to know that in the history of our temporal temple, there have been precedents of people dying in the blood wave realm. 300,000 years ago, 2 people died in the blood wave realm. 8 million years ago, only 2 people survived. 30 million years ago, it was the worst time for the temporal temple. All 5 people who entered the temporal temple died. Not a single one survived. Hunyuan Master's deep voice rang in Jian Wushuang and the others' ears. Jian Wushuang and the others looked solemn. They did not dare to underestimate the fierce competition and slaughter in the blood wave realm. Just as Hunyuan Master had said, the temporal temple had suffered heavy losses in the blood wave realm. During the fierce competition and slaughter, many peak saints who yearned for the opportunities in the blood wave temple would be killed. They did not care whether they were from the temporal temple or not. As long as they were in their way, they would be killed. Because the battle in the blood wave realm is crazy, the temporal temple will give each of you a drop of divine power as a support, Hunyuan Master said as he flipped his hand. Immediately, drops of divine power floated toward Jian Wushuang and the others. Jian Wushuang and the others each received a drop of divine power. Divine power was very useful at critical moments. However, in fact, not only Jian Wushuang, but Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and the others had already made some preparations. No one had prepared a few drops of divine power, which was enough for them to use in the blood wave realm. It's about time, let's go. Without saying anything else, the Hunyuan Master led Jian Wushuang and the others away from the time-space island. After leaving the special time-space where the time-space island was located, they teleported and hurried on their way. In less than half a day, they arrived at a huge sea area. In the middle of the sea area, there was a cliff. We're here. The Hunyuan Master landed on the cliff. At this moment, there were many cultivators on the cliff. At a glance, there seemed to be more than 100 people. Is this the entrance to the blood wave realm? Jian Wushuang looked at the crowd gathered in front of him. The blood wave realm is very special in the divine beginning realm. No one knows its exact location. People in the divine beginning realm can only enter through the spatial passage that opens once every 100,000 years. There are a total of 10 spatial passages into the blood wave realm, 3 of which are in the first heaven, second heaven, and third heaven. The last one is on the broken moon cliff in the boundless sea beyond the third heaven, which is where we are now, Hunyuan Master explained. Chapter 3207. True Saint Ranking. Many forces and sects in the third heaven enter the blood wave realm through the spatial passage in the third heaven. The space-time where our temporal temple is located is extremely special and is not within the third heaven. Therefore, every time our temporal temple enters the blood wave realm through the spatial passage on the mirror moon cliff. Most of the cultivators on the mirror moon cliff are from the boundless sea and some of the major forces around the third heaven. Many of them are solitary experts, Hunyuan Master said. Jian Wushuang understood. He had noticed that the hundreds of cultivators gathered on the mirror moon cliff all had extraordinary auras. Most of them were at the peak of the saint realm, and there were even 3 invincible saints. This is just a space passage beyond the third heaven. The core of the divine beginning realm is the third heaven. There are 9 space passages in the third heaven, so there must be more experts gathered there. The quality will also be higher. Conservatively speaking, there should be thousands of experts entering the blood wave realm this time. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. When Jian Wushuang and the others appeared on the mirror moon cliff, there was a commotion among the cultivators on the mirror moon cliff. It's the temporal temple. The people from the temporal temple are here. I don't know the principal's master, but I know the 6 people behind him and the cold man with a giant axe on his back. He's Di Hao, who's on the true saint list. Doesn't the temporal temple only have 5 slots to enter the blood wave realm? Why are there 6 people here? What's the rank 6 true saint doing here? A rank 6 true saint wants to enter the blood wave realm? Are you kidding me? Humph, why not? The temporal temple is one of the 3 freedom alliances. Although only 5 people have entered the blood wave realm in the past, if the temporal temple is willing to send 6 people in, so what? Who dares to say anything? That's true. Whispers rang out in the crowd. Many experts in the crowd looked at Jian Wushuang and the others with awe and envy. The temporal temple was a behemoth in the divine beginning realm. Many people yearned for it to become an expert under such a behemoth. The space passage hasn't been opened yet. Let's wait here first, said the Hunyuan master. Jian Wushuang and the others immediately stopped where they were. Jian Wushuang was listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. He could hear some of the discussions clearly. Most of them were aimed at Di Hao and Jian Wushuang. They were talking about Di Hao because his name was big. They were talking about Jian Wushuang because Jian Wushuang was only at the 6th level true saint realm. He was too conspicuous in the crowd. Haha, it seems that Di Hao has stolen our limelight. Yu laughed loudly. Nonsense. Who told you that we are not as famous as Di Hao? Qian Hongzi rolled his eyes at Yu. Guys, Jian Wushuang suddenly said, I heard that they mentioned Di Hao many times and said that he was on the true saint list. What is the true saint list? You even know about the true saint list? Yu looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you haven't cultivated for long and improved so fast. It's normal that you don't know about it. Qian Hongzi smiled. He continued, Brother Heavenly Marquis, I have a piece of information about some famous immortal saints in this era. Take a closer look and you'll know. Qian Hongzi waved his hand and handed a thick piece of information to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it and immediately began to read it. So many people, Jian Wushuang exclaimed after a short while. The piece of information Qian Hongzi gave him was hundreds of pages long. As he read it, he found that almost half a page of the information had introduced an expert. Adding up the hundreds of pages, it was equivalent to mentioning nearly 1,000 experts. These nearly 1,000 experts were well known in the divine beginning realm, and their strength was astonishing. They were at least at the peak of the saint realm. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. This is Dao Long? Jian Wushuang looked at the information in his hand. The first half of the page that he was looking at was the introduction of Dao Long. Dao Long had helped Jian Wushuang in solving a siege by the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Of course, Jian Wushuang had paid a huge price to invite Dao Long because he had issued an emperor-level mission to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The strength that Dao Long had displayed at that time was indeed very impressive. Now that Jian Wushuang saw the information on the report, he immediately understood. No wonder the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not do anything to Dao Dragon without the principal's master. It turns out that Dao Dragon has already reached the peak saint realm. Jian Wushuang smiled. The information Qian Hongzi gave him was obtained from the temporal temple and was extremely accurate. Dao Dragon had reached the peak saint realm 30,000 years ago, and his life-saving methods were very strong. He had lost to the invincible saint more than once. For example, the Purple Cloud Pavilion had sent the invincible saint to hunt down Dao Dragon. However, Dao Long had easily escaped. In the divine beginning realm, Dao Long was indeed very famous. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you've been reading Dao Long's information for so long. Could it be that you've had dealings with him before? Qian Hongzi looked over. Yes, we have. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. No wonder, Qian Hongzi said calmly. I've also skimmed through Dao Long's information. His strength is only average, and he's at the bottom among the peak saints. However, his life-saving skills are not bad. At the bottom? Jian Wushuang was speechless, but he was not surprised. Then, Jian Wushuang continued to read. The information of experts, including powerful peak saints and even invincible saints, appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. After an hour, Jian Wushuang finally saw the last part of the information, which was the true saint list. There were 60 pages of the true saint list, with only 30 names recorded on every 2 pages. There are only 30 people on the true saint list? Jian Wushuang was surprised. There are 30 people. No matter which era, there will only be 30 names on the true saint list. These 30 names should be the strongest 30 immortal saints of this era, and they are ranked according to their strength, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and then looked forward from the bottom of the list. The 30th on the true saint list is An Luo from the Void Heaven Sect. Chapter 3208. entering, and Luo specializes in the laws of darkness. His comprehension of the principles of darkness has reached perfection. He is only one step away from mastering them completely. He cultivates the Void Heaven secret art and has reached great success. He can condense 3 Void Heaven demonic shadows at the same time and is skilled in saber techniques. He is known for his strangeness. His strongest technique, Dream of Darkness, once fought against 5 immortal lords by himself 30,000 years ago. He defeated 5 immortal lords and killed 3 of them. He became famous in one battle. The information on this report was very detailed about Enluo. It included the principles he had comprehended, the secret techniques he was good at, and his achievements since he became famous. Enluo is so strong. Jin Wushuang could not help but exclaim. In this report, there was a mention of the 5 immortal emperors. One of them was the Invincible Saint, and the other 4 were peak saints. This lineup was extremely powerful, however, and Luo defeated the 5 immortal emperors and killed 3 of them. This ability was not something an invincible saint could have. That was why Enluo was listed on the True Saint list. Although he was ranked last, he was still very impressive. Ranked 29th on the True Saint list, Tyrannical Spear Gu Ji, Jin Wushuang looked at the rankings one by one from the back to the front. He looked at them in great detail. He looked at the techniques that the experts on the True Saint list were good at and the battle results they had obtained. He became more and more surprised. It had to be said that those who could be ranked on the True Saint list were the most terrifying existences among the invincible saints. Each of them had the strength to easily crush an ordinary invincible saint. When they met a peak saint, they could easily sweep them away. At this moment, Jin Wushuang saw a name. Number 8 on the True Saint list, Dihao of the Temporal Temple. It's Dihao. Jin Wushuang's heart moved. He had just learned that Dihao was ranked on the True Saint list, but he did not know the ranking on the True Saint list. Only now did he know that Dihao was ranked on the True Saint list. He was ranked 8th. Although he was only ranked 8th, he should not underestimate this ranking. Anyone who could be ranked on the True Saint list was the most terrifying existence among the immortal saints. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 were all monsters. Although they could not be compared to the Principal's masters, however, their strength had completely surpassed that of an ordinary invincible saint. Any one of the top 10 on the True Saint list could almost fight against several invincible saints at the same time. For example, Dihao's battle record showed that he had once fought against 3 invincible saints at the same time, and even forced them to retreat. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Jin Wushuang continued to look forward. In the end, ranked 3rd on the True Saint list, Holy Maiden of 9 Palaces. Ranked 2nd on the True Saint list, Holy Devil Son. Ranked 1st on the True Saint list, Light King. Jin Wushuang's pupils shrank when he saw the information about the 3 people. The reason was that the 3 people had killed the invincible saint in a head-on fight. This was a head-on fight, not just a defeat. The top 30 on the True Saint list all have a head-on fight with an invincible saint. The top 3 can defeat 2 or 3 invincible saints at the same time. However, they can only defeat them, but they can't kill them, Jin Wushuang said with a serious expression. The Invincible Saint's title meant that they were at the peak of the Immortal Saint realm. Experts at this level not only had extremely powerful abilities, but they also had their own life-saving methods. Some of the Invincible Saint's life-saving methods were so powerful that even the Principal's master could not do anything to them. As the Invincible Saint, he must have some special trump cards. For example, the power of God. If an invincible saint did not care about anything and used the wisp of power contained in the power of God, it would be very terrifying if he went all out. Because of this, in the Divine Beginning realm, it was very difficult for an invincible saint and an invincible saint to kill each other, even if there was a gap between their strength. Even experts on the True Saint list could not do it. However, the top 3 on the True Saint list had killed an invincible saint. These 3 should be the 3 strongest immortal saints of this era, Jin Wushuang thought. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you should read the information I gave you, especially the experts on the True Saint list. If nothing goes wrong, at least half of the 30 experts on the True Saint list will enter the Blood Wave realm. We might encounter them when we travel in the Blood Wave realm, or even fight for the opportunity. With this information, at least you can recognize them when you see them. If you fight them, you'll know what they're good at, and you can be more cautious. Also, if we meet some strange experts in the Blood Wave realm that we haven't heard of or reported, we can't be careless. After all, the Divine Beginning realm is very big. There are many powerful immortal saints who have never shown their power or made a name for themselves. However, their power is terrifying. As far as I know, many strange experts will rise in the Blood Wave realm every time. Some of them can even challenge the True Saint ranking. Every time the Blood Wave realm ends, the rankings on the True Saint ranking will change greatly, Qian Hongzi said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Duan Lang, Fei Xue, and Yu Yu, who were standing next to him, looked extremely solemn. Only Di Hao had been extremely cold. At this moment, a strange energy fluctuation rose in the open space in the center of the Mirror Moon Cliff. It's starting. The Blood Wave realm is finally about to open. Get ready. The crowd immediately became restless. Countless eyes were fixed on the rising energy fluctuation, and all of them were extremely hot. The Blood Wave realm is about to open. The 6 of you, be careful in the Blood Wave realm, Chaos Master warned. Jin Wushuang and the others nodded heavily. The energy in the center began to condense. In a moment, a space passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's opened. Let's go in. Into the Blood Wave realm. More than 100 cultivators on the Mirror Moon Cliff rushed into the space passage like wasps. One by one, they rushed into the space passage. Let's go in, Qian Hongzi said. Jin Wushuang, Di Hao, Duan Lang, Fei Xue, Yu Yu, and Qian Hongzi immediately rushed into the space passage. Chapter 3209. Inside the Blood Wave realm there were 3 blood moons hanging high in the blood-red sky. The soil on the damp ground was also slightly red. The air was filled with a faint blood-red mist, making the entire world look very bewitching. And this was the Blood Wave realm. In the Divine Beginning realm, countless immortal saints longed for and yearned for this place. In one of the void, hundreds of cultivators who had just come in through the spatial passage from Mirror Moon Cliff appeared here. As soon as they appeared, they first observed their surroundings. This is the Blood Wave realm? Jin Wushuang also looked around. I feel that other than being a little demonic, everything else is no different from the outside world. Well, no. Jin Wushuang suddenly frowned. I can vaguely feel that there seems to be some kind of restriction in this world. Yes, there is a restriction. Qian Hongzi looked over. This restriction is a restriction on the power. I've long heard that the power in the Blood Wave realm can only exist at the level of the Immortal Saint. Any power beyond the Immortal Saint's level will be restricted here. That is to say, even if a Principal's Master comes here, the battle strength he can exert is only at the level of the Immortal Saint. Of course, the Principal's Master can't enter the Blood Wave realm at all. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly, but he felt a little regretful. The Blood Wave realm restricted all power beyond the level of the Immortal Saint. That meant that the life-saving items given to him by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the 2 tokens refined by the 2 Palace Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, could not be used by him in the Blood Wave realm. It was impossible for him to use them. Although there is a limit to our powers, there is no space. Those of us who have comprehended the space-time principles can still use teleportation in the Blood Wave realm, Qian Hongzi said with a smile. Jin Wushuang also realized that the space-time in the Blood Wave realm was no different from the outside world. He could not only use teleportation here, but also use space-time teleportation. As long as I can use time-space teleportation, no one in the Blood Wave realm can pose a real threat to me, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. The surrounding cultivators who had entered the Blood Wave realm through the space passage in the Mirror Moon Cliff all rushed to the surroundings. Let's go. The Blood Wave realm has just opened, so the fight for the Blood Wave token will not start for some time. Before that, we will go to the depths of the Blood Wave realm. According to our previous experience, most of the Blood Wave tokens appear in the depths of the Blood Wave realm. We can only be qualified to fight for the Blood Wave token if we get there first, Qian Hongzi said. The Blood Wave token was the ticket to enter the Blood Wave Palace. Every time the Blood Wave realm was opened, 10 Blood Wave tokens would appear randomly. Those who received the Blood Wave tokens could finally enter the Blood Wave Palace and get an opportunity. Let's go. Jin Wushuang and the other 3 people started to move. They did not use teleportation. Instead, they relied on their own speed to fly all the way to the core area of the Blood Wave realm. In a flash, 3 days had passed. The Blood Wave realm is really big. We have traveled for 3 days at our speed, but we still haven't reached the core area of the Blood Wave realm, Jin Wushuang sighed. Haha, it's still early. The territory of the Blood Wave realm is much larger than many countries in the first heaven. We haven't used teleportation. We can probably reach the core area in 10 days at our own speed. Qian Hongzi smiled. But we don't need to rush. In the past, the Blood Wave token only appeared 1 month after the Blood Wave realm opened. We have plenty of time. Jin Wushuang nodded. Because they had plenty of time, they did not need to rush. That was why they left casually and did not use teleportation. But at this moment, boom, 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 a series of intense energy rumbles were suddenly transmitted over from the void in front of them. These rumbles continued to ring out. It was very obvious that there were people fighting in front of them. What's going on? This isn't the core region of the Blood Wave realm. Furthermore, that Blood Wave token has yet to appear. The battle has yet to begin. Why are there people fighting now? Qian Hongzi looked ahead in astonishment. It shouldn't be for the Blood Wave token. Perhaps there is a personal grudge between us, and we just happened to bump into each other here. That's why we took action. Fei Xue said, it's rare for us to meet someone who is fighting fiercely. Should we go over and take a look? Yu Ye's eyes were emitting light. Haha, go, of course, we'll go. Qian Hongzi laughed. Immediately, the 6 of them headed directly toward the void where the battle was taking place. As soon as they appeared in the void near the battleground, they were immediately attracted by the battle ahead. There were a total of 5 cultivators on one side of the battle, and all 5 of them were extremely powerful. 3 of them were invincible saints, and the remaining 2 were also extremely powerful peak saints. As for the other side, there were only 3 cultivators, and they were only invincible saints, while the other 2 were peak saints. The difference in strength and lineup between the 2 sides was obviously huge. Because of this, the side of the 3 cultivators had already been defeated, and they were in a terrible situation. That person, Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, Duan Lang, and the others stared at the black-haired handsome young man who had the strongest and most dazzling aura at the center of the battle. The black-haired handsome youth held a long spear in both of his hands, and both spears were covered in dark purple lightning. He was like the ruler of lightning, and he was extremely domineering. The spear in his hand stabbed out again and again, and the invincible saint who was fighting with him was completely suppressed by him. Thunder God. It's the Thunder God of the Destruction Saint realm, ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking. Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, Duan Lang, and Yu were all shocked. Even Jin Wushuang's pupil shrank. He had read Qian Hongzi's information carefully, so he could recognize the man in front of him. Thunder God, ranked 6th on the True Saint list, was born in the Thunder Beast clan, a peak clan in the Divine Beginning realm. He was born to be the favorite of Thunder. He had incredible talent in Thunder principles, and later joined the Destruction Saint realm. He was the strongest immortal saint in the Destruction Saint realm. His strongest battle record was that he fought against 4 invincible saints by himself and defeated them head-on. This was even more shocking than Dihao's battle record. People from the Destruction Saint realm. Jin Wushuang stared at Thunder God in the distance, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. In the Divine Beginning realm, there were 3 saint realms: the Destruction Saint realm, the Saint realm of life and death, and the Saint realm of fire. The 3 saint realms were named after the 3 masters of the saint realm, and they were mortal enemies with Jin Wushuang. Now that he saw the people from the Destruction Saint realm, Jin Wushuang was filled with killing intent. Chapter 32:10. Attack, Thunder God. The 3 of us don't have any personal grudges against you. Our Ziwei Divine sect has always been in awe of the Destruction Saint realm. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The long-haired old man who was fighting with Thunder God shouted in a low voice. You and I don't have any personal grudges, but your Ziwei divine sect has always been in awe of my destruction saint realm. But that doesn't seem to be the case, does it? Don't forget, 100,000 years ago, the last time the Blood Wave realm opened, there was an invincible saint of our destruction saint realm. It was because of the defeat of your Ziwei divine sect that he died, Thunder God said coldly. The last time the Blood Wave realm opened? The long-haired elder was startled. Then, he said angrily, that was because both sides fought over the Blood Wave token. There was no fair background to speak of. Even if you died in the battle, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. You can't blame anyone else, but you, the Destruction Saint Realm, actually used this matter to make a fuss? Humph, I, who destroy the Saint Realm, can't die in vain. Thunder God said coldly, stop struggling and accept your death. The battle immediately became even more intense. In the void not far from the battlefield, Jin Wushuang and the other three heard the conversation between Thunder God and the long-haired elder. Thanks. This Destruction Saint realm is really overbearing. The fight for opportunities in the Blood Wave realm is extremely crazy. Countless experts from various forces will participate in the fight, and it is reasonable to accidentally kill them in the fight. Under normal circumstances, if an expert from their side is killed in the fight for opportunities, the force behind the expert will not take revenge. They can only blame themselves for not being good enough. Although the forces of the divine beginning realm have never agreed on this point, they have long formed a tacit understanding. Only in this way can the experts of the forces of the absolute beginning divine realm fight for that opportunity without any scruples. But this destruction saint realm is still holding a grudge. Qian Hongzi sneered. The three saint realms have always been overbearing. This point has long been known to the world. However, perhaps they still have some misgivings about the forces of the divine beginning realm. This destruction holy region didn't directly take revenge on the Ziwei divine sect on the surface. They only attacked when the Blood Wave realm opened this time. Duan Lang said. In any case, the three people from the Ziwei divine sect are unlucky to be targeted by Thunder God and the others, Yu said, but suddenly, his expression changed. Guys, it's rare to meet people from the Destruction Saint realm. Should we directly attack them and teach them a lesson? Directly attack them? Teach them a lesson? Jin Wushuang was stunned. However, Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, and Duan Lang were quite enthusiastic. Brother Heavenly Marquis, I'm afraid you don't know that in the divine beginning realm, the three great saint realms are high and mighty. Only the three great freedom alliances are qualified to challenge the three great saint realms directly. Because of this, the three great freedom alliances and the three great saint realms have been fighting for a long time. Whether it is on the surface or in the dark, there are many battles. Both sides have long been like fire and water. In this Blood Wave realm, the competition between the three great saint realms and the three great freedom alliances is also very fierce, Qian Hongzi said with a smile. Yes, Temple Master Bai Xing has already told us that if we meet people from the three saint realms, we don't have to be polite with them, Yu said with a smile. In that case, what are we waiting for? Jin Wushuang's eyes were shining. He was worried that he could not find a reason to attack the three saint realms. Di Hao, what about you? Qian Hongzi glanced at Di Hao. Thunder God, leave it to me, Di Hao said coldly. Haha, if that's the case, then let's do it. Qian Hongzi laughed, and instantly, 6 figures charged towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, the three from the Ziwei divine sect were in a precarious situation. But at this moment 6 figures charged toward them at an astonishing speed. The faces of the 5 from the destruction saint realm all changed. That person is Di Hao? Thunder God's eyes darkened. Not good, it's the temporal temple. Careful. Thunder God immediately let out a low shout. The 6 from the temporal temple were all experts in the principles of space and time, and they were astonishingly fast. In an instant, they had charged into the battlefield. The leader, Di Hao, was emitting an endless destructive aura. As he approached, the huge axe on his back appeared out of thin air in his hand. Boom! The huge axe suddenly slashed out. Just the power of this earth-shattering axe was enough to make ordinary peak saints despair. However, Dihao was facing Thunder God, who was ranked 6th on the true saint rankings. In terms of ranking, he was even higher than Dihao. Get lost. Dihao let out a roar. The two long spears in his hands were filled with endless dark purple lightning. The moment he stabbed out, a huge dark purple thunder dragon instantly roared. Bang! With a loud sound, the thunder dragon collapsed and the axe shadow dissipated. Dihao and Thunder God both retreated rapidly. However, the next moment, they rushed out again and fought fiercely. While Dihao and Thunder God were fighting, Qian Hongzi, Yu Yu, Duan Lang, Fei Xue, and Jian Wushuang also found their opponents. Jian Wushuang's opponent was a beautiful woman in a plain robe. The beautiful woman wore a pair of crystal gloves, which were suffused with rich principles power. When she saw Jian Wushuang rushing toward her, she was stunned. The beautiful woman was stunned. A mere rank 6 true saint dares to enter the blood wave realm? You're courting death. The beautiful woman raised her right hand. Under the gathering of endless divine power, her right hand instantly enlarged and then directly struck toward Jian Wushuang. Come on. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. When he approached the beautiful woman, the divine power aura on his body also began to rise at an alarming speed. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 brilliant star armor. In just a short moment, Jian Wushuang had displayed all 3 secret skills at the same time, and his battle strength had reached its peak. Wushuang's sword manual, Shixiang. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he slashed down with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Along with a mournful beast roar, an astonishing ruthless aura spread out. A blood-red sword light, like a blood-red thunderbolt, struck the beautiful woman's crystal-clear palm in an instant. Then a terrifying power suddenly erupted. What? The beautiful woman clearly did not expect that the power contained in Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship would be so strong. In an instant, she felt her palm go numb and a majestic impact came. It caused her to take several steps back before she came to a stop. How is this possible? He's only a rank 6 true saint. How can he be so powerful? He's actually stronger than me? The beautiful woman's face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 32:11. Killing a person. The beautiful woman did not know that although Jian Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint, he was a perfect chaotic creature with a high level of life. Even though he was only a rank 6 true saint, his divine power was still as powerful as many peak saints. Once he used the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment god, and the 9 luminaries star armor, his divine power would rise to the level of an invincible saint. Of course, the judgment power of an invincible saint was much stronger than that of a peak saint like this beautiful woman. Fei Xue, leave Su Ying to me. Go help Duan Lang, Jian Wushuang said. This beautiful woman, Su Ying, was an extremely powerful peak saint. She was one of the experts that Qian Hongzi had told him about. Jian Wushuang could recognize her at a glance. Okay. Fei Xue was also charging toward the beautiful woman. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, she immediately turned around and headed toward the battlefield. Jian Wushuang relied on his divine power, which was stronger than her, and his swordsmanship to fight head-on with Su Ying. In a short period of time, he had the absolute advantage in terms of strength. Su Ying was obviously weaker than Jian Wushuang. The 6 from the Temporal Temple had already fought with the 5 from the Destruction Saint Realm. As for the 3 from the Purple Myrtle sect, they seized the opportunity to escape. They did not join hands with the Temporal Temple to fight against the 5 from the Destruction Saint Realm, so Jian Wushuang and the others were not surprised. The Purple Myrtle sect was only a relatively large force in the second heaven. They did not have the courage to challenge the Destruction Saint Realm. Even if the Destruction Saint Realm attacked them first, they would not dare to fight back until the critical moment. They still did not dare to fight back. At this moment, buzz! A pitch-black axe shadow suddenly condensed in the center of the battlefield. An unprecedented destructive aura also spread out from the axe shadow. The moment the axe shadow took shape, everyone on the battlefield was instantly attracted by the axe shadow. This axe, Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. This axe shadow gave him a feeling that he could not block it. It was invincible. The surroundings of the thunder god had already turned into a giant thunder prison. In this thunder prison, he was the ruler. He controlled the power of millions of thunderbolts. In an instant, the endless power of thunderbolts gathered and formed a terrifying thunder beast. The thunder beast opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the axe shadow. But in the end, bang! The axe shadow split everything in front of it. That huge thunder beast was also split into two halves by this axe shadow. The mighty axe shadow descended, and even the thunder god was unable to block it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. With a loud bang, the thunder god's body was sent flying. It took a long time before he regained his balance. This axe. Dihao. Thunder god's eyes flashed with a terrifying light as he stared at Dihao. Then, he looked at the other battlefields around him. On the other battlefields, the Temporal Temple had the absolute advantage. After all, the Temporal Temple had one more person than the Destruction Saint Realm. Moreover, in terms of quality, Dihao was fighting against him. Qian Hongzi was fighting against another invincible saint of the Destruction Saint Realm. Both sides were evenly matched. The last invincible saint of the Destruction Saint Realm was entangled by Duan Lang and Fei Xue. Duan Lang used the Black Demon Realm, and his battle strength barely reached the level of an invincible saint. Together with Fei Xue, he was not afraid of the invincible saint of the Saint Realm of Destruction. As for the remaining two peak saints of the Destruction Saint Realm, one was fighting with Yu Yu, who was suppressed by his tyrannical strength. The last one was the beautiful woman, Su Ying, who was fighting against Jian Wushuang. According to reason, the two people with the biggest gap in strength had been at a disadvantage in the battle between Su Ying and Jian Wushuang. The entire situation was obviously disadvantageous to the Destruction Saint Realm. Retreat. Thunder God had already recognized the situation in front of him. He did not want to continue fighting with the people of the Temporal Temple and directly gave the order to retreat. Immediately, the people of the Destruction Saint Realm used their means to get rid of their opponents and leave this place. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue were all trying to stop them. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned cold. It's not easy to attack the people from the Destruction Saint Realm. How can we let them escape so easily? At least one or two of them should stay. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He glanced at Su Ying, who had already turned around and was about to retreat, but his body swayed slightly. Buzz. Jian Wushuang disappeared. At least in the perception of the surrounding people, he had completely disappeared. Su Ying was ready to meet up with the Thunder God. She was not slow, and she was very close to the Thunder God. But suddenly, a cold sword light appeared out of thin air behind her and instantly pierced toward her heart. This sword light appeared too suddenly, and its speed was incredibly fast. Most importantly, there was not a single trace of power or movement, and it was completely silent. Su Ying did not have the time to react at all. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly sounded out from Su Ying's mouth. Su Ying lowered his head with great difficulty, only to discover that a blood-colored sharp sword had already pierced through her chest, and at the same time, it fused into the 3 drops of cold blood venom within the sword. It immediately began to work. Bzzz. Su Ying's divine body instantly collapsed. Not good. Junior sister Su Ying. The faces of Thunder God and the remaining 3 from the Destruction Saint Realm all changed drastically. They were preparing to leave this place, while the Temporal Temple was chasing after them. At this critical moment, Su Ying was actually caught up by them, and his divine body was directly destroyed. Although Su Ying's divine body had only collapsed, he had not died yet. One had to know that while his divine body was reassembling, he could not move. At this moment, the members of the Temporal Temple had already crazily pounced on Su Ying. Kill her. Haha, we can't escape, right? Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue all attacked without hesitation. Su Ying's divine body had not had the time to reassemble before it was dealt a devastating blow. Even Thunder God and the others did not have the time to rescue him before they were directly killed. Damn it! Thunder God and the other three from the Destruction Saint Realm looked extremely upset when they saw this, but they could do nothing. Let's go, Thunder God shouted in a low voice, and the four of them rushed into the void in front of them. Jin Wushuang and the others did not chase after them. The huge battlefield quickly calmed down. Jin Wushuang stood there and looked at the void where Suing died, but his face was extremely cold, as expected of an expert from the three Saint Realms. His divine power is much more abundant than that of an ordinary peak saint. My Blood Mountain sword can fuse 3 drops of cold blood poison at the same time. These 3 drops of cold blood poison are enough to erode more than half of the divine power of an ordinary peak saint. Under normal circumstances, I can kill an ordinary peak saint with 2 strikes. As for Suing, I just noticed that he was defeated by my sword and only lost 30% of his divine power. Chapter 32:12 Heavenly Sword Marquee 30%, less than 1/3. In other words, Jin Wushuang needed at least 3 or even 4 strikes to kill Suing. Fortunately, Qian Hongzi and the others had just swarmed over, so they could kill Suing. Brother Heavenly Marquee, your shadowless escape skill is too terrifying. Suing is an extremely powerful peak saint, but she didn't have time to react before her divine body was destroyed by you. If you hadn't destroyed her divine body and left her behind, we would have watched the people from the Destruction Saint Realm escape, Yu said with a smile. This move is indeed abnormal. Even I have a headache facing this move, Qian Hongzi added. After killing Suing, everyone seemed to be quite happy. Everyone, is it okay for us to kill people from the Destruction Saint Realm? Jin Wushuang asked with a frown. No problem. What can be wrong? Qian Hongzi smiled. It has been a long time since the Temporal Temple fought with the 3 Saint Realms. In the Bloodwave Realm, the Temporal Temple has killed people from the 3 Saint Realms. Similarly, the 3 Saint Realms have killed cultivators from the Temporal Temple here, so both sides are used to it. Temple Master Bai Xing has told us that we must not show mercy to people from the 3 Saint Realms. If we can kill them, we must not let them live. That's good. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly, but he was quite happy. The Temporal Temple's actions meant that as long as he was capable, he could kill the people from the 3 Saint Realms without any scruples. However, the 3 Saint Realms have always been overbearing. We killed a peak saint from the Destruction Saint Realm right away, so the Destruction Saint Realm will probably hold a grudge against us. We must be careful when we travel in the Bloodwave Realm. Maybe the Destruction Saint Realm will plot against us, Qian Hongzi added. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. The Purple Myrtle sect, for example, had joined hands to kill an expert from the Destruction Saint Realm during the opening of the Bloodwave Realm. The Destruction Saint Realm had taken revenge on the Purple Myrtle sect. During the opening of the Bloodwave Realm, they had taken revenge on the Purple Myrtle sect. Jin Wushuang and the others had killed an expert from the Destruction Saint Realm. It would be strange if the Destruction Saint Realm did not seek revenge. Just be careful. There's no need to be too afraid. There are only 10 experts from the Destruction Saint Realm and 2 on the True Saint list. Now that we've killed Suing, there are only 9 people from the Destruction Saint Realm left in the Bloodwave Realm. Even if all 9 of them join hands to kill us, we don't have to be afraid of them, Qian Hongzi added. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Indeed, the Temporal Temple seemed to only have 6 cultivators, but all of them were extremely powerful and their techniques were extremely brilliant. Especially Dihao. During the battle just now, everyone could see that he had the upper hand in the battle against Thunder God. With the 6 of them working together, even if they were to face the remaining 9 from the Destruction Saint Realm head-on, they would at least be able to protect themselves. Of course, there was no need to be too afraid. Let's go. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The 6 of them continued to move toward the core area of the Bloodwave Realm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 figures stopped, and their expressions were extremely ugly. She's dead. Junior sister Suing was killed. We just arrived at the Bloodwave Realm, and we already lost 1 person. That damned Temporal Temple and that rank 6 True Saint from the Temporal Temple deserved to die as well. If he hadn't destroyed junior sister Su Ying's divine body, she definitely wouldn't have died. Low roars spread out one after another. 3 of the 4 had ashen faces. They had seen Suing being killed just now, so there was nothing they could do. At that critical moment, they really could not go and save her. That rank 6 true saint is indeed very strange, Thunder God said in a cold voice. He is only a rank 6 true saint, but he is able to fight with junior sister Suing. He even has a slight advantage. And what did he do in the end? Did you see how he defeated junior sister Su Ying's divine body? No. The other 3 shook their heads. They had been trying to get rid of their opponents and escape from the battlefield. They had not noticed Suing, so they had not seen how Jian Wushuang attacked. Who is he? When did such a genius appear in the temporal temple? Thunder God frowned and asked. He was a rank 6 true saint, yet he had the upper hand against a peak saint. Of course, he was a genius. I think of someone, a silver-haired youth suddenly said. Who? Thunder God immediately looked over. Heavenly Sword Marquis. 300 years ago, he killed a rank 7 true saint as a rank 4 true saint. His name is known throughout the divine beginning realm, the silver-haired youth said in a low voice. Although I've never seen the battle between Heavenly Sword Marquis and that rank 7 true saint, I've heard that Heavenly Sword Marquis specializes in the Tao of the Sword. His comprehension of the principles of space and time is exactly the same as the rank 6 true saint we just saw. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Thunder God's gaze was cold, regardless of whether this rank 6 true saint is the Heavenly Sword Marquis or not. The people of the Temporal Temple attacked us in the Blood Wave realm and even killed junior sister Su Ying. We can't let this matter go just like that. And that Di Hao, at the mention of Di Hao, Thunder God's expression sank. In their previous battle with the Temporal Temple, Thunder God had fought with Di Hao head-on. Logically speaking, Di Hao was ranked 8th on the True Saint rankings, while Thunder God was ranked 6th. Just based on the ranking alone, his strength should have been stronger. But in the real battle, Di Hao was obviously stronger than him. Especially that last axe, Thunder God was extremely shocked. That Di Hao's strength is much more terrifying than the introduction on the True Saint ranking. I'm sure he has the strength of the top 5 on the True Saint ranking. With him around, it's impossible for the 4 of us to take revenge on the Temporal Temple alone. We have no choice but to report this matter to the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint realm. Thunder God made up his mind. He immediately contacted the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint realm. Although the Bloodwave realm was extremely special in the Divine Beginning realm, the space-time of the Bloodwave realm was not completely cut off from the outside world. In other words, it was still easy to get in contact with the outside world in the Bloodwave realm. 3 heavens. Inside a magnificent palace. Buzz, a hazy figure slowly condensed. This hazy figure was surprisingly the consciousness incarnation of the Thunder God. Chapter 32:13. Orders. Thunder God pays his respects to the Lord. Thunder God's consciousness avatar stood there and respectfully bowed to the person in front of him. It was a thin and frail old man dressed in a black robe with small eyes that looked like those of a mouse. This thin and frail old man's body was also suffused with a faint layer of green light, making him look like a green ghost. Thunder God, do you know why you have appeared here and met me? The thin old man looked down at Thunder God, his voice cold. I don't know. Thunder God shook his head. He indeed did not know. He had just reported what had happened in the Blood Wave realm to a manager of the Destruction Saint realm, the Principal's master, and had also made his own guess. He had guessed that the rank 6 true saint of the Temporal Temple was Heavenly Sword Marquis. In the end, that Principal's master had directly told him that Sky Nether Master wanted to see him. Sky Nether Master was a supreme existence in the Destruction Saint realm. If one were to put aside that Supreme Saint Realm Master, Sky Nether Master's power in the Destruction Saint Realm could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Normally, Thunder God did not even have the right to meet such a supreme existence. But now, Sky Nether Master came to find him. I'm looking for you because of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Sky Nether Master's voice was cold. You said that one of the 6 immortal saints who entered the Blood Wave realm is Heavenly Sword Marquis? That's just my guess. I can't be sure, Thunder God said. There's a mirror image here. It was left by Heavenly Sword Marquis when he fought with a rank 7 true saint when he was a rank 4 true saint. See if it's him. Sky Nether Master waved his hand. Immediately, a huge mirror image appeared in the hall. In the mirror image, it was Jin Wushuang fighting with the rank 7 true Saint Bai Yuan of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Thunder God only took a glance at the mirror image and instantly confirmed it. It's him. The rank 6 true Saint of the Temporal Temple is him. Although there are some slight changes in his appearance, the sword in his hand, the sword technique he used, and even his appearance and temperament are all exactly the same. In addition to the ability he displayed in the Bloodwave realm, there is absolutely no one else in the Divine Beginning realm who can think like this. It's fine as long as it's him. Sky Nether Master nodded slightly and ordered, "You wait here for a moment." After saying that, Sky Nether Master's figure flashed and disappeared. In another palace, this palace appeared rather simple and crude. However, no matter how simple it could not conceal the dignity of the person at the top of the palace. The Sky Nether Master from before was currently standing below the palace with incomparable respect. He did not even dare to raise his head to look directly at the person above. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Has he gone to the Temporal Temple? A cold and emotionless voice was emitted from the figure above. Yes, he has already reached the rank 6 true saint, and his battle strength is comparable to a peak saint, Sky Nether Master said seriously. Peak saint battle strength? As expected, his improvement is still so fast. He is indeed worthy of being chosen by that old fellow. The figure smiled indifferently. Following that, he fell silent for a long while before speaking again. The Blood Wave realm is too special. Since Heavenly Sword Marquis is staying in the Blood Wave realm, even the Heavenly Tao cannot do anything to him. It is impossible to send an expert above the Principal's Master to kill him. After all, even I cannot force my way into that place. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. As for waiting for Heavenly Sword Marquis to come out of the Blood Wave realm before attacking, he's now a member of the Temporal Temple. Once he comes out of the Blood Wave realm, the Temporal Temple will definitely have experts to assist him. At that time, he will inevitably have a head-on battle with the Temporal Temple, and the Temporal Temple is not to be trifled with. Heavenly Nether Master listened respectfully from below, but did not dare to say anything. The Temporal Temple was one of the 3 freedom alliances of the Divine Beginning realm. Although the 3 saint realms dared to fight with the Temporal Temple, no matter how fierce the fight was, it was still a fight. And to directly start a war, even the 3 saint realms had to carefully consider it and did not dare to take such a risk. There's nothing we can do. The best way to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis is to kill him in the Bloodwave realm. There should be many outstanding fellows in the Bloodwave realm during the era when I destroyed the Saint realms, right? The figure asked. There are. As in the past, there are 10 outstanding little fellows in my era of destruction. The strongest one is a little fellow called Thunder God. However, Thunder God has already met with the people from the Temporal Temple and suffered a loss. It's not realistic for these little fellows from my era of destruction to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis in a head-on collision with the Temporal Temple, Sky Nether Master said. If it's not enough for me to destroy the Saint Realm, don't we still have the Life and Death Saint Realm and the Flame Saint Realm? Go! Tell those little fellows who destroyed the Saint Realm to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis at all costs in the Bloodwave Realm. I will also inform the Life and Death Saint Realm and the Flame Saint Realm, and they will also attack with all their strength. In short, the little fellows of the 3 saint realms have only one purpose in the Bloodwave realm, and that is to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. As for the opportunities in the Bloodwave realm, tell them that as long as they can kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, I guarantee that all of them can become Principal's Masters, the figure said indifferently. Yes. Sky Nether Master immediately turned around and left. In the void space of the Bloodwave realm, Thunder God and the other 3 were gathered here. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. He actually wants us to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis at all costs? The silver-haired youth widened his eyes. How can this be? Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is extremely talented and has unlimited potential, he is still just an immortal saint. How can he make me, the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint realm, take him so seriously? I don't understand either. Thunder God said seriously. However, this order was passed down from the mouth of the Nether Sky Master. The Nether Sky Master seems to have received an order from the Saint Master. The Saint Master even said that if we can kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, he will guarantee that each of us will become the Principal's masters. The silver-haired youth and the other two were stunned. The Saint Master had personally given the order? No matter what, since Sky Nether Master said it, it can't be false. In other words, our main mission in the Bloodwave realm isn't to fight for the Bloodwave token, but to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis instead of obtaining the opportunity in the Bloodwave Palace. Not only us, but the other two Saint Realms seem to have received the same order. We 3 Saint Realms must kill Heavenly Sword Marquis this time. Chapter 32:14. Everything was ready in the calm void. Thunder God and the other 3 stood there, waiting quietly. Not long after, 5 figures rushed over from the void in front of them. The leader was a muscular brown-haired middle-aged man. Thunder God, I heard that you guys suffered a great loss at the hands of the Temporal Temple? The brown-haired middle-aged man appeared in front of Thunder God. Yes, junior sister Su Ying also died at the hands of the Temporal Temple. Thunder God nodded slightly. Let's cut to the chase. Wan Xian, you should have received the order from Sky Nether Master, right? Wan Xian was ranked 17th on the True Saint list. Just like Thunder God, Wan Xian also came from the Destruction Saint realm. The Destruction Saint realm was one of the 3 great Saint realms after all. It had overwhelming power and countless experts. Every time they entered the Bloodwave realm, Destruction Saint realm had a total of 10 spots. This time, Destruction Saint realm had a total of 10 peak saints entering the Bloodwave realm. However, these 10 immortal saints were split into 2 teams. One team was led by Thunder God, and the other team was led by Wan Xian. I've already received an order from the Sky Nether Master. He wants us to work together and kill a cultivator called Heavenly Sword Marquis in the Temporal Temple at all costs. But I still don't understand. Where did that Heavenly Sword Marquis get the ability to make the Sky Nether Master give such an order? Wan Xian said with a frown. I don't know the reason, but since the order has been given, we naturally have to do our best to complete it. Heavenly Sword Marquis must die, Thunder God said. If you want to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have to face those people from the Temporal Temple. Are you confident? Wan Xian asked. Including Heavenly Sword Marquis, there are a total of 6 people from the Temporal Temple who entered the Bloodwave realm this time. Among them, there are 2 invincible saints. 2 of them are not invincible saints, but their combat strength is not much weaker than ordinary invincible saints. The last 2 are also extremely powerful peak saints. Among these 6 people, the strongest is Di Hao. This Di Hao, I fought with him before. To be honest, his strength is a little stronger than mine, Thunder God said. Di Hao is stronger than you? Wan Xian was stunned. Thunder God was ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking. How could he be inferior to Di Hao? We don't have absolute confidence to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis by joining hands with the Temporal Temple. After all, the people of the Temporal Temple are not fools. They know that they can't defeat him and can escape. With their attainments in space-time, it will be difficult for us to stop them. Thunder God's voice was cold, but it doesn't matter. I've already asked someone to come and help. Let's wait here for now. Once they arrive, we'll have a high chance of success. Wan Xian nodded slightly, and the group continued to wait in the void. After waiting for 4 hours, another 5 figures finally flew over from the void. Haha, Thunder God Wan Xian, long time no see. Hearty laughter rang out. The one who spoke was the leader of the 5, a sloppy girl. This girl looked very thin and weak. She looked like she could be blown down by the wind, but her personality was very forthright. Susia, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Thunder God looked at this sloppy girl. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Susia, ranked 24th on the True Saint rank, came from the Illusory Moon Sky sect. I've already sent a message to you. What do you think? Thunder God asked. I've already rushed here personally. What do you think? The sloppy girl, Su Xie, glanced at Thunder God. That's good. With the help of your heavenly phantom sect, this matter is almost certain. Also, Taoist Bing, did you bring your array formation with you? Thunder God looked at a strange old man behind Su Xie. Hearing Thunder God's words, the strange old man lifted his head, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry. In terms of power, my Taoist Bing isn't as strong as you guys. However, in terms of formations, there aren't many immortal saints in the divine beginning realm who are stronger than me. At that time, you guys can just watch. Once my formation is activated, I guarantee that no one in the temporal temple can escape. However, my formation can only seal space and time, but it can't completely seal a space and time. And I've heard that one of the most powerful space-time divine arts of the temporal temple cannot even affect space-time seal when used. If someone in the temporal temple has mastered that move, then I can't do anything about it. Taoist Bing, you're talking about space-time teleportation, right? Wan Xin looked over. I've heard from my master that this move is indeed a great life-saving method. It's even more terrifying than teleportation. Unless space-time is completely sealed, no one can stop him from leaving. However, the space-time divine art is an extremely transcendent divine art. Even in the temporal temple, there are pitifully few who can comprehend the space-time divine art. Moreover, those who have cultivated the space-time divine art can only master the first and second styles. As for the third style of space-time teleportation, as far as I know, even the principles masters find it hard to master it. There are so many cultivators who are good at the space-time principles in the temporal temple, but there are less than 10 people who have mastered the space-time teleportation, and almost all of them have reached the principles master. And the 6 people we're going to deal with this time are only immortal saints. It's impossible for anyone to master this move. Wan Xin was very confident. He had heard it from his master. The truth was similar to what Wan Xin had said. The space-time divine art of the temporal temple was too difficult to master. The first and second styles were fine, but there were still some people in the temporal temple who had comprehended it. However, the third move, there were only a handful of people in the temporal temple who could master the third move, space-time teleportation. Unfortunately, what Wan Xin did not know was that Jin Wushuang was one of the people who had mastered space-time teleportation. Everything is ready. Now we just need to find the location of those people in the temporal temple, Su Xie said. On this point, Sky Nether Master has already ordered those forces that are on the same side as our 3 great saint realms to search. Moreover, they are going to do it quietly. We will definitely not alert them. We just need to wait here for the news, Thunder God said. The group of people waited in the void for another 2 days. Finally, there is news. We have found out the location of the 6 people from the temporal temple. We will set off immediately, Thunder God said. Instantly, 9 people from the 2 squads of Destruction Saint Realm and 5 people from the Fantasy Moon Sky sect set off toward the location of the 6 people from the temporal temple. Among the 14 people, there were 6 unrivaled true saints, and the remaining 8 were all powerful peak saints who were quite famous in the divine beginning realm. There were also Thunder God, Wan Xin, and Su Xie, the 3 top experts on the true saint list, and Zhenren Bing, who was an expert in formations. This lineup could be described with one word: terrifying. Chapter 32:15. Ambush in the vast void of the Bloodwave realm. Jin Wushuang and the other 3 slowly moved forward. Along the way, except for the first collision with the Saint Realm of Destruction, they encountered many experts, but they did not fight each other. According to our speed, we will arrive at the center of the Bloodwave realm in half a day. There are many experts there, and all the top immortal saints who enter the Bloodwave realm will gather there. Before the Bloodwave token is born, there will be a period of peace. During this period, many immortal saints will spar with each other and challenge each other, especially the experts on the true saint list. Many people will fight to challenge them. Dihao, when you fought with Thunder God previously, you clearly had the upper hand. In terms of strength, you should be able to rank in the top 5 of the true saint ranking. When you reach the central region, don't you want to challenge those who are ranked in the top 5 of the true saint ranking? Qian Hongzi looked at Di Hao with interest. The central region of the Blood Wave realm had too many experts gathered. Naturally, all kinds of challenges became very frequent. There's no rush. If there's a chance, they'll take action. Di Hao said coldly. These words caused Qian Hongzi's brows to furrow. It was very clear that Di Hao also wanted to fight for a spot on the True Saint rankings. Moreover, he indeed had the strength to do so. Qian Hongzi, you're an unrivaled True Saint after all. Moreover, your strength isn't ordinary. Don't you want to get a spot on the True Saint rankings? Even if you're ranked last, you can still be famous throughout the world, right? Yu teased. Everyone on the True Saint list is a monster. I don't have the ability to challenge them. Qian Hongzi shook his head. The 6 people were talking casually as they flew. The atmosphere was good. At this moment, well, is there someone? Qian Hongzi suddenly raised his head. Jin Wushuang had also seen 5 figures standing in the void in front of him. 5 people. The leader is Su Xia of the Illusory Moon sect. Qian Hongzi's eyes focused. Su Xia? Jin Wushuang immediately recalled the information he had read about Su Xia. Su Xia was ranked 24th on the True Saint list. He used a long whip as a weapon and had a strange whip technique. He had once easily defeated 2 invincible saints by himself. Although he is ranked 24th and is considered to be at the bottom of the True Saint list, as long as he is ranked on the True Saint list, he will be extremely powerful, Jin Wushuang thought. They are coming, Qian Hongzi said. Jin Wushuang immediately saw that Su Xia and the other 3 were already rushing toward him. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang and the other 3 immediately stopped, but they did not retreat. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. After all, the Temporal Temple did not have any conflict with the Illusory Moon sect. Moreover, the 5 members of the Illusory Moon sect were obviously much weaker than the Temporal Temple. Naturally, the Temporal Temple did not fear them. Su Xia, what are you doing? Di Hao's voice was cold as he looked at Su Xia and the others. Nothing. I just came to say hello to everyone from the Temporal Temple. Su Xia gave a strange smile. As she spoke, her eyes moved slightly. She looked at Jin Wushuang and the others. After a while, her eyes were completely focused on Jin Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, that's Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was famous in the Divine Beginning world 300 years ago, right? Su Xia asked. It's me. Jin Wushuang nodded and did not deny his identity. Thanks. 300 years ago, you were able to kill a rank 7 True Saint with a rank 4 True Saint realm. Now that you've reached the rank 6 True Saint realm, you actually dare to wander in the Bloodwave realm. You really have guts, Su Xia praised. Su Xia, if you have anything to say, just say it. If you have nothing to say, then don't block our way. Qian Hongzi said in a low voice. Of course. We'll leave immediately. As Su Xia said this, her body also seemed to be about to retreat. However, as she retreated, a fierce light flashed in her eyes. Attack! With the word attack, Taoist Master Bing, who had long since prepared behind Su Xia, immediately took out a round plate. Buzz! A majestic energy wave burst out from the disc. In an instant, a huge cyan magic array swept out in all directions, covering the entire space and time. In the blink of an eye, the space and time where Jin Wushuang and the others were sealed. Space and time sealed? Magic formation? No. Jin Wushuang and the others' expressions changed. Su Xia, are you courting death? Di Hao's voice was cold. Courting death? I'm afraid we won't be the ones to die. Su Xia sneered. As his laughter fell, several figures rushed over from both sides of the void and appeared beside Su Xia in an instant. Seeing these figures, Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Jin Wushuang, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. Thunder God. Saint Destruction Realm? They were the people from the Saint Destruction Realm led by Thunder God and Wan Xian. Together with Su Xia and the other 5 experts from the Illusionary Moon sect, a total of 14 experts appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and the others. Everyone from the Temporal Temple, we meet again. Thunder God's body was covered with dark purple thunderbolts, and an endless violent aura spread out. His cold eyes also swept over Jian Wushuang and the others. That person is Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Wan Xian stared at Jian Wushuang with a sinister smile. I'm quite curious about him to be able to make Heavenly Sword Marquis Master give such an order. He's going to be a dead man soon. What's there to be curious about? Thunder God smiled. The two of them talked to each other without paying any attention to the 6 people from the Temporal Temple. The 6 people from the Temporal Temple were looking at each other with serious expressions. There are 14 immortal saints in total, including 6 invincible saints and 8 peak saints. Thunder God, Wan Xian, and Su Xia are experts on the true saint list. We're in big trouble. I knew that the Destruction Saint realm wouldn't let this go so easily. It seems like it's true. The gap in strength is so big. What should we do? What can we do? The space-time has been completely sealed, and the array used to seal the space-time is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even Di Hao might not be able to break the space-time seal with his full strength. We have no choice but to fight. With the strength of the 6 of us, even if the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sky sect join hands, it won't be so easy to take us down. Yes. The 6 of them looked at each other and reached an agreement. Everyone. At this moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke. Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, and the others immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold as he said, "Kill Moxine first." Di Hao and the others were stunned, but they immediately understood. Chapter 32:16. The Ultimate Axe Attack. Kill. Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yu Yu, Fei Xue, and Jian Wushuang all attacked. Haha, the people of the Temporal Temple really overestimated themselves. The people of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect laughed. Leave the Heavenly Sword Marquis to me. They'll go kill him. Su Xie smiled indifferently. Wan Xian, let's join hands and teach Di Hao a lesson. Thunder God said. He did not dare to say that he would kill Di Hao directly. After all, the invincible saint was very difficult to deal with if he risked his life. On the true saint list, only the top 3 had killed the invincible saint alone. Di Hao was so powerful that he was ranked in the top 5 on the true saint list. They did not dare to leave him here. It was already good enough to teach Di Hao a lesson. The people from both sides moved together and soon collided. Heavenly Sword Marquis, die. Su Xie let out a strange howl. She easily passed through the crowd and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang like a ghost. Then, she swung the long jade-green whip in her hand like a jade-green flood dragon. Her agile body directly lashed toward Jian Wushuang. She was so fast and powerful that the sound of air cracking could be heard when the whip passed through the void. Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, and the others had already fought with their opponents, so no one could help Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had to face Su Xie alone, an expert on the true saint list. Jian Wushuang's face was solemn. At the moment the battle broke out, he had already used the 7-star secret skill, the Divine Punishment skill, and the 9 Luminaries star armor. His battle strength had reached its peak. When the jade-green whip lashed toward him, his body surged with majestic divine power. It was the peerless sword technique. Shixiang, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Whoosh. The most powerful sword move of Jian Wushuang's sword technique swept out. The scarlet sword shadow collided with the green whip. With a crisp sound, a terrifying power swept over. The Blood Mountain sword almost fell out of his hand, but Su Xie twisted his wrist casually. Swish. Swish. 2 more whips swept toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could only barely swing his sword to block them. Bang. Bang. Another 2 crisp sounds rang out. The first whip directly defeated Jian Wushuang's sword style. At the same time, the whip hit Jian Wushuang's body directly, severely injuring his divine body in an instant. His body also retreated rapidly, and the second whip continued to attack. Without any hindrance, it directly shattered Jian Wushuang's divine body. Buzz. Jian Wushuang's divine body quickly regenerated. He stood in the void and looked at Su Xie in shock. So powerful. Is this the battle strength of the true saint list? Jin Wushuang's heart was in turmoil. He knew that he was not weak. When he used his full strength, he could barely fight against an ordinary invincible saint. However, when he fought with Su Xia only casually waved 3 whips. The first whip directly crushed him in terms of power. The second whip heavily injured him, and the third whip caused his divine body to collapse on the spot. The gap was too big. Moreover, Su Xia was only ranked 24th on the true saint list, and he was still at the bottom. One could imagine how strong Di Hao, Thunder God, and the other top 3 on the true saint list were. How strong were the 3 experts who could kill the invincible saint? As soon as Jin Wushuang's divine body was reconstituted, Su Xia had already attacked again. But at this moment, buzz! A terrifying power suddenly burst out from the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the world around them darkened. The world was dark as if it had fallen into a void space. Even the sound had completely disappeared. On the battlefield, many experts from both camps looked in the same direction in shock. At that spot, in the middle of the darkness, a cold figure stood there. In his hand was a huge axe. That huge axe was 2 meters long. At this moment, this huge axe was slowly swinging downwards. The process of swinging the huge axe shocked everyone present. This axe? Jin Wushuang also looked at the axe in astonishment. He could sense an extremely terrifying power from this axe. Most importantly, he also sensed the power of the destruction and space-time laws. This axe technique contains both the principles of destruction and the principles of space-time. 2 principles at the same time? How is this possible? The principles are fused? Everyone was stunned. Even Thunder God and Wan Xian were trembling. One had to know that this terrifying axe was aimed at them. Be careful. Thunder God let out a shrill cry, and endless thunderbolts covered his body. Wan Xian's aura also soared. The 2 of them were going all out at this moment. However, when that axe was swung down, everywhere it passed, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When the axe shadow missed, everything fell into silence. Boom, boom. 2 extremely miserable figures shot out from the center of the battlefield like cannonballs. These 2 people were surprisingly the Thunder God and Wan Xian, who was fighting against Di Hao. However, at this moment, both of their bodies were trembling slightly. During the collision just now, one of their divine bodies had collapsed by nearly 40%. The other had collapsed by nearly 70%. After all, this was the battle between the 2 of them when they joined hands to resist that axe. In the end, their divine bodies had collapsed by so much. If they were to face that axe alone, their divine bodies would probably completely collapse. Di Hao, Thunder God's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and his heart was also in a state of extreme shock. However, suddenly, the figure of Di Hao, who had used an earth-shaking axe attack and sent Thunder God and Wan Xian flying at the same time, suddenly swayed and strangely appeared beside a silver-haired old man on the battlefield. The huge axe in his hand also directly fell down. What? The silver-haired old man was a peak saint of the Destruction Holy Region. He had been working together with others to deal with Yu. Although he had noticed the battle between Di Hao and Thunder God, he did not dare to get involved. But he never thought that Di Hao would take the initiative to find him. Boom! Although the mighty axe was not as terrifying as the earth-shaking axe, its power was strong enough to make a peak saint despair. At the very least, the silver-haired old man did not have the ability to resist. Bang! With a loud sound, the silver-haired old man's divine body instantly collapsed. Moreover, the giant axe contained a vast destructive power, which instantly destroyed more than half of the silver-haired old man's divine power. Chapter 32:17. Disappeared without a trace. My divine power has been reduced by 70%. After the silver-haired old man's divine body was reassembled, he was terrified. Fortunately, Di Hao only attacked him once and was immediately entangled by the Thunder God and Wan Xian. Otherwise, Di Hao would have killed him with just one more blow. I only have 30% of my divine power left. My divine body can only be reassembled once more. If I meet Di Hao or other invincible saints attacking me again, I will definitely die. I cannot interfere in this battle anymore. I will retreat to the outside of the battlefield first. The silver-haired old man had already made up his mind. However, just as he was about to move, a figure appeared behind the silver-haired old man without any warning. This is... The silver-haired old man's pupils constricted. He had already sensed it, but sensing it did not mean that he would be able to react in time. A soundless sword light instantly pierced through the void, then directly pierced through the silver-haired old man's divine body. The silver-haired old man's eyes were wide open, and there was still shock and disbelief in his eyes. However, the remaining 30% of his divine power had already been completely corroded by the cold blood poison. Even before he died, the silver-haired old man still could not figure out why the temporal temple wanted to kill him first when there were 14 cultivators from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon Sky sect present. Moreover, it was very obvious that they had planned it. They had made him their first target to kill. Why? With doubts in his heart, the silver-haired old man finally died. Junior brother Mo Xian. Mo Xian. The people of the Destruction Saint realm were shocked to see this scene. At the same time, they also saw the figure that appeared in the void where the silver-haired old man was. It was Jian Wushuang. Its heavenly sword marquee. When did he go there? The people from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon sect were stunned. At the same time, they all looked at Su Xie. But at this moment, Su Xie was also puzzled. What did this kid do? Su Xie frowned. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. She was indeed fighting with Jian Wushuang just now, and she had completely crushed Jian Wushuang and destroyed his divine body. But when Di Hao used that shocking axe and everyone was attracted by it, Jian Wushuang disappeared right in front of her eyes. Yes, he disappeared right in front of her eyes. When Su Xie realized what had happened, she did not know where Jian Wushuang had gone. It was not until Jian Wushuang flashed and killed Mo Xian that she knew his real location. Now that Mo Xian is dead, the next thing will be easier. Jian Wushuang stood in the void where the silver-haired elder Mo Xian was and looked around the battlefield, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Destruction Saint Realm, Illusion Moon Sect, didn't you want to kill me? Now I want to see who will kill who. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. It reverberated between heaven and earth. As soon as his voice fell, the endless power of ice and fire suddenly swept up and spread in all directions at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was covered by this power of ice and fire. Then, the people from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon Sky sect who were in the domain of ice and fire instantly sensed a majestic pressure from the domain of ice and fire. This pressure was like a huge mountain, weighing hundreds of millions of kilograms that was pressing down on them. Everyone felt heavy. This is a domain? What a terrifying domain. I, an invincible saint, feel a huge pressure in this domain. My strength has been reduced by at least 20%. A supreme treasure. This is definitely a domain-type supreme treasure. Heavenly Sword Marquee has a domain-type supreme treasure? Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and greed. True treasures were extremely precious. Even rule masters valued them and would fight for them. If a domain-type true treasure was added to the list, it was enough to drive principal's masters crazy. They obviously did not expect Jian Wushuang to have such a treasure. Even Di Hao and Qin Hongzi of the Spacetime Temple did not expect this. Brother Heavenly Marquis, he has a domain-type supreme treasure. It was useless when he fought with me. Duan Lang had a complicated look on his face. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was in the center of the ice and fire domain, had become the focus of the battlefield. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly disappeared. It's the same move again. Su Xie's pupils constricted. The experts from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect immediately spread their soul power, trying to find Jian Wushuang's location. But in the end, he can't be found? No, he doesn't exist in my soul perception. Where did Heavenly Sword Marquee go? The experts from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect were puzzled. Suddenly, a cold sword light pierced into the divine body of a woman in green. Her divine body collapsed at once, and 40% of it was consumed by the cold blood poison. Then her divine body reassembled again. Be careful. Heavenly Sword Marquis is hiding around us and trying to assassinate us. His sneak attack is very terrifying. I just barely sensed his presence, but I didn't have time to attack, the woman in green shouted. The woman in green was from the Illusory Moon sect and was a very powerful peak saint. However, she was silently defeated by Jian Wushuang. Everyone from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon sect was shocked by this scene. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded. This time, it was a peak saint from the Destruction Saint realm. His divine body was also pierced by Jian Wushuang's sword. Although he did not die on the spot, his divine power was instantly consumed by more than 50%. Chi. Chi. Two more sounds sounded. This time, it was from the Destruction Saint realm. The divine bodies of two peak saints had been destroyed once. This strange assassination technique caused the people from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon sect to panic. Damn it! Where is he hiding? Strange. His concealment technique is too strange. It's so strange that even our soul senses can't sense it. Now I finally know why the Temporal Temple decided to kill Junior Brother Moxin at all costs. Junior Brother Moxin is the only one among us who specializes in the soul. His soul senses are much stronger than all of us. With him around, we can definitely sense the position of the Heavenly Sword Marquis. But now that Junior Brother Moxin is dead, the rest of us can't find the Heavenly Sword Marquis at all. He is hiding around us and ambushing us time and time again. We can't do anything to him. Chapter 32:18. Retreat. What should we do? Everyone from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect was shocked and furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could not sense Jian Wushuang's location at all. Although I have only cultivated the shadowless escape skill created by the Blood Blade Master to the initial success stage, no one can sense my existence unless he is a soul expert at the peak of the Saint realm or above. The only soul expert in the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect, Moxin, has been killed. The rest of them cannot sense my existence at all. They can only become my living targets. Jian Wushuang hid in the void, but his eyes were full of killing intent. With his strength, the use of shadowless evasive technique, together with the sword of no breath, can absolutely have a fatal threat to the peak saint. Of course, the powerful peak saints present could barely sense it when he attacked, just like when Jian Wushuang and Duanlang fought. Before Duanlang used the Black Demon Realm and barely withstood Jian Wushuang's attack. However, when Jian Wushuang fought Duanlang, he did not use his full strength, and he did not use his realm at that time. Now that the Icefire realm was suppressing the experts of the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon sect, it was very difficult for them to block Jian Wushuang's attack. Chi. 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 Jian Wushuang appeared behind the peak saints on the battlefield, and then used his killing moves again and again. The peak saints could hardly react in time. Jian Wushuang had launched 9 sneak attacks and destroyed the divine bodies of 6 peak saints. 3 of them had been destroyed twice. Among the 3 peak saints whose divine bodies had been destroyed twice was the one who had used the magic formation, Immortal Being. My divine body has been destroyed twice, and I have less than 30% of my divine power left. If Heavenly Sword Marquis attacks me again, I will definitely die. Immortal Being was completely panicked. Run, run. Su Xie, protect me. Immortal Being did not dare to do anything. He ran out of the battlefield crazily. While running, he also needed Su Xie to escort him, afraid that Jian Wushuang would catch up. He was not the only one. The peak saints of the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect also started to run away. They had been beaten up by Jian Wushuang's sneak attack. This Thunder God and Wan Xian stood in the middle of the battlefield and looked at the surroundings. They did not know what to do. Alas! After a long while, Thunder God sighed. I didn't expect Heavenly Sword Marquis to have such a terrifying escape skill. He is hiding in the surrounding void. We can't do anything to him, and it's impossible to kill him. Instead, our people have become his living targets. If you have problems with this website, Please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Let's retreat, Thunder God said. Then he, Wan Xian, and the other invincible saints of the Destruction Saint realm protected those peak saints and rushed toward the distant void. Soon, the people of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect completely disappeared from Jian Wushuang's sight. Jian Wushuang slowly appeared in the void until the people of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect left. Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and the others immediately came over to greet him. Everyone, are you okay? Jian Wushuang looked around at the people around him. I'm fine. Fortunately, they were scared away by your escape art. Otherwise, Qian Hongzi did not continue. Indeed, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Moreover, the surrounding space and time were completely sealed, so it was difficult for them to escape. In such a situation, if Jian Wushuang's shadowless escape art and the breathless sword art were not used, the people from the Destruction Saint realm of destruction and the illusory moon sect had been intimidated. If they continued to kill, some of the 6 people from the temporal temple would definitely die, and not just one. It's a pity that my escape skill and sword skill can only threaten a peak saint. Moreover, I have to sneak attack a peak saint at least 3 or 4 times before I can kill him. Although I attacked as fast as I could, I didn't really kill one of them. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful. He had launched 9 sneak attacks and achieved great results. However, except for Mo Xian in the beginning, he did not really kill the second peak saint. The main reason was that the other party retreated quickly and did not give him a chance. In any case, it's already good enough that we didn't injure them and force them to retreat. Qian Hongzi sighed, and then he looked at Jian Wushuang. Brother Heavenly Marquis, from the looks of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusory moon heaven sect, it seems that they are here for you. Did you have some enmity with the Destruction Saint realm before? Di Hao, Duan Lang, and the others also looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and admitted, not only the Destruction Saint realm, but I also have a huge enmity with the 3 saint realms, and it's the kind that will not rest until one of us is dead. What? Qian Hongzi and the others were shocked. One person had provoked the 3 saint realms at the same time, and it was the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead? What kind of ability was that? After their surprise, they fell silent again. They were in the Blood Wave realm together with Jian Wushuang. The grudge between Jian Wushuang and the 3 saint realms was so big that the 3 saint realms would definitely come to find trouble, just like the assassination just now. Obviously, if they continued to stay with Jian Wushuang, they would be more or less implicated. Jian Wushuang knew this, so he directly admitted it, giving the 5 people of the Temporal Temple a chance to choose for themselves. Jian Wushuang was waiting for the 5 people in front of him to decide whether to separate from him or to continue to move with him regardless of the consequences. After a long while, Duan Lang was the first to raise his head and smile indifferently. So what if there are 3 saint realms? The Temporal Temple has clashed with the 3 saint realms countless times over the years. What's there to be afraid of? Yes, the 3 saint realms can only scare ordinary forces. It's still far from scaring the Temporal Temple, Qian Hongzi added. Humph, we don't have many experts, but the reason why our Temporal Temple is still one of the 3 freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning realm is that we are united. If the 3 saint realms want to kill the Heavenly Marquis brothers, they have to go through us, Yu snorted. Of course, it'll go with you, Fei Xue also smiled. In a short while, 4 out of 5 people expressed their opinions. They were all willing to continue adventuring with Jian Wushuang, and were not afraid of being implicated by Jian Wushuang. Only Di Hao, who was the strongest, remained silent. Chapter 32:19. Fusion of Principles. Di Hao, what do you think? Qian Hongzi looked at Di Hao. I don't care. Di Hao was still very cold. For him, it was not much different from whether he moved with Jian Wushuang or not. Because no matter what kind of attack it was, even if all the experts of the 3 saint realms came at the same time, they could not really threaten him. After all, his strength was there. For example, even though the Destruction Saint realm had trapped everyone in the Temporal Temple with a magic formation, neither Thunder God nor Wan Xian had thought of leaving Di Hao behind. At most, They just wanted to teach Di Hao a lesson, but in the end, they were taught a lesson by Di Hao. With his strength, it was almost impossible to kill Di Hao in the Blood Wave realm. Even if he met Light King, who was ranked first on the True Saint list, even if Di Hao could not defeat him, he could at least survive. Thank you, everyone. Jian Wushuang looked at the 5 people around him gratefully. In fact, he did not have much friendship with these 5 people. They just belonged to the same faction of the Temporal Temple. However, just as Palace Master Bai Xing had said when he first entered the Temporal Temple, although there were not many experts in the Temporal Temple, they were extremely united. Indeed, the Temporal Temple was very united. Just from the current situation, Di Hao and the other 3 people did not abandon him, even though they knew that the 3 Saint Realms had a feud with him and would probably kill him at all costs. It was obvious. 5 of you, since you are willing to continue exploring the Blood Wave realm with me, there is something I must tell you in advance, Jian Wushuang said seriously. What is it? Qian Hongzi and the other 3 Saint Realm experts looked at him. The 5 of you are not aware of the grudge between me and the 3 Saint Realm experts. It is not convenient for me to tell you about it before, but I can tell you that the grudge is so great that as long as I am still in the Blood Wave realm, the 3 Saint Realm experts will go crazy and kill me. They will even ignore the opportunities in the Blood Wave realm. That is not the main thing. At the critical moment, the 3 Saint Realm experts might pay a great price to invite some experts to help them. In other words, we might encounter a situation that is 10 times more difficult, or even 100 times more difficult than before. So, you must remember that if it really comes to that, I will ask you to run away. At that time, don't hesitate and just run as I say. Don't pay attention to me, Jian Wushuang said seriously. Ignore you? What are you going to do? Duan Lang frowned. Don't worry. I told you this in advance to tell you that I have my own life-saving means. No matter how powerful the 3 Saint Realms are, I'm confident that I can leave. But if you stay, it will only make me more worried, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? Qian Hongzi raised his eyebrows. Brother Heavenly Marquis, do you really have a powerful life-saving skill? Duan Lang glanced at Jian Wushuang. Yes, I can swear it, Jian Wushuang said with certainty. He was not lying. He had a life-saving skill, which was time-space teleportation. Once time-space teleportation was used, no one could stop him unless there was a top expert who could use time-space imprisonment. There were only a dozen or so people in the Divine Beginning realm who was qualified to use time-space imprisonment. All of them were top Principles Masters, and only the Immortal Saint was qualified to enter the Blood Wave realm. Of course, no one could use this move. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Therefore, he did have a 100% chance of survival. After hearing Jian Wushuang's affirmative answer, everyone nodded. Oh, Di Hao. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked at Di Hao. If I'm not mistaken, the axe you just performed contains both the destruction and space-time principles. How could you use both principles at the same time? Could it be that you've already merged the 2 principles? Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue also looked at Di Hao immediately. They had also seen Di Hao's shocking axe attack, which had forced Thunder God and Wan Xin back with heavy injuries. It had shocked everyone, especially the 2 principles contained in the axe attack. After all, it was impossible to use different principles at the same time. For example, Jian Wushuang had comprehended space-time principles and reincarnation principles at the same time. However, he could not use the 2 principles in one move at the same time. Therefore, he usually used the rules to perform his swordsmanship, while the reincarnation principles, most of the time, he used the Samsara sword formation. One was swordsmanship, and the other was a sword formation. The 2 did not interfere with each other. However, Di Hao had completely merged the 2 principles of destruction and space-time into one principle. In such a situation, only experts who had merged the 2 principles could do it. Merge the principles? How is that possible? Di Hao shook his head directly. From what I know, the fusion of 2 different principles is an extremely difficult process even for Principles Masters. Out of 100 Principles Masters, it is extremely difficult for one to fuse 2 different principles. Those who are able to do so are definitely peak existences amongst Principles Masters. I am merely an immortal saint. How can I be qualified to do many things that principles masters are unable to do? The reason why I was able to use two different laws into one axe is that I once cultivated a unique secret technique. In addition, my giant axe has been specially refined. It can only be used when the principles of destruction and space-time are superimposed. If the two principles are combined together, the power of the two principles would be less than 1/10 of the power of the two principles. Hearing Dihao's words, Jian Wushuang immediately understood and was even more shocked. Dihao's axe is so powerful just by combining the two principles. How powerful would it be if it could combine the two principles perfectly? Jian Wushuang could not help thinking. It's too difficult to perfectly merge the two different principles. Even the principles master is having a hard time. As for the immortal saint, as far as I know, there's only one person in the divine beginning realm who can perfectly merge the two principles at the immortal saint realm, and that's the number one on the true saint list, Light King. Dihao's face was solemn. The Radiant King has perfectly fused the principles of light and wind together. His comprehension of these two principles has reached perfection, and he is only one step away from mastering them completely. In addition, he also has extremely high attainments in the aspect of the soul. In other words, he is studying the principles of light, wind, and soul at the same time. He is simply a huge monster. Chapter 32:20. Central Region, Light King? Even Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming in his heart when he heard the name. With his current strength, any invincible saint could easily suppress him, and an expert like Su Xie, who was ranked on the true saint list, could easily crush him. As for Light King, he was number one on the true saint list, the most powerful immortal saint in this era. He was indeed far from the Light King. To be able to combine the two principles at the immortal saint realm and cultivate the soul at the same time. The Light King is really amazing, Jian Wushuang thought. Well, let's continue. Soon, the six of them continued to fly toward the center of the Blood Wave realm. In the void not far from the battlefield, the people from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect gathered there, their faces extremely ugly. Thunder God, I'm sorry. Under such circumstances, we can only leave, Su Xie said seriously. I understand. Thunder God nodded without any intention of blaming him. It was true that the Illusory Moon sect had retreated first, but he also knew that they had to leave at that critical moment. Although there were 5 people in the Illusory Moon sect, Su Xie was the only invincible saint, and the other 4 were only peak saints. The 4 peak saints had no ability to resist Jian Wushuang at all. In just a short moment, their divine bodies had been destroyed, and the divine body of the Ice Master had been destroyed twice. If they did not run away and continued to stand, none of the 4 peak saints would survive. Moreover, the main purpose of this assassination was to kill Jian Wushuang. However, with Jian Wushuang's escape skill, they could not kill him, so they had to leave. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is not very strong and any invincible saint can easily suppress him, his escape art is too terrifying. Thunder God, if you want to attack him, you must find a way to restrict his escape art. Otherwise, no one can kill him. As for us, we will leave first, Su Xie said. Thank you, Thunder God said, and watched the 5 people of the Illusory Moon sect leave. After the people of the Illusionary Moon sect left, Thunder God immediately contacted the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint realm. In the Grand Hall, failed. The eyes of Sky Nethermaster flashed with coldness as he stared at Thunder God's consciousness incarnation. Yes, everything was expected. I didn't expect that Heavenly Sword Marquis to have mastered an extremely strange escape technique. He can escape the soul detection of the invincible saint. He can hide in the dark and assassinate us time and time again, but we can only watch helplessly. We have no choice but to retreat temporarily, Thunder God said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Escape art? What kind of escape art can hide from your soul detection? Do you have a mirror image of him performing the escape art? The Nether Sky Master asked. Yes. Thunder God waved his hand, and a mirror image immediately appeared in the hall. This mirror image was the scene of Jian Wushuang performing the shadowless escape art and ambushing the peak saints time and time again. Nether Sky Master's pupil shrank after looking at it for a while. Even the soul of the invincible saint couldn't detect it. This escape art should be the shadowless escape art of the Blood Blade Master, Nether Sky Master said in a low voice. I didn't expect that Heavenly Sword Marquis had mastered the famous means of the Blood Blade Master. No wonder you couldn't do anything to him. Blood Blade Master? Thunder God was puzzled. Many years ago, an extremely terrifying existence was a top-notch assassin. At that time, his assassination methods were so terrifying that even I felt a little scared when facing his assassination methods, Sky Nether Master said. Hearing this, Thunder God was greatly shocked. He knew very well what kind of supreme existence Sky Nether Master was. He stood at the top among the principal's masters. However, he himself admitted that the assassination methods of Bloodblade Master were extremely terrifying. From this, one could imagine how powerful the assassination methods of the Bloodblade Master were. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is only at the level of a true saint, and he is only a rank 6 true saint. Even if he has mastered the shadowless escape technique, he has only just entered the rudiments. I'm afraid that he hasn't even reached the initial stage. As long as it is a peak saint who specializes in the soul, he should be able to sense his position with just the rudiments of the shadowless escape technique, said Sky Nether Master. Among all the saints we went to kill, Junior Brother Moxin is the only one who specializes in the soul. Unfortunately, he was killed by Heavenly Sword Marquis and Di Hao from the very beginning. That's why the following scene happened, Thunder God said. I understand. You can go, Sky Nether Master said. Lord Sky Nether, that Heavenly Sword Marquis, Thunder God frowned. I have my own plans. Just wait for my news in the Bloodwave realm. Before I send you a message, don't act rashly, and don't go looking for trouble with Heavenly Sword Marquis. Sky Nether Master said. Yes. Thunder God responded, and his consciousness avatar quickly disappeared. Bloodwave realm. After traveling continuously, the 6 people of the Temporal Temple finally arrived at the central area of the Bloodwave realm. Once they reached the center, there were obviously more experts. Countless peak saints gathered in the Bloodwave realm. They would arrive at the center as soon as possible and wait for the birth of the Bloodwave token. Jin Wushuang and the others came early, but even so, there were still many people waiting in the center. Jin Wushuang and the others found a random place in the center and stopped. Many experts nearby had noticed their presence. These 6 people should be from the Temporal Temple, right? Yes, they are from the Temporal Temple. The leader of them is the cold man with a giant axe on his back. He is Di Hao, ranked 8th on the True Saint list. I heard that Di Hao is very powerful. Apart from Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue are also quite famous. I've never heard of the other 2. Many experts were secretly discussing. Among the 6 people of the Temporal Temple, Di Hao was the most famous, followed by Qian Hongzi, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue. As for Jin Wushuang and Duan Lang, they were not very famous. Jin Wushuang only attracted people's attention because he emitted the aura of a rank 6 true saint. At this moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly shot out from the void not far away and stopped in front of the 6 people of the Temporal Temple. The person who came was a young man wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a blood-red battle saber on his back. His entire person looked extremely demonic. The eyes of this demonic man flickered with a trace of blood-red light. After arriving, he directly looked toward Di Hao. Chapter 32:21. Challenging Di Hao. You are Di Hao? The demonic man stared at Di Hao. Who are you? Di Hao glanced coldly at the demonic man. My name is Su Yi, but I prefer to be called Wing King. The demonic man laughed coldly. I knew there were countless experts in the Bloodwave realm. Unfortunately, I haven't met a decent opponent in the Bloodwave realm for a few days. Now, I finally meet an expert on the True Saint ranking. Di Hao, I want to challenge you. The voice of the demonic man, Su Yi, reverberated through the entire void, causing the experts hiding in the surroundings to hear it clearly. They had all heard Su Yi's name, and at the same time, they had also heard Su Yi's challenge. Who is this Su Yi? Wing King Su Yi? I've never heard of him. He's probably a reclusive expert. However, since he dares to directly challenge Di Hao, he should have some ability. The surrounding people were all looking forward to it. The Bloodwave realm had only opened for a few days, and there was still some time before the Bloodwave token came into being. Before the Bloodwave token came into being, there were so many experts gathered in this central area, and there were definitely some who wanted to spar with each other. This was especially so for the challenges on the True Saint list. Many previously unknown experts with extremely powerful strength wanted to become famous by challenging the experts on the True Saint list. And this Sui was now directly challenging Di Hao. To challenge me, you must first be prepared to die. Di Hao said coldly. Haha, since I dare to challenge you, I will naturally be mentally prepared. If you really have the ability, you can directly kill me. Sui laughed heartily. Cut the crap, look at the saber. Sui did not waste any more words. After Di Hao accepted the challenge, he directly pulled out the blood-colored battle saber on his back. Clang! The saber was unsheathed, and a trace of blood light instantly lit up the sky. As Sui raised the saber, a large amount of blood light instantly swept out and occupied the void, making the entire world seem to sink into a blood-red world. And in this blood-red world, a shocking killing intent suddenly rose. This Sui, what a strong killing intent. Jin Wushuang stood around and watched. When he saw Sui waving the saber, a trace of shock flashed in his heart. This terrifying killing intent alone showed that Sui's strength was extraordinary. He had definitely grown up from a bloody storm. However, for some reason, he was not famous at all. Whoosh! If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. A saber light suddenly descended. The moment it descended, the shocking killing intent and the surrounding blood-red color all gathered in the saber, making the blood-red saber light exceptionally dazzling and bright. Humph! The blade light attacked, but Di Hao only let out a cold snort as he swung the huge axe in his hand. It was a clean and neat strike, but the instant it was swung out, the world rumbled. The huge axe shadow seemed to have split apart the world as it appeared in front of the resplendent, blood-red blade light. After that, the two collided head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, endless divine might form waves of shock waves that swept wildly in all directions. After the loud bang, Sui's figure instantly shot out. Clearly, in this head-on collision, Sui was at an absolute disadvantage. Bang! With a loud bang, Di Hao was like an unrivaled demonic god, easily tearing through the air and killing his way out. He once again appeared in front of Sui, and then the second axe descended. This axe seemed to be able to split the sky and split the earth. It was incomparably domineering. All the surrounding spectators could sense an unstoppable force and might from this axe. Sui's pupils suddenly shrunk. Immediately, a bloody glow erupted from his body. Demon Slaughterer! Sui let out an explosive cry. He held the blade with both hands. The blood-colored battle blade in his hands suddenly expanded to 100 feet in length. A monstrous might swiftly gathered within the battle blade, after which he swung it once again. Clang! Another low collision sound rang out. This time, Sui was still directly sent flying. However, Di Hao's body also trembled slightly, and then he took 2 steps back. Di Hao's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he did not expect that he would be forced back by his opponent. A fierce glint could not help but flash past his eyes, and in the next moment, he abruptly took a step forward. Space exploded and Di Hao appeared in front of Sui once again. Following that, he raised the huge axe in his hands. Buzz! A pitch-black axe shadow suddenly condensed in the middle of the battlefield. An unprecedented destructive aura also spread out from this axe shadow. The moment this axe shadow formed, the gazes of all the surrounding experts who were watching the battle were instantly attracted by this axe shadow. This axe shadow gave him a feeling that he could not block it. It was invincible. Jin Wushuang, Qian Hongzi, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They knew this axe. Although it was not Di Hao's strongest axe, which combined the 2 principles of destruction and space-time. When they first met Thunder God, Di Hao had used this axe to knock him back. Even Thunder God, who was ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking, would be in a sorry state when faced with this attack, but this Sui. Boom. Although Sui tried his best to use his strongest attack in an attempt to block this attack, his blade light was instantly destroyed by that axe shadow, and then his entire body was drowned by that shocking axe shadow. Wong Wong. A terrifying power exploded in the center of the battlefield, and only after a long time did it regain its calm. When everything calmed down, the crowd looked over and saw Sui standing in the center of the battlefield, his body slightly trembling. His body was covered in a layer of blood-red armor. However, at this moment, a crack appeared in the middle of the blood-red armor. As for the god power aura on his body, it had been reduced by 10%. You received 3 strikes from me. Your divine body hasn't collapsed yet. Your strength isn't bad. Di Hao coldly glanced at Sui, but he had already put the giant axe back on his back. Apparently, he did not plan to attack again. As for Sui, his expression was somewhat unsightly. He deeply glanced at Di Hao and did not say anything else. He directly turned around and left. The moment Sui left, the surrounding void instantly became noisy. He lost. This Sui still lost. It's normal for him to lose. After all, he challenged the ranked 8th on the True Saint list, Di Hao. This Di Hao is too strong, especially that final strike he used. I feel that his strength isn't as simple as the 8th ranked on the True Saint list. He might even have a chance to break into the top 5. Although that Sui was defeated by Di Hao, he was able to take 3 of Di Hao's strikes head-on, yet his divine body didn't collapse. He can be considered extremely powerful. Many experts were discussing this quietly. Not many people were surprised by the result of this battle, but the 5 people from the Temporal Temple stood together with a playful smile on their faces. Chapter 32-22. Inviting people, this Sui is actually quite strong, said Qian Hongzi. He is indeed very strong. Conservatively speaking, he should be able to rank in the top 30 of the True Saint list. Compared to Su Xie, who was ranked 24th, there shouldn't be much of a difference. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong opponent, said Yu with a smile. That's right. With his strength, if he were to challenge those ranked at the bottom of the True Saint list, there would really be a competition. Who would win or lose would still be unknown. Even if he were to challenge those ranked at the top, even if he couldn't win, he would at least be able to hold on for a period of time. However, he is challenging Di Hao. Duan Lang also smiled faintly. Di Hao was ranked 8th on the True Saint list, but this was a ranking from a long time ago. After entering the Blood Wave realm, the few of them had seen with their own eyes that Di Hao had directly suppressed Thunder God, who was ranked 6th. His strength could definitely be ranked in the top 5 of the True Saint list. And once he used the strongest axe made of the 2 great principles, Di Hao even had the combat strength of the top 3 of the True Saint list. Sui had no chance of struggling against Di Hao. He was defeated with only 3 strikes. There are too many experts in the central area. Before the competition for the Blood Wave token begins, there will be many challenges. If you see a suitable opponent nearby, you can also fight. Qian Hongzi smiled. Jian Wushuang and the others looked at each other with smiles on their faces. In the following time, they quietly waited in the open space. As time passed, more and more experts rushed to the central area. So the central area became more and more lively. All kinds of challenges and competitions were more frequent. But after all, it was just a challenge. Most people knew their limits and did not really kill. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. At this time, it was already the 12th day since the Blood Wave realm opened. There was still some time before the Blood Wave token appeared. However, those top immortal saints who were qualified to enter the Blood Wave realm had almost all gathered in the central area. In the vast blood-colored world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures quickly streaked through the air and arrived in front of a bald, blood-colored mountain. We're here. The leader of the 3 was a graceful and extremely charming woman wearing a silver robe. This woman's face was extremely beautiful and could be said to be peerless in the world. Her every action was enough to cause one to dream about her. This was definitely a peerless beauty that could make many people go crazy over her. Not long after, There was news that someone saw that person rush into this mountain with his own eyes. With his temper, as long as he came to this central area, he shouldn't wander around. It would be best if he chose a quiet place to wait for the blood wave token to appear, the silver-robed woman said with a smile. Is that guy in this mountain? The two people beside him looked at the mountain in front of them with extremely solemn expressions. To be honest, your mission this time is just to deal with a person who isn't even qualified to enter the true saint list. It's more than enough with the three of us. Are you sure you really want to enter this mountain and invite that person out? The silver-robed, charming woman said strangely. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The two of us also think it's more than enough, but this is an order personally given by the top existences behind us. We don't dare to disobey, a golden-haired, muscular man said coldly. That's right. Perhaps the person we are going to kill has some extremely special reason. That is why the top existences behind us pay so much attention to it. They are afraid that he might escape if they appear. Another man with the appearance of an elegant young master also spoke. Since that is the case, all right, the three of us will enter together. The silver-robed, enchanting woman spoke, after which, the three of them directly walked into the mountain. The expression of the silver-robed lady changed the moment they approached the mountain. He is indeed here. I have already sensed him. The silver-robed lady opened her mouth. However, she continued, he is here. Swoosh. A breeze blew over. Soon after, a human figure appeared in front of the three of them. The person who had appeared was wearing a loose long robe. He carried a green-colored long rod on his back. His face was handsome. His two sword-like eyebrows made him appear mighty even though he was not angry. 9 Palace Saintess, Silver Wolf, and Gu Zhenzi. The three of you actually came to my place together? Do you want to have a big fight with me? The long-robed man carrying Brother Beast's long rod looked coldly at the three people in front of him. Hearing the long-robed man's words, the hearts of the three people who had come all went up. The three of them were all extremely famous. The silver-robed woman, the 9 Palace Saintess, was ranked third on the True Saint list. She was ranked in the top 3, and she had even killed an invincible saint. The man who looked like a young master was even the Silver Wolf, who was ranked 5th on the True Saint list. As for the golden-haired muscular man, Gu Zhenzi, he was ranked 10th on the True Saint list. One was ranked 3rd, one was ranked 5th, and one was ranked 10th. The three of them worked together, but they were still a little afraid of the long-robed man before them. There was nothing they could do because the man in the long robe was the Light King. He was ranked 1st on the True Saint list, the most powerful person in this era, and the only immortal saint in this era who could combine the two principles. Just thinking about how terrifying he was made people shudder. Although the 9 Temple Saintess, ranked 3rd, had also killed the invincible saint, she had spent a lot of effort to kill him. However, the Light King had killed the invincible saint. It was detailed on the True Saint list. The Light King had killed the invincible saint with only one stick. Yes, with just one stick. The invincible saint's divine body had been shattered, and he did not even have the chance to regenerate his divine body. Because of this, even if the 9 Temple Saintess, Silver Wolf, and Gu Zhenzi joined hands, they did not have much confidence in fighting the Light King. Among the immortal saints of the divine beginning realm, perhaps only the son of Saint Devil could fight this pervert in a head-on battle, the 9 Temple Saintess thought. She knew that she could not compete with the Light King. However, although the son of Saint Devil, who ranked 2nd on the True Saint list, did not fuse the two principles, the son of Saint Devil was a special life form with a huge innate advantage. With this advantage, perhaps he could have a face-to-face battle with the Light King. Light King, the three of us came here with no ill intentions. We're here to ask for your help, Silver Wolf said. Ask for my help? The Light King's lips curled up. I'm all alone. I don't have any dealings with you two saints. You want my help? I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person. Chapter 32-23. Proposed of the 30 experts on the True Saint list, most of them were genius experts nurtured by some top organizations. However, there were also a few who were lone rangers. The Light King was one of the few Lone Rangers on the True Saint list. Moreover, his personality was quite arrogant. He rarely interacted with those top organizations in the Divine Beginning realm. As for Silver Wolf and Gu Junzi, one of them came from the Life and Death Divine realm, while the other came from the Flame Divine realm. Clearly, they were from the three great divine realms. Light King, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look at this first. Silver Wolf waved his hand and threw a token toward the Light King. The Light King took the token and pondered for a moment. Then, he began to investigate the information inside the token. Silver Wolf and the other two were waiting there quietly. Do you think the Light King will agree? The Nine Temple Saintess asked curiously. I don't know. Silver Wolf shook his head. To be honest, I don't know what's inside the token. However, one of the higher-ups of my Life and Death Saint realm asked me to give the token to the Light King. He also said that as long as the Light King sees what's inside the token, he won't refuse. Oh! The Nine Palace Saintess raised her eyebrows. In front of them, the Light King went silent after reading the message inside the token. This silence lasted for a long time. After a long time, the Light King raised his head again, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Hearing this, Silver Wolf, the Nine Palace Saintess, and Gu Zhanzi laughed. It seems that the Light King really can't refuse the item in the token. Nine Palace Saintess smiled. Light King, Silver Wolf said seriously, we need you to help us kill someone. With the strength of the three of you working together, there aren't many people in the Blood Wave realm who can't be killed. Who do you want to kill? Is it Saint Devil's son? The Light King frowned. Not the son of Saint Devil. This person doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the True Saint list. However, he has mastered an escape technique and is extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, he is a subordinate of the Temporal Temple. This time, the Temporal Temple has also sent 6 people into the Blood Wave realm. Among them, Dihao is extremely powerful. Thunder God and Wan Xian, who are from the Destruction Saint realm, were forced back by him. If I'm not mistaken, this Dihao already has the strength of the top 3 on the True Saint list. Silver Wolf said, Is that so? The Light King nodded slightly but then smiled. In other words, under the protection of the Temporal Temple, killing that person shouldn't be too difficult. When do we set off? Let's go now. We'll go to Thunder God's place first and meet up with them, Silver Wolf said. Soon, the group of 4 set off. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. In the calm void, the remaining 8 members of the Destruction Saint realm gathered together. Thunder God and Wan Xian stood at a high place, staring straight ahead. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly charged forward. They're coming. Thunder God and Wan Xian's eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures had appeared in front of them. 4 figures appeared one after another. However, upon seeing these 4 people, everyone from the Destruction Saint realm was stunned. This is Silver Wolf, ranked 5th on the True Saint list, and Gu Zhanzi, ranked 10th. This woman is the Nine Temple Saintess, and the last one, the Light King. Oh my God! The experts from the Destruction Saint realm widened their eyes and looked at the 4 people in front of them in shock. Even Thunder God and Wan Xian were completely stunned. They had just received news from Sky Nethermaster that experts from the other 2 Saint realms would rush over to join them and then kill Heavenly Sword Marquis together. However, he did not know who would come. They had thought that at most 2 people from the 2 Saint realms would come at the same time. But they did not expect, other than the 2 most powerful Saint realms, Silver Wolf and Gu Zhanzi, the Light King and the Nine Palace Saintess, who were ranked 1st on the True Saint ranking and 3rd on the True Saint ranking, had also come. Thunder God, I don't need to tell you the purpose of our arrival. You already know it clearly. I'll ask you now, do you know the location of the Temporal Temple's 6 people? Silver Wolf asked directly. Yes, of course I do. Thunder God nodded heavily. A few days ago, they had joined forces with the illusionary Moon Sky sect to kill the Temporal Temple's 6 people, but they were forced to retreat. Since then, although they no longer dared to cause trouble for the Temporal Temple, they had been keeping an eye on the Temporal Temple's 6 people. Of course, He knew the location of the temporal temple's 6 people. That's good. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now, Silver Wolf said. Okay. Thunder God nodded, and the people from the Destruction Saint Realm stood up one after another. The group instantly flew in the direction of the temporal temple. And on the way, everyone, before we fight with the temporal temple's people, there are 2 things I have to tell you. The first thing is that the temporal temple's people have all comprehended the principles of space-time, and each of them has mastered teleportation. Heavenly Sword Marquis should have mastered it. So before we attack, we must completely seal the space-time where they are, to prevent them from using teleportation to escape, Thunder God said. Leave this to me, Gu Zhenzi said directly. I have a treasure in my hands that can instantly seal space-time. It covers an extremely wide area. I can activate this treasure before they even notice me. I can definitely seal the space-time they are in before they notice me and use teleportation to escape. In that case, the first thing can be solved. Now, the second thing is that Heavenly Sword Marquis escape art is very strange, Thunder God said with a frown. The reason they had failed to kill the Illusion Moon sect was because of Jian Wushuang's escape art. They had suffered a loss because of Jian Wushuang's escape art. It's not difficult, 9 Palace Saintess said with a faint smile. I've heard of Heavenly Sword Marquis escape art. It was created by the Bloodblade Master many years ago. It's indeed very strange, but he's only a rank 6 true saint. I guess he has just started learning this escape art. Under normal circumstances, a peak saint who is good at soul can sense his existence through soul perception, and his escape art is even more so in front of me. The 9 Palace Saintess was extremely confident. After all, the 9 Palace Saintess was best at the soul. Her soul technique was widely recognized as the best among the immortal saints of this era. Jian Wushuang's shadowless escape skill could not be hidden from her. In addition to me, the Light King also has high attainments in the soul. He can also sense the existence of Heavenly Sword Marquis, the 9 Palace Saintess said with a smile. Since these 2 troublesome problems have been solved, Heavenly Sword Marquis will definitely die. Thunder God smiled. At this time, Silver Wolf suddenly said, Everyone, I have a suggestion. Since we are going to kill the people of the Temporal Temple, why don't we just kill all 6 of them? Chapter 32-24. Golden Array. Kill all 6 members of the Temporal Temple? Everyone was stunned. Thunder God and Gu Zhenzi looked at each other, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. The 3 Saint Domains and the Temporal Temple were in a heated battle. Over the years, many experts from both sides had died in each other's hands, and they were used to fighting each other. This time, they were going to attack Heavenly Sword Marquis. If they could kill Heavenly Sword Marquis and the other 5 at the same time, that would be great. However, even though they had such thoughts, the Light King and the 9 Palace Saintess were not happy. I refuse, the Light King said directly. I refuse too, the 9 Palace Saintess said. Silver Wolf, the 3 Saint Realm are already powerful enough to fight against the Temporal Temple. It's fine for you to kill the Temporal Temple's people, but I'm different from the 9 Palace Saintess, the Light King said coldly. The Temporal Temple is, after all, one of the 3 great freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning Realm. Moreover, they are extremely united. If we offend the Temporal Temple too harshly, not to mention an undying saint like me, even the Principal's Master might not be able to withstand the anger of the Temporal Temple. The Light King knew very well that although he was the number 1 on the true saint ranking, the publicly acknowledged strongest immortal saint of this era, he was just a little kid in front of a behemoth like the Temporal Temple. Not only did the Temporal Temple have many experts, but most importantly, each of them had a very high level of application of the space-time principles. If he was really targeted by the Temporal Temple, he would not even have the chance to escape. Therefore, he would at most help the 3 Saint Realms kill Jian Wushuang. As for killing all 6 members of the Temporal Temple, he was not so bold. Although the Temporal Temple is angry about killing Heavenly Sword Marquis alone, they want to deliberately target us. But once they kill all 6 members of the Temporal Temple here, they will become enemies with the Temporal Temple. Light King and I don't have as big a background as you, the 9 Palace Saintess also said. Haha, I'm just saying. Silver Wolf could not help but laugh. but he felt a little regretful. The group continued to fly for a while. Everyone, we are about to arrive at the location of the 6 temporal temple people, said Thunder God. Gu Zhanzi, they'll leave it to you. Silver Wolf glanced at Gu Zhanzi. Okay. Gu Zhanzi nodded slightly and took out an object with a flip of his hand. It was a square-shaped gold stone, which was surrounded by a strange power. With a thought from Gu Zhanzi, a burst of bright golden light burst out from the stone. It covered the surroundings at an incredible speed, instantly covering the surrounding space and time. In an open space, Jian Wushuang, Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue gathered together, while Duan Lang, who was in the void, slowly rushed toward them. Duan Lang, good job. With the cultivation of a peak saint, you can directly fight against an invincible saint. After this battle, your reputation will definitely improve a lot. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. It's a pity that you couldn't defeat Lu Cheng. Otherwise, your reputation would be even greater. Qian Hongzi and the others laughed casually. Just now, Duan Lang took the initiative to challenge an invincible saint, Lu Cheng. But in the end, neither side could do anything to the other, so they had to give up. Don't make fun of me. Lu Cheng is at the bottom among the invincible saints. Moreover, when he fought with me, I clearly felt that he didn't use his full strength. If he used his full strength, I'm afraid I would lose, Duan Lang said with a smile. That's true. Lu Cheng has comprehended the dark principles and is best at sneak attacks. Fighting head-on is not his strong point, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang stood aside with a strange look on his face. He had witnessed the fight between Duan Lang and Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was also good at sneak attacks. During the fight with Duan Lang, he also used some sneak attacks, which also touched Jian Wushuang. Before entering the Blood Wave realm, Jian Wushuang had been comprehending the Blood Blade Sword art in the true martial mystic realm. He had almost comprehended the Blood Sword art, but he still felt that something was missing. However, this battle had made him more enlightened. It has only been 10 days since the Blood Wave realm opened, and it will still be some time before the Blood Wave token is born. Maybe I can comprehend the Blood Sword art before the Blood Wave token is born and the competition begins, Jian Wushuang thought. Once he comprehended the Blood Blade Sword art, his assassination skills would reach a whole new level, and his overall battle strength would also soar. I hope I can make it in time, Jian Wushuang muttered. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A burst of golden light suddenly lit up in the distant void. When everyone noticed and looked over, the golden light had already spread out and completely covered the surrounding space and time. A magic array? Oh no! Jian Wushuang and the people of the Temporal Temple were shocked. There were at least hundreds of experts in this space and time, and they were also shocked to see this scene. What's going on? Who used a magic array to seal this space and time? The fight for the Blood Wave token hasn't started yet, right? Why is he using a magic array to seal the space and time now? More people were at a loss. They did not know who had activated the golden array, nor did they know why they had activated it. After the array was completely formed, more than 10 figures rushed over from the source of the golden light. These 10 figures all emitted an extremely powerful divine power aura. Even the weakest one was a peak saint, and there were many invincible saints, especially the ones in the lead. Any one of them was enough to cause a stir in the Blood Wave realm. It was enough to cause a sensation in the Blood Wave realm. Over 100 experts in this space-time had already sensed the arrival of these 10 people, and when they clearly saw their faces and knew who was behind them, they were all shocked. The 9th Palace Saintess ranked 3rd on the True Saint rankings, Silver Wolf of the Life and Death Saint realm, Gu Zhanzi of the Flame Saint realm, and Thunder God and Wan Xin of the Destruction Saint realm. These 5 people are all experts on the True Saint ranking, and their rankings are extremely high. Why are they all gathered together? If these 5 people join forces, who in the Blood Wave realm can stop them? Exclamations sounded one after another. The 5 experts on the True Saint ranking were all ranked near the top. Such a lineup was naturally shocking. Hey, look at that person. The one walking at the back. Is that the Light King? At this moment, a voice filled with fear suddenly sounded. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were all focused on one person. Chapter 32-25. Death Silence. When the man in a long robe with a green staff on his back appeared at the end of the crowd, it was completely silent. A deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this person in shock. If the lineup of the 9 Palace Saints, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Gu Zhanzi, and Wan Xian had shocked them, then the appearance of this long-robed man made everyone shudder from the depths of their hearts. The Light King, number 1 on the True Saint rankings. The publicly acknowledged number 1 expert among the invincible saints of this era. He actually came personally, and it was very obvious that he also belonged to the camp of the 3 great saint domains. The lineup of the 9 Palace Saints, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Gu Zhanzi, Wan Xian, and the already incomparably terrifying 5 people, plus a Light King? What did it mean? In the void, the 6 people of the temporal temple stood together and saw the people coming. When they saw the lineup, even Jin Wushuang and Di Hao, who were in the state of mind, felt a surge of emotions. The top immortal saints of the 3 saint realms are all here, plus the more terrifying Light King and 9 Palace Saints. Qin Hongzi widened his eyes and looked terrified. Are they coming for us? Duan Lang was also shocked. As for Jin Wushuang, his face was extremely gloomy. He had guessed that once the 3 saint realms knew that he was in the Bloodwave realm, they would definitely try to kill him. However, the Bloodwave realm was too special. Even the 3 saint realms could not send experts with the battle strength above the Principal's Master realm. Therefore, the biggest possibility was for the immortal saints of the 3 saint realms to attack him in the Bloodwave realm. He was mentally prepared for these experts of the 3 great saint realms. Even if all the experts of the 3 great saint realms charged at him, he would not be surprised. However, the appearance of the Light King and the 9 Temple Saints was indeed beyond his expectations, especially the Light King. Even he admired this expert who had fused 2 different principles at the level of the immortal saint and had a certain level of attainments in the soul. But now, the other party had charged in front of him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBoxNovel.com. Thanks. What should we do? We can't fight against such a lineup, Qin Hongzi said directly. Everyone in the temporal temple fell silent, including Di Hao. Indeed, if they had the chance to fight against the combined forces of the Destruction Saint Realm and the Illusionary Moon Sect, then the lineup in front of them was not something they had a chance to fight against. Just the Light King alone brought them incomparable pressure. Everyone, do you remember what I said before? Jin Wushuang glanced at the 5 people around him. The 5 people were stunned. Of course, they remembered. Jin Wushuang had said before that once the opponent's lineup was so strong that they had no chance to fight back, he would let the 5 of them escape first and leave them alone. Later, do as I say. As long as there's a chance, you should leave quickly. Don't hesitate, Jin Wushuang said in a low voice. Understood. The 5 of them nodded silently. At this time, the people from the 3 saint realms had also appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and the other 6. The 2 sides were less than a few hundred meters away from each other, facing each other from a distance. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of experts in this space-time immediately understood. The top experts of the 3 saint realms, including the Light King and the 9 Temple Saints, are coming to the Temporal Temple. That's right. In this Temporal Temple, no other force has such an incredible lineup. The top experts of the 3 saint realms alone are terrifying. With the Light King and the 9 Temple Saints, the people of the Temporal Temple are doomed. Many people secretly sighed. Heavenly Sword Marquis. A cold voice came out of Thunder God's mouth. His eyes were cold as he stared at Jin Wushuang and said, "You were lucky to escape from the previous battle, but this time, try to escape from us again." Haha, Thunder God. You must be joking. The 3 saint realms spent so much effort this time, especially invited Light King and 9 Temple Saints and Gu Zhenzi's magic array to seal the time and space. If he, a rank 6 true saint, escapes, the 3 saint realms will become a joke. Silver Wolf smiled. It was obvious that Silver Wolf had absolute confidence in this attack, so he was still in the mood to joke around. He was not the only one. The other experts of the 3 saint realms were also in the same situation. There was no other way. In the current situation, Not to mention Jian Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint. Even a powerful expert on the true saint list would find it difficult to survive. While the three saint realms were chatting and laughing, Jian Wushuang also spoke. I have indeed underestimated the three saint realms. I didn't expect that you could even invite the Light King and the Nine Temple Saintess. I heard that the Light King is arrogant, while the Nine Temple Saintess is high and mighty. She seldom deals with the various forces, but now it seems that this is not the case. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are wrong. It's true that the Light King and I rarely interacted with other forces, but nothing is absolute. The three saint realms offered conditions that neither I nor the Light King could refuse, so naturally, we will also help. The Nine Temple Saintess said with a faint smile. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then nodded secretly. Indeed, in this world, profit was the most important thing. The top experts of the three saint realms who are ranked on the true saint list have all arrived. In addition to the two saintess, Light King and Nine Temple Saintess, it seems that it's impossible for me to escape from you today. Jian Wushuang sighed. It seemed that he already knew that he was going to die, but at this moment, he suddenly changed the topic. I'm the only one you want to kill. It doesn't matter if I die, but the 5 people around me should have nothing to do with this. I wonder if you can let them leave first. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, and Gu Zhanzi looked at each other. Sure. Silver Wolf nodded directly. Their real target was Jian Wushuang. As for Di Hao and the others, they wanted to kill them, but Light King and Nine Temple Saintess were not willing to do so, so they had no choice. Since they could not leave Di Hao and the others behind, they might as well let them go. It would save them a lot of trouble. 5 of you, please leave first. Jian Wushuang glanced at the 5 people beside him. Brothers of the Heavenly Marquis. Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue all had ugly expressions on their faces. They looked at Jian Wushuang deeply and thought of what Jian Wushuang had said before. The 4 of them turned around and left. As for Di Hao, he did not move. Chapter 32-26. Di Hao and Light King, Di Hao. Jian Wushuang looked at Di Hao with a frown. They can just leave. As for me, Di Hao's face darkened. It's rare for me to meet Light King, the first on the true saint list. How can I leave so easily? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Light King also looked at Di Hao. Di Hao, do you mean you want to challenge me? Yes. Di Hao nodded. Everyone in the divine beginning realm thinks you're the number 1 immortal saint. I'd like to know how big the gap is between you and us. Okay, I'll help you. Light King smiled calmly. Hearing their conversation, everyone present was stunned. Di Hao wants to challenge the Light King? Challenge the number 1 on the true saint rank? He wants to challenge the strongest immortal saint? This Di Hao is only ranked 8th on the true saint rank. Where did he get the courage to challenge the Light King? Many experts in this sealed space started to discuss. Most people felt that Di Hao was too bold. Not to mention that he was only ranked 8th on the true saint ranking. Even the top 5, or even the top 3 ranked 9 Temple Saintess would not dare to challenge the Light King. But Di Hao did it. This Di Hao, Thunder God and Wan Xian looked at each other, their pupils constricting. Since no one thought highly of Di Hao, the 2 of them did not think that he was arrogant. After all, the 2 of them had fought with Di Hao before. Moreover, both of them were defeated by Di Hao. In their eyes, although Di Hao is only ranked 8th on the true saint ranking, in terms of strength, he was definitely much stronger than Silver Wolf, who was ranked 5th on the true saint ranking. In fact, he might even be ranked in the top 3. Such a terrifying expert was qualified to challenge the Light King directly. Originally, the people of the 3 saint realms had come to kill Jian Wushuang. But now, because of Di Hao's challenge, everyone's attention was focused on Di Hao and the Light King. So no one paid attention to Jian Wushuang for the time being. Anyway, this space-time had been completely sealed, so the people of the 3 saint realms were not worried that Jian Wushuang would escape or something would happen. In their opinion, no matter what happened, it would not change the outcome of Jian Wushuang's death. In the void, Di Hao and Light King were facing each other from a distance. Di Hao, use all your skills, or you won't have a chance, Light King said in a low voice. As you wish. Di Hao's eyes turned cold, but he suddenly took a step forward. Boom. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The void under Di Hao's feet exploded as if it was going to collapse completely. He had already rushed to the front of Light King and swung his giant axe. It carried a world-shaking destructive aura as if it wanted to split the world in half. Seeing Di Hao make his move, the Light King did not have any intention of moving at first. It was not until Di Hao's axe swung down and appeared in front of the Light King. He pulled out the green long staff behind him. Then, he simply stabbed forward. This stab was simple and casual, but it contained a strange force. When the long staff stabbed out, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere. The long staff came into direct contact with the huge axe. Just as the two forces started to collide, the Light King suddenly twisted his wrist. The green long staff was like a poisonous snake as it directly rushed toward Di Hao's head. Under the endless light, Di Hao could not even open his eyes, and could only barely block the huge axe in front of him. Bang! A low sound of collision rang out, and a terrifying power passed through the huge axe to Di Hao's divine body, causing his divine body to tremble slightly, and his body could not help but retreat. Ha ha! The Light King let out a hearty laugh, and the green long rod in his hand was like a green thunderbolt, casually smashing out. This kind of smashing was like an adult hitting a child. There was no technical content, it was just an incomparably tyrannical crushing. Di Hao's forte was the principles of destruction and the principles of space-time. The power of the principles of destruction was incomparably tyrannical. He also used a huge axe. Logically speaking, in terms of power, he should be the best, however. Facing this incomparably tyrannical rod technique of the Light King, he actually appeared to be in an incomparably miserable state. Bang! 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 After exchanging blows, Di Hao was clearly at an absolute disadvantage. However, at this moment, a heaven-shaking destructive aura suddenly surged out from Di Hao's body. This destructive aura formed streams of destructive chi currents that gathered around Di Hao's body. In the blink of an eye, they actually formed a gigantic destruction beast. This beast of destruction was incomparably savage. It was purely born for destruction. And the moment this beast of destruction made a move, the divine power aura on Di Hao's body suddenly soared by a large chunk. Break for me! Di Hao exploded. The huge axe in his hand suddenly swung out, and in an instant, that destructive aura soared to the extreme. Everyone around the battlefield felt an unparalleled and unstoppable destructive power. This power seemed to be able to destroy everything. Facing this axe, even the Light King's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. But then, he held the staff with both hands. Pa! A clear sound of air being torn apart rang out. The staff that contained boundless light power smashed onto the huge axe like lightning. With a bang, the void trembled. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the Light King's figure actually retreated explosively. It was only after a long while that his figure came to a halt once again. Haha, Di Hao, looks like everyone has underestimated you. Your strength is definitely not only ranked 8th on the True Saint rankings. You can at least rank 5th, or even 4th. I reckon that you are only slightly inferior to the 9 Temple Saintess. The Light King laughed heartily. His eyes also flickered with a dense radiance. Di Hao's expression was still cold. Although his axe had indeed repelled the Light King, at the same time, he also knew that the reason why he was able to repent the Light King was because the latter had not used his full strength. Di Hao, I will use the fusion power of the 2 great principles next. You have to be careful. If you are accidentally killed by me, don't blame me. The Light King said again. When these words were said, everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. The Light King had fused the 2 great principles at the level of the immortal saint. However, when the Light King and Di Hao fought earlier, he had only used the principles of light. However, he had never used the principles of wind, much less the fusion power of the 2 great principles. Until now, the Light King was finally going to use his full strength. Di Hao, take this move of mine, earth-shattering staff. The Light King continued to laugh loudly as he held the green long staff in one hand. His might suddenly soared, and he immediately smashed it forward without any fancy moves. Chapter 32:27. Ending One's Own Life. Boom. Green rod shadows appeared out of thin air. These green rod shadows overlapped each other and completely gathered together. In addition, these green rod shadows also contained two different types of principles energy. The principles of light and the principles of wind, two different types of principles energy, perfectly fused together. It was because of the fusion of these two different types of principles energy that this staff strike was incomparably terrifying. Looking at this staff strike, Dihao's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the destructive aura around his body rose explosively, and the huge axe in his hand was also raised high up. At the instant he raised it, a shocking might started to gather within the huge axe, and two different types of principles energy pervaded from it. These two types of principles energy were the destruction principles and the space-time principles. This axe, it also has two great principles? Heavens, could it be that this Dihao has fused two great principles as well? The surrounding spectators were all stunned. The 9 Temple Saintess, Silver Wolf, Guzhenzi, and the others were all shocked. The Light King's staff technique contained two great principles at the same time. This was within everyone's expectations. After all, they knew that the Light King had fused two great laws. But Dihao, no one had ever heard of him fusing two principles. But this axe clearly contained the power of two different principles. It's this axe. Thunder God and Wan Xian looked at each other. They knew this axe. Previously, when they joined hands, they were forced back by Dihao's axe. In the center of the battlefield, under everyone's gaze, Dihao's axe had finally arrived. Wang. A terrifying might suddenly erupt from the center of the battlefield. The surrounding heaven and earth also darkened at this moment. The heaven and earth were covered in darkness as if they had sunk into a void of space and time. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Even the sound had completely disappeared. In this boundless darkness, this unparalleled axe came into direct contact with the shocking staff of the Light King. At the instant of contact, an explosive boom reverberated in the air. The sound was deafening, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Not long after the collision, the difference between the two forces was revealed. The matchless axe, which contained the principles of destruction and space-time, began to crumble. The huge axe was smashed in a different direction. While Dihao's figure shot backward in a sorry state, he did not stop until he reached the edge of the battlefield. After he stopped, Dihao's face darkened, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, his divine body had suffered a lot of damage from this collision. He lost. Dihao lost in the end. Didn't his axe contain the power of two principles at the same time? He also fused two principles. How could he lose? The surrounding spectators exclaimed in shock. There were also many people who were puzzled. When Dihao used that axe just now, many people subconsciously felt that he could contend against the Light King. However, they did not expect that in a head-on battle, such a huge gap appeared in an instant. However, some experts who were strong and had a high vision immediately saw through it. That's not right. Although Dihao's axe contains two principles, it doesn't feel like the two principles have perfectly fused together. They haven't perfectly fused together. It's just that they complement each other. It's still far from the true fusion of principles. No matter what, for this Dihao to be able to use such an axe is already very impressive. Everyone sighed. In the center of the battlefield, the Light King laughed out loud. Haha, Dihao, it seems like I have to take back what I said. I thought that your strength could only be ranked third on the True Saint ranking and was still a little far from the 9 Temple Saintess. However, that axe of yours, although it wasn't a perfect fusion of the two laws, it could still be superimposed. To be able to do this, your strength isn't weaker than the 9 Temple Saintess, it's even stronger. Yes. Then you can be ranked third on the True Saint ranking, just behind me and the Saint Devil's Son. The Light King had clearly recognized Dihao's strength in front of everyone. He even thought that Di Hao could be ranked third on the true saint ranking, ahead of the Nine Temple Saintess. This made the Nine Temple Saintess frown slightly, but she did not refute him. Indeed, Di Hao, who had used that axe earlier, was slightly stronger than her in terms of strength. However, after hearing the Light King's words, Di Hao said in a low voice, "I only managed to superimpose the two great principles. I can't compare to you perfectly fusing the two great principles together. I didn't intend to defeat you in the first place. I just wanted to know how much of a gap there was between us. But now, it seems that the gap is ridiculously large. If I'm not wrong, you shouldn't have used the power of the fusion of the two great principles to the maximum, right?" Haha, smart. I only used about 50% of the power of the fusion of the two principles. The Light King laughed. Hearing this, Di Hao smiled bitterly. The surrounding spectators were all shocked. They did not expect that the move that the Light King used just now, which easily suppressed Di Hao's strongest move, did not even go all out. He had only used 50% of the power of the two principles. If he had used 100% of the power of the two principles, how strong would he be? Just thinking about it made them shudder. Well, this battle has come to an end. Now, it's time to get down to business, Silver Wolf's voice suddenly sounded. Then everyone turned to look at Jian Wushuang. The battle between Di Hao and the Light King was just a sudden change. However, the real purpose of the three Saint Realms' painstaking effort to kill their way here was ultimately Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, everyone from the Temporal Temple has left except Di Hao. Now, you can die in peace, Thunder God said coldly. Before Di Hao and Light King fought, Qian Hongzi and the other three had already left the space-time zone. They left proudly after Gu Zhanzi opened a space passage around the Golden Array. Gu Zhanzi sealed the passage again, but Jian Wushuang still had no chance to escape. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have no chance to survive in front of us. Since you are also a world-shaking genius, we'll give you a chance to kill yourself, Silver Wolf said. Kill myself? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Do you think you are qualified to kill me? Chapter 3228. The battle between trapped beasts on Earth. Do you think you are worthy of me killing myself? Jian Wushuang's mocking voice reverberated in the air. As he spoke, the divine power aura around his body suddenly surged, and the Blood Mountain sword, which was emitting a faint cold light, appeared in his hand. A surge of fighting spirits soared into the sky. This scene made the people of the three Saint Realms chuckle. It seems that he intends to fight a cornered beast, Silver Wolf said with a smile. He's really stubborn. Well, since he doesn't want to kill himself, we can only waste some effort, Gu Zhanzi said. He'll do it. Thunder God's eyes were filled with killing intent. I had 2 encounters with the Temporal Temple in the Destruction Saint Realm. Because of Heavenly Sword Marquis, I lost 1 person each. I should kill Heavenly Sword Marquis myself. Silver Wolf and Gu Zhanzi looked at each other. Neither of them had any objections. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis escape technique is quite strange. The 9 Temple Saintess, how about giving me a hand? Thunder God looked at the 9 Temple Saintess. Sure. 9 Temple Saintess did not refuse. In that case, let's kill him, Thunder God said. A large amount of dark purple lightning suddenly appeared on his body. With a flash of his body, a bolt of lightning suddenly burst out. The moment Thunder God moved, 9 Temple Saintess suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, look, am I beautiful? 9 Temple Saintess opened her mouth slightly and raised her hand slightly, showing her charm. 9 Temple Saintess was a peerless beauty. Her every move was enough to make many people dream about her. But now, her casual gesture made many people's eyes become fiery. As for Jian Wushuang, his pupils suddenly shrank. He had already sensed a unique power coming toward him. This power was constantly affecting his state of mind and consciousness. In the end, it even intended to completely occupy his consciousness. This is charm. Jian Wushuang was shocked, and at the same time, he immediately recalled the scene he had seen. It was a long time ago, when he had just been born in this life. He had met a mysterious woman, Mu Xiaoxiao, who was Miss Shower. Back then, He had seen Miss Shower make several cultivators commit suicide with a simple word and a look. At that time, Miss Shower did not use soul control but seduction, just like the seduction technique used by the Nine Temple Saintess. With a single move, she would completely occupy the other party's consciousness and make her listen to his arrangements. Humph, you want to control me with a mere charm? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, but there was a fierce glint in his eyes. With just a slight shake of his body, he immediately dispelled that power. He actually blocked my charm so easily? This heavenly sword marquis has quite a strong state of mind. The Nine Temple Saintess was surprised. She did not know that Jian Wushuang had lived 2 lives and had grown up through endless trials and blood. His heart had long been like a rock. Although the charm of Nine Temple Saintess was amazing, and it was not easy for an ordinary peak saint to resist his charm, it was not realistic for it to affect Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, it's useless to block it, said the Nine Temple Saintess. Jian Wushuang's expression changed because while he was blocking the enchantment skill of the Nine Temple Saintess, the Thunder God had already appeared in front of him, and it was a cold, long spear. Under the cover of the dark purple thunder, it had already pierced straight toward Jian Wushuang's chest. Jian Wushuang had just gotten rid of the charm, so he had no time to defend against the spear. Bang! With a loud sound, the spear pierced Jian Wushuang's divine body and instantly penetrated the golden armor on his body. It almost penetrated Jian Wushuang's entire divine body. After the spear pierced his divine body, the large amount of thunder power contained in the spear destroyed everything. At that moment, not only did it directly destroy Jian Wushuang's divine body, but it also destroyed a lot of Jian Wushuang's divine power. Buzz! The majestic divine power churned, and Jian Wushuang's divine body reassembled again. He stood in the void and looked at the Nine Temple Saintess and Thunder God in front of him, frowning slightly. Nine Temple Saintess, ranked 3rd on the True Saint list, is extremely good at the soul and knows seductive techniques. My shadowless escape technique is useless in front of him. As for Thunder God, he is also very powerful. I can't even withstand a casual attack from him. When the two of them join hands, I have no chance to fight back. Jian Wushuang murmured, but in the next moment, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Since I can't fight him head-on, I'll use my trump card. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Jian Wushuang moved slightly, but immediately, a surge of power of the principles of reincarnation swept up. A large amount of divine power surged, instantly forming a huge divine power sea. But the divine power in the divine power sea was being consumed at a crazy rate. Hell Dao, extremely hot hell. Wang. The originally vast divine power sea that filled the sky actually evaporated in an instant. Under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the heaven and earth began to change. In the blink of an eye, the entire heaven and earth became completely red, as if it was completely in a furnace, and the temperature of this furnace, incredibly high. Zzz. The void was crazily emitting hot air. The entire heaven and earth and the endless void seemed to be melting directly. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was an ultimate secret skill that Jian Wushuang had comprehended in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. This secret skill was also one of Jian Wushuang's strongest trump cards. When he was a rank 4 True Saint, he had used this trump card to kill a rank 7 True Saint. But now, this secret technique was once again used from his hands. But in the end, the temperature is quite high. Even I need to use my divine power to resist this scorching heat. Thunder God was deep in the extremely hot hell, but his expression was quite cold. Clearly, this extremely hot hell did not affect him too much. If even he was like this, then the Nine Temple Saintess, who was stronger than him, could easily resist the temperature of this extremely hot hell. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. Hell Dao, extremely cold hell. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and shouted. Buzz! The scorching red heaven and earth suddenly disappeared and was replaced by ice cold. The vast world, time and space suddenly frozen up. Chapter 32:29. The Lonely Hell. It was extremely cold. Crack, crack. A large amount of mist appeared in the air as if it was about to crack. The 9 temples Saintess and Thunder God, who had entered the extremely cold hell from the extremely hot hell, were immediately eroded by this shocking coldness. This chill is several times stronger than the previous heat. Although I can resist it, my divine power is being used up very quickly. Thunder God frowned slightly, but he did not feel too uncomfortable. As for the 9 temple Saintess, she looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, although Heavenly Sword Marquee Realm is very low, he has a lot of tricks. The secret skill he is using now is very powerful, but his comprehension of reincarnation principles seems to be too low. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to resist this move. Indeed, the 6 paths of reincarnation was a very powerful and terrifying secret skill. However, the power of this secret skill was closely related to his comprehension of the reincarnation principles. The higher Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the reincarnation principles, the more terrifying this move would be. Jian Wushuang had been studying the space-time principles for 300 years on the time-space island. His comprehension of the space-time principles had greatly improved, but he had also made some progress in the reincarnation principles. However, the progress was relatively small. His comprehension of the reincarnation principles was still at rank 3, which was still far from rank 4. This level of comprehension was at most comparable to that of a rank 7 true saint, but it was not enough in front of a peak saint, or even an invincible saint, because the level of this secret skill was too high. Now, he could only cause some trouble for the 9 temples Saintess and Thunder God by using these 2 hells, but only a little trouble. The extreme heat hell and the extreme cold hell alone can't do anything to them. In that case, I can only rely on the last move. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he looked at the extreme cold hell, the 9 temples Saintess and Thunder God, who still did not show much discomfort, glanced at him. The next moment, he pointed at them again. The 3rd stage of the Hell Tao, the solitary hell, buzz. The endless power of reincarnation suddenly swept out. The extreme cold hell disappeared in an instant and was replaced by boundless darkness. Darkness. Yes, it was darkness. The darkness was boundless, and there was no light at all. It was like a boundless void. The 9 temples Saintess and Thunder God had completely fallen into the boundless dark void. As for Jian Wushuang, he stood outside the boundless dark void and quietly watched the scene inside. At first, the 9 temples Saintess and Thunder God appeared quite calm in the boundless dark void. However, after a short while, Thunder God's expression began to change slightly. After a while, a trace of irritation appeared on Thunder God's face. Moreover, this irritation was becoming more and more intense. In the end, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Numerous maniacal roars were suddenly emitted from Thunder God's mouth. Blood also appeared in Thunder God's eyes. He crazily rushed about in the endless dark void. At the same time, he repeatedly waved the long spear in his hand and stabbed at the surrounding void. However, he did not touch anything. His condition was clearly becoming more and more violent. What's going on? What happened to the Thunder God? Why did the Thunder God become like this? The surrounding spectators were all puzzled. They did not understand why the Thunder God became like this. What exactly did he encounter in the endless dark void? Something's not right. Silver Wolf's expression sank. I can see it. Why don't we attack directly? Gu Junzi said. Don't be anxious. Let's take a look first, Silver Wolf said. At this moment, the 9 temples Saintess, who had also fallen into the boundless dark void, suddenly raised her beautiful eyes. The instant she did so, a green light suddenly shone in the surroundings. After that, all the fog that appeared in front of the 9 temples Saintess disappeared. So that's how it is. What a terrifying method. Even I have fallen into it for such a long time. The 9 temples Saintess smiled coldly. After that, she directly looked toward the almost crazed Thunder God. Humph! With a cold snort, the 9 temples Saintess' eyes once again shot out a green light toward Thunder God. Under the green light, Thunder God also began to break free. After breaking free, Thunder God felt a lingering fear. What a terrifying illusion! Thunder God was a little shocked. No, this is not an illusion, but a unique secret skill of reincarnation. If I'm not wrong, we just fell into a world of reincarnation, which is endless. If we can't break free from this world of reincarnation, then we can only continue to walk forward and endure the endless loneliness. In the short term, it's fine, but in the long term, more than 10 people will probably go crazy. Nine Temple Saintess said. Thunder God's body trembled slightly. He stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "This kid has such a terrifying skill. Fortunately, Nine Temple Saintess helped me. Otherwise, I would have been killed by him." Thunder God knew how dangerous his situation was. He was so close to losing his mind. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful when he saw that Nine Temple Saintess and Thunder God had escaped from the lonely hell. It's a pity that although I can deal with Thunder God, I'm still far from being able to deal with Nine Temple Saintess, who is good at soul and charm skills. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. 6 paths of reincarnation, the 3rd level of Hell Dao, Lonely Hell, and even the most terrifying move in Hell Dao. The Lonely Hell had the same meaning as its name, which was the word lonely. Once he fell into the Lonely Hell, if he could not rely on his powerful state of mind to break free from the Lonely Hell, then he would stay in the Lonely Hell for an extremely long time. Just now, it looked like it was just a moment. But in reality, the 9 Temple Saintess and Thunder God had already stayed in the Lonely Hell for tens of thousands of years. After all, they had been alone in the endless darkness for tens of thousands of years, and they could not see a single ray of light or hear a single sound. They could only walk forward aimlessly. This kind of feeling was not something an ordinary person could bear. Even Thunder God almost lost his state of mind and almost fell into a crazy state after tens of thousands of years of absolute loneliness. Fortunately, at the last moment, the 9 Temple Saintess saved him. Chapter 32:30. Endless Divine Power in the end. My understanding of the principles of reincarnation is too low. Jian Wushuang sighed quietly. The move of the solitary hell was absolutely extraordinary, but he could only use it with great difficulty. He could not use its full power at all. That was why the 9 Temple Saintess could easily break out of the lonely hell. But if he had a better understanding of the reincarnation principles and reached the 4th stage, the lonely hell he used would be several times stronger than the one he used now. Under such circumstances, maybe the 9 Temple Saintess could still stubbornly break out of the reincarnation hell, but she definitely could not help Thunder God. And Thunder God, who was trapped in the lonely hell, would become a crazy demon after a short while. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Thunder God's eyes were filled with unprecedented killing intent as he stared at Jian Wushuang. He never expected that he had just walked through the gates of hell, and the one who forced him into a dangerous situation was only a rank 6 true saint. Naturally, Thunder God was angry. His anger could only be appeased by Jian Wushuang's blood. Die! Thunder God did not give Jian Wushuang any chance to use any more tricks. His body turned into a flash of lightning and flashed out again. The moment Thunder God moved, Jian Wushuang also immediately flashed and disappeared in front of Thunder God. Is it the escape skill again? Thunder God frowned. There he is. The 9 Temple Saintess pointed in a direction. Thunder God immediately stabbed the lightning-covered spear in the direction that the 9 Temple Saintess had pointed. Whoosh! The lightning flashed and cut through the air. The spear instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. With the 9 Temple Saintess around, his shadowless escape skill could not be of much use. Now, he could only use all his strength to defend against Thunder God's spear. Bang! When the sword light came into direct contact with the spear, the terrifying power directly pressed down on Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the unbridled dark purple thunder directly covered Jian Wushuang's divine body. With a series of crackling sounds coming from Jian Wushuang's divine body, his divine body collapsed again. Continue. Thunder God was full of killing intent. Before Jian Wushuang's divine body reassembled, he had already attacked Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang also tried his best to resist, but unfortunately, the gap between his strength and Thunder God's was too big. Thunder God held two long spears. Any one of them contained the power of thunder and could easily crush him. Basically, when Thunder God thrust his spear, Jian Wushuang's divine body would immediately collapse. There was no room for struggle. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. It seems there is no suspense. There is no suspense, but the technique that Heavenly Sword Marquis used just now was quite impressive. Even Thunder God was almost killed. The difference in strength is too big. When Heavenly Sword Marquis faced Thunder God, his divine body would be destroyed again and again. How many times can a rank 6 true saint have his divine body? He is doomed. The spectators sighed one after another, as if they had already seen Jian Wushuang being killed by Thunder God. Di Hao frowned slightly. Although he was worried about Jian Wushuang's current situation, he could only shake his head secretly after taking a glance at Light King. He wanted to help Jian Wushuang, but he did not have the ability. After all, Light King was not a decoration. If he attacked, Light King would definitely stop him. In just a moment, Thunder God had attacked 10 times, and Jian Wushuang's divine body had been destroyed 10 times. Under normal circumstances, if a true saint's divine body had been destroyed 10 times, he would have died, but Jian Wushuang. When Thunder God saw Jian Wushuang's divine body reassembled again, his expression finally changed a little. What's going on with Heavenly Sword Marquis? Thunder God stared at Jian Wushuang. His divine body has been destroyed 10 times. If it were an ordinary person, even a powerful invincible saint, his divine power would have been exhausted and he would have died. However, not only did he not die, but his divine power aura also did not seem to be weakened. He was not the only one who noticed this. The spectators also noticed this. Heavenly Sword Marquis is still alive? Not only is he not dead, but his divine power aura seems to be very abundant as well. What's going on? The spectators were extremely shocked. One had to know that a cultivator's divine power aura was also related to the divine power he possessed. If the cultivator's divine power aura was extremely abundant, then his divine power aura would naturally be at its peak. If a cultivator consumed a lot of divine power, his divine power aura would be weakened. But now, Jian Wushuang's divine body had been reconstructed 10 times, but his divine power aura was not weakened at all? How can his divine power be so vast? Silver Wolf and Gu Zhanzi, who were watching the battle, were shocked. At this moment, Thunder God looked at the 9 Temple Saintess. 9 Temple Saintess, this kid is very strange. His divine power seems to be endless. Although I have destroyed his divine body time and time again, it is very difficult to kill him. So, I will have to rely on you. Please use your strongest move and destroy his soul. I don't believe that he can survive after his soul is destroyed. Thunder God's eyes were full of murderous intent. Hearing Thunder God's words, the 9 Temple Saintess frowned, but she did not refuse. Since I've agreed to help you 3 Saint Realms, I'll do my best. Just leave Heavenly Sword Marquis to me. The 9 Palace Saintess had absolute confidence. It was not strange. After all, she was the immortal saint with the strongest soul in the divine beginning realm. In the void, the 9 Temple Saintess was still as charming as before. However, at this moment, a green light surged out from her beautiful eyes. This green light was extremely dense. It was as though energy was crazily gathering in the sky. This was indeed the case. The 9 Temple Saintess was accumulating her strongest killing move. Buzz. Dense green light gathered in the eyes of the 9 Temple Saintess, making her 2 sides look like 2 huge green suns. Looking at these 2 green suns, everyone around the battlefield, I can almost feel the shudders in my soul. These 2 green suns are for the soul. Kill it. 9 Temple Saintess gently spit out 2 words. These 2 words say is so light. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 green suns in her eyes instantly turned into 2 green arcs of light and shot toward Jian Wushuang. The 2 green arcs of light were so fast that Jian Wushuang could not resist them at all. They immediately entered his divine body and easily destroyed the exquisite pagoda in his sea of consciousness. Then, they directly destroyed his soul. Chapter 32-31. Nemesis, the Nine-Temple Saintess, was the strongest soul expert among the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm. Like the Light King, although he had fused the principles of light and wind while also studying the soul, his attainment in the soul aspect was not as good as the Nine-Temple Saintess, and the most powerful move of the Nine-Temple Saintess, which was aimed at the destruction of the soul, was something that few of the immortal saints could resist. Moreover, the Nine-Temple Saintess had used this most powerful move to kill an invincible saint, which ranked third on the true saint list. In other words, her most powerful move aimed at the destruction of the soul was something that even an ordinary invincible saint could not resist. However, Jin Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint. Although his soul was relatively tough, and he had the exquisite pagoda, he still could not block the move of the Nine-Temple Saintess. After the green light entered Jian Wushuang's body, almost everyone present could sense that Jian Wushuang's soul had been annihilated and disappeared. Once his soul was annihilated, he would naturally die. Thanks, what a pity. A top-notch genius died just like that. It is said that Heavenly Sword Marquis could kill a rank 7 true saint at the level of a rank 4 true saint, but he is only a rank 6 true saint now. We have all seen how powerful he is. Even Thunder God almost died at his hands. If such a top-notch genius did not die, he would definitely be a super expert in the future, but unfortunately, I wonder what he did to make the three saint realms spend so much effort to kill him. The hundreds of experts watching the battle were all discussing. There were some who felt pity, some who praised, and some who were gloating over Jian Wushuang's death. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been dead, suddenly opened his eyes, and his majestic divine power swept out again. What? Thunder God was shocked. How is it possible? Nine-Temple Saintess was shocked. What's going on? The surrounding experts who were watching the battle were even more shocked. Apart from being shocked, there was also disbelief. They had just seen Jian Wushuang's soul being destroyed by Nine-Temple Saintess' most powerful move, and even his soul aura had completely disappeared. Under normal circumstances, he was already dead. But now, judging from the soaring divine power aura emitted from Jian Wushuang's body, he was clearly still alive, and his soul aura had returned to its peak. His soul had clearly been destroyed, but it had returned to its peak in the blink of an eye. This scene was beyond everyone's understanding. What kind of monster is this kid? Thunder God could not help but shout in a low voice. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. No wonder the top officials of the three saint realms would pay such a high price to kill a rank 6 true saint. It seems that Heavenly Sword Marquis does have a big secret, and even the three saint realms are afraid of it. The Nine-Temple Saintess' face turned cold. On the side, the Light King, Silver Wolf, Gu Zhenzi, Wan Xian, and the others from the three saint realms also looked very serious. Jin Wushuang, on the other hand, looked at Nine-Temple Saintess with interest. Nine-Temple Saintess, that was your most powerful move, right? It was indeed powerful. My soul couldn't resist it, but unfortunately, you found the wrong person. What do you mean? Nine-Temple Saintess stared at Jian Wushuang. It's simple. I, Heavenly Sword Marquis, am not afraid of soul attacks because your soul attacks have no effect on me. If you don't believe me, you can try again, Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. Few people knew that soul attacks were ineffective against him. However, today, the Nine-Temple Saintess destroyed his soul in front of so many people, but he did not die. Therefore, his trump card was naturally exposed. He was too lazy to hide this trick. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the Nine-Temple Saintess' face completely darkened. She was the immortal saint with the strongest soul in the divine beginning realm, but Jian Wushuang was completely immune to soul attacks? Did this mean that Jian Wushuang was her nemesis? Thunder God, in the three saint realms, I have no choice, the Nine-Temple Saintess said in a low voice. The experts of the three saint realms looked extremely ugly, while Silver Wolf looked directly at Light King. Light King, this heavenly sword Marquis methods are too strange. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to kill him just by relying on the saint realms of the three saint realms. Therefore, I can only ask you to act. You have fused two great principles. The power of the fusion of these two great principles is enough to destroy heaven and earth. Even divine power can be destroyed. If you act, this heavenly sword Marquis might not be able to withstand it. I can try. Light King did not refuse. With a whoosh, he appeared on the battlefield and swung the green long staff in his hand. It looked simple, but this staff had perfectly combined the two principles of light and wind, making it several times more terrifying. Even an expert like Di Hao, who was qualified to be in the top 3 on the True Saint list and could barely superimpose the two principles, could not resist this staff. But now, this strike was directed at Jian Wushuang. Buzz! The mighty strike came straight at Jian Wushuang. The moment Jian Wushuang saw the strike, he immediately felt that he could not resist it. Is this the power formed by the fusion of the two principles? Jian Wushuang stared at the long staff in front of him. He carefully felt the power contained in the strike until the strike was less than 3 meters away from him. Then, he waved the long spear in his hand. A trace of violent aura swept up. It was the peerless sword technique. Shixiang, although he knew that his sword could not withstand a single blow from the staff shadow of the Light King, Jian Wushuang did not want to sit still and wait for his death. Bang! The terrifying power instantly destroyed Jian Wushuang's sword form and completely covered Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang's divine body collapsed at the first moment, but the power of the two fused principles contained in the staff shadow was still wantonly destroying Jian Wushuang's divine power. It must be noted that when the Light King killed the invincible saint, he only used one staff to kill him, which prevented him from regenerating his divine body because the power of the integration of rules contained in the King of Light's staff skill could directly destroy a cultivator's divine power. The invincible saint's divine body was destroyed at the same time. His divine power was also completely destroyed by the principle's fusion power contained in the staff skill. But now, the principle's fusion power faced Jian Wushuang. Buzz! In just a moment, Jian Wushuang's divine body was rebuilt again. Chapter 32-32. Risk your life _ in the void. Jian Wushuang stared at Light King. As expected of Light King, who was ranked first on the True Saint list, his fusion power of the two principles is really strong. Not only did he destroy my divine body, but he also destroyed my divine power, causing me to lose 1/30th of my divine power. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. 1/30th? Do not underestimate this number. Because he was a perfect chaotic creature, his divine power was more than 100 times greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Like before, Thunder God had defeated his divine body 10 times, but he did not use up much of his divine power. But now, with just one strike, the Light King had used up 1/30th of his divine power. With his current realm, 1/30th of his divine power was much greater than the divine power of many invincible saints. No wonder Light King can kill invincible saints with one strike, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. He's not dead? No, but his divine power aura seems to be slightly weaker than before. Yes, it's weakened. Although it's very weak, as long as his divine power aura is weakened, it means that his divine power is not infinite. As long as he keeps attacking and destroying his divine power, he can be killed completely. Yes. The eyes of the experts from the three saint realms flashed with a fierce light. Let's attack him together, Silver Wolf shouted, and then directly attacked Jian Wushuang. After Silver Wolf attacked, Thunder God, Gu Zhanzi, Wan Xian, and the invincible saints and peak saints from the Destruction Saint realm all attacked at the same time. In addition to Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, many top experts used their destruction divine bodies and divine power to crazily attack Jian Wushuang. This scene shocked the surrounding spectators. What a guy. He just wants to kill a rank 6 true saint. But he wants the 3 saint realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess to work together to kill him? Heavenly Sword Marquis is not very strong, but he is too strong and difficult to kill. The three Saint Realms probably can't do anything about it. In any case, Heavenly Sword Marquis is able to force the three Saint Realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess to join hands to kill him. Even if he dies, he should be proud. The people on the scene discussed animatedly. Jin Wushuang, who had become the target of many experts, suddenly burst into laughter. There was a hint of madness in his laughter. Haha, if you want to kill me, then come at me. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. At the same time, Jin Wushuang flipped his palm, and a drop of golden water appeared in his hand. The faces of the people from the three Saint Realms changed when they saw the golden water drop. God's power? God's power was condensed by the Principal's Masters, and it contained part of the power of the will of the Principal's Masters. Some immortal saints who were at the peak level could absorb God's power to guide the power of the will contained in the period, which would increase their strength in a short period of time. However, the power of the will of the Principal's Masters was not so easy to control. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would easily consume divine power. However, when it was a matter of life and death, no one would care about it. For example, Jin Wushuang took out a drop of divine power and immediately swallowed it. Of course, the reason why he swallowed it was not because it was a matter of life and death. However, his physique was too special. After consuming divine power, he was not worried about the backlash from the power of the will. Naturally, there was no need to worry about the divine power. Is this the willpower power controlled by the Principal's Master? Although it's just a trace, it still feels very strong. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands. After he swallowed the divine power, he could control the trace of willpower power for a short period of time, and he could clearly feel the strength of the trace of willpower power. Get lost. Jin Wushuang's voice shook the sky. He held the sword with one hand and suddenly waved it. The moment the sword light was waved, the endless power of ice and fire swept out, forming a huge ice and fire domain that suppressed the surrounding people. At the same time, a wave of space-time power was released. Rumble. The endless space-time pressure was crazily applied to the void in front of him. Peerless sword technique, Emperor's Blood Massacre. Under the pressure of space and time, it was a peak saint from the Destruction Saint realm. Facing the shocking sword light, this peak saint felt an incredible pressure. He could only raise his heavy sword with difficulty, but in the end bang. With a low and loud sound, this peak saint's divine body was directly destroyed. Be careful. Heavenly Sword Marquis is going to risk his life. Humph. So what if he swallowed the divine power? His battle strength is only at the peak saint realm. After swallowing the divine power, with the help of the power of his will, his battle strength can at most be upgraded to the invincible saint realm. In addition to the suppression of his domain, he is probably only slightly stronger than the invincible saint. He can't even touch the true saint list. What does his battle strength count for in front of us? Thunder God looked at Jin Wushuang with disdain. Light King, 9 Temple Saintess, Silver Wolf, Gu Zhenzi, and Wan Xian, who were experts on the true saint list, did not care about Jin Wushuang's strength at all. They swarmed forward and used their monstrous skills to easily crush Jin Wushuang, who was fighting desperately. Then, they continued to attack Jin Wushuang's divine body in a frenzy. Under the siege of these people, Jin Wushuang's divine body was destroyed, again and again, especially the attack of Light King, which contained the 2 powers of integration. Each attack greatly destroyed Jin Wushuang's divine power. Just like that, they surrounded and attacked Jin Wushuang for a long time. During this time, Jin Wushuang's divine body was destroyed countless times. The divine power aura on Jin Wushuang's body finally became extremely weak. On the battlefield, the people from the 3 saint realms had also stopped fighting. Many experts stood together and stared at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang looked extremely miserable at the moment. His divine power aura had been weakened to the lowest point. If it were to be calculated, his divine power aura was only 10% of his peak. In terms of divine power, He indeed had less than 10% of his divine power left. This kid can't hold on anymore? Thunder God stared at Jian Wushuang. He has held on for so long under our joint attack. Heavenly Sword Marquis should be proud of himself, Silver Wolf said. Chapter 32-33 Magic Tricks? In the space-time sealed by the Golden Formation, everyone's eyes were fixed on the miserable-looking Jian Wushuang. They could feel his extremely weak divine power aura and his nearly dried-up divine power. If there was one word to describe the current Jian Wushuang, it would be that he was at the end of his rope. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. At least, that was what everyone present thought. Heavenly Sword Marquis. A deep voice rang out, but it was the powerful Light King who spoke. I, Light King, have roamed the divine beginning realm for so many years. Among the immortal saints, there are very few that I like. As for those that I admire, there are none. But today, I have to admire you. I admire the vast divine power you possess. Your divine power is too vast. It's much more vast than any immortal saint I've ever seen. Even a special life form like the Devil Sage can't compare to you in terms of divine power. But unfortunately, in front of absolute power, no matter how thick your divine power is, it can only let you live for a little longer. And in the end, you still have to die. As Light King said this, he secretly praised Jian Wushuang in his heart. Jian Wushuang's vast divine power had indeed shocked him. In addition, Jian Wushuang's terrifying ability to jump levels made him admire Jian Wushuang. If it were not for the three saint realms giving him conditions that he could not refuse, he really did not want to attack Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, it was already a foregone conclusion, so there was nothing he could do. As for the experts of the three saint realms, they were secretly shocked by Jian Wushuang's incredible divine power. At the same time, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do. Jian Wushuang was too difficult to deal with. He was only a rank 6 true saint, but he was already so difficult to kill. If he was allowed to grow for a while longer, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Once he became a principal's master, perhaps even the three saint realms would not be able to do anything to him. Fortunately, they had finally pushed Jian Wushuang to his limit. No matter what, the terrifying guy in front of them was about to die. However, just when everyone thought that Jian Wushuang was at the end of his rope, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. His eyes were filled with amusement as he glanced over the experts of the three saint realms one by one. He also swept his gaze over the Light King and the 9 temple saintess. After a long while, he said leisurely, "Interesting. It seems that all of you think that I'm dead for sure." Thunder God's pupils constricted. Silver Wolf, Gu Zhanzi, Wan Xian, and the other experts of the three saint realms, including the other experts, had a bad premonition in their hearts. Under their gazes, Jian Wushuang suddenly closed his eyes. In the next moment, the extremely weak divine power aura on his body suddenly began to increase at a terrifying speed. Yes, it was increasing crazily. Not only the divine power aura, but also the nearly exhausted divine power on his body surged up again at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of astonishing divine power suddenly swept out from Jian Wushuang's body and swept in all directions in an instant. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, in just a moment, Jian Wushuang's divine power, including the divine power aura emitted from his body, had completely recovered. In just a moment, he had returned to his peak condition. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, am I dreaming? How could this be? The experts present were all stunned and even dumbfounded. The people from the three saint realms also opened their mouths wide and looked at this scene in disbelief. Even the 6 super experts on the true saint list, including Light King, 9 temple saintess, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Gu Zhanzi, and Wan Xian, were stunned by the sudden scene. They had worked together to exhaust Jian Wushuang, but in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang's divine power and condition were restored to the peak. What was going on? Was it a magic trick? Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart when he saw the stunned expressions on their faces. If I didn't have enough confidence, why would I waste my time with you? Jian Wushuang sneered. Yes, he had expected this scene from the beginning. He also guessed that the experts of the three Saint Realms would join hands to kill him and force him into a desperate situation. However, the desperate situation in the eyes of ordinary cultivators was nothing like that in Jian Wushuang's eyes. It was true that he had used up 90% of his divine power and was almost exhausted. But do not forget that Jian Wushuang had once cultivated a special secret skill. This secret skill was the Emperor's Order skill that Shui Bei had taught him. The Emperor's Order skill could be used to refine an Emperor's Order doppelganger and allow the doppelganger to store divine power equivalent to his own in case of emergency. Jian Wushuang had already cultivated the Emperor's Order skill. He had also refined an Emperor's Order doppelganger with the help of the corpse of a principal's master that he had obtained from the Shui Bei mystic realm. This Emperor's Order doppelganger contained divine power equivalent to his own. Just now, he had used up more than 90% of his divine power. However, because of the existence of the Emperor's Order clone, he had infused the divine power in the Emperor's Order clone into his own body, so his divine power naturally recovered in an instant. His condition immediately returned to its peak. This method was something that the three Saint Realms had not expected. Three Saint Realms, I've already said that you're not qualified to kill me. Jian Wushuang's indifferent laughter spread throughout the void. The experts of the three Saint Realms were all excited. Even the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess looked a little pale. Humph. So what if your divine power is restored? At most, they'll kill you again, and you'll be exhausted. I don't believe you can use the same trick again, Silver Wolf said coldly. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. You're right. I can restore my divine power to its peak in an instant. It's already good enough for me to use this trick once. It's impossible for me to use it a second time, but I don't intend to continue fighting with you. It's enough for me to play with you for so long. It's time for me to leave. Ridiculous. This space-time has been completely sealed by my magic formation. Do you want to leave? Where can you go? Gu Zhanzi smiled disdainfully. He was very confident in his golden magic formation. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's lips curled into a special arc. Then his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 32-34 had been played. What? What is this? Teleportation? Seeing that Jian Wushuang had disappeared and that even the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess could not detect him, the experts of the three Saint Realms were stunned. The next moment, they burst out in exclamations. How is this possible? Impossible! Gu Zhanzi shouted on the spot. This space-time is completely sealed by my golden array. How can he teleport in this space-time? This is absolutely impossible. Impossible. It was impossible. Almost all the experts present found it unbelievable. But soon, they thought of a possibility. Could it be that move? Silver Wolf's pupils constricted. The other experts of the three great Saint Realms, including the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess, also reacted immediately. Space-time teleportation. It's space-time teleportation. The space-time divine palace master created the move with the strongest life-saving ability of the space-time divine technique. He's just an immortal saint. How could he master space-time teleportation? The surrounding experts were amazed. The space-time divine skill was well known in the divine beginning realm, and most of the people present knew about it. Seeing that Jian Wushuang could still teleport away despite being completely sealed in space-time, everyone thought of space-time teleportation. After understanding the situation, the experts watching the battle all had strange expressions. Heavenly Sword Marquis clearly controlled time and space teleportation and could leave at will, but he didn't leave at first. Instead, he fought with the three Saint Realms for so long and left when everyone in the three Saint Realms thought he was cornered. This method, what an interesting scene. As expected, the expressions of the experts of the three great Saints' realms have become very ugly. Many people were gloating. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBoxNovel. Thanks. We've been played. We've actually been played by this heavenly sword marquis. An invincible saint from the Destruction Saint region could not help but shout. Played? Hearing these two words, the three great saint realms, whether it was the Peak Saints, Invincible Saints, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, or Guzhanzi, these top experts on the true saint list, the Light King and the Nine Temple Saintess were also stunned. Yes, they had been fooled. The other party could have used space-time teleportation at the beginning, but he did not do so. Instead, he fought them head-on and used his magnificent divine power to tangle with them. Although Jian Wushuang's vast divine power did make them feel difficult to deal with, his divine power was not infinite and could be continuously consumed. This gave the three saint realms hope to kill Jian Wushuang. That was why they spared no effort later. Everyone, including the Light King and the Nine Temple Saintess, attacked together and finally exhausted Jian Wushuang's divine power. It seemed that Jian Wushuang was in a desperate situation. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's condition returned to its peak. Forget it. After all, even if his divine power was restored again, they could continue to attack and exhaust Jian Wushuang's divine power again, but it would take more effort. However, who would have thought that Jian Wushuang would tell them at the last moment that he had mastered space-time teleportation, that he could leave anytime and anywhere? This time, no one could calm down. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was deliberately teasing them. He was making them lose face in front of so many experts. The three saint realms had sent so many experts, including Light King and Nine Temple Saintess, and so many people attacked Heavenly Sword Marquis together. After a long time, Heavenly Sword Marquis left their eyes. The three saint realms were humiliated. Not only were they humiliated, but they were also praised as a joke. Heavenly Sword Marquis. The Light King stood there and looked at the place where Jian Wushuang had disappeared with a strange look in his eyes. Facing such a terrifying lineup of experts from the three saint realms, you could have left, but you insisted on staying with us for such a long time and deliberately made fun of us. Haha, you are really bold and smart. Even the Light King had to admire Jian Wushuang's methods. It was not only the nearly endless divine power, but also the ability to restore the nearly exhausted divine power to its peak in an instant, as well as the time-space teleportation to leave the battlefield. Any one of these methods was enough to shock people. It was enough to shock people. In such a situation, not only can you leave calmly, but you can also play us for a fool. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have a hunch that you will have a bright future after escaping this encirclement. I hope you and I can meet again and fight again. The Light King smiled indifferently, then he glanced at Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, I have done what I should do, but I still can't kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. I can't do anything about it. Goodbye. The Light King did not want to stay any longer. After saying this, his figure flashed and he flew into the distance. After the Light King left, everyone, I will leave too. The Nine Temple Saintess also left. The people of the three saint realms watched as Light King and Nine Temple Saintess left. Although they felt a little uncomfortable, they did not stop them. Light King and Nine Temple Saintess were not from the three saint realms to begin with. This time, they only agreed to fight because the three saint realms gave them conditions that they could not refuse. In the battle just now, it was obvious that both the Light King and the Nine Temple Saintess had used their full strength, especially the Nine Temple Saintess. She had even used her strongest move, but she could not kill Jian Wushuang. Since they had used their full strength, they naturally could not blame the Light King and the Nine Temple Saintess. They could only blame Jian Wushuang for being too heaven-defying and too powerful. A moment later, the people of the three saint realms gathered together. Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Guzhanzi, and Wan Xian all looked extremely unsightly. We can't do anything about it. Heavenly Sword Marquis controlled time-space teleportation. From the beginning, we couldn't kill him. He deliberately stayed just to play with us, Thunder God said in a low voice. Time-space teleportation can even ignore time-space seal. To restrict time-space teleportation, unless someone can use time-space seal, few people in the divine beginning realm can use time-space seal. More than half of the top principles masters who are qualified to use it are from the temporal temple, Thunder God said. There is time and space to move this move in. We want to kill him in the blood wave realm. is simply a fool's dream. Silver Wolf shook his head. Chapter 32-35. With great pleasure, I have no choice. At the thought of Jian Wushuang's boundless divine power and the move of time-space teleportation, the experts of the three saint realms shook their heads and sighed. The move of time-space teleportation alone made them helpless. After all, there were only a group of immortal saints in the Blood Wave realm. They could only seal time-space at most, but they could not use time-space imprisonment at all. Naturally, they could not restrict Jian Wushuang. In other words, Jian Wushuang could leave and come as he pleased in the Blood Wave realm. No one killed him. Report. We can't kill Heavenly Sword Marquis with our ability anymore. Thunder God sighed and took out the token to send a message. In the magnificent palace, when the Nether Sky Master learned what happened in the Blood Wave realm from Thunder God, even the Nether Sky Master was silent for a long time. After a long time, Sky Nether Master finally spoke. That Heavenly Sword Marquis divine power is very vast. This is within my expectations. After all, the levels of life are different. Previously, the Sorcerer God sect sent 3 Law Masters to kill this Heavenly Sword Marquis. In the end, under the encirclement of these 3 Principles Masters, he was able to hold on for a very long time, and his divine power did not dry up. However, other than the vastness of his divine power, he has even mastered space-time teleportation. This is beyond my expectations. Lord Nether Sky, the Heavenly Sword Marquis can use space-time teleportation. With the power of us immortal saints, it is impossible to kill him, Thunder God said. I know this. Nether Sky Master nodded slightly. Forget it, Thunder God. You guys continue to explore the Blood Wave realm. As for the Heavenly Sword Marquis, you guys don't need to bother about him. I will think of other ways to kill him. What you need to do is to be as cautious as possible of him and prevent him from attacking you. Also, don't let him get the opportunities in the Blood Wave realm. You must remember this. After all, he is just an immortal saint, yet he is already so difficult to deal with. Once he becomes a Principles Master, it will be even more difficult to kill him. Nether Sky Master reminded. Yes. Thunder God nodded respectfully. Soon, Thunder God left, while Nether Sky Master stood alone in the palace, his gaze slowly becoming misty. If I can't kill him in the Blood Wave realm, I'll have to kill him outside the realm. In that case, the Temporal Temple will certainly intervene. Thanks. It seems that the 3 Saint Realms and the Temporal Temple will inevitably have a big fight. The leisurely voice echoed in the palace and did not disappear for a long time. The Blood Wave realm was near the center of the void. Buzz. Jian Wushuang appeared out of thin air. After he appeared, he let out a long sigh, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. I deliberately fought with them for a long time, and I deliberately let them see the hope of killing me. In the end, I used space-time teleportation and left. I guess the people of the 3 Saint Realms must be mad with anger. In this battle, Jian Wushuang did deliberately make fun of the experts of the 3 Saint Realms. Of course, this was not all. Even making fun of the 3 Saint Realms was not 1/3 of Jian Wushuang's purpose. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. His real purpose was to train himself through this battle. After all, his strength was still too weak, and the previous battle was only at the level of a peak saint. As for the invincible saint, although they had fought before, the time was very short. Jian Wushuang could not fully sense the opponent's strength and the huge gap between them. But this time, Jian Wushuang fought to his heart's content. From the beginning to the end of the battle, he had been crushed and trampled over, but at least he had a great understanding of the opponent's strength. He also felt the strong pressure from the opponent, the gap between his strength and his own. Therefore, he had gained a lot from this battle. The most important point was that this battle gave him a faint sense of an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Yes, it was an opportunity to make a breakthrough. In the 300 years of meditation on the time-space island, his realm had greatly improved, from a rank 4 true saint to the limit of a rank 6 true saint. Jian Wushuang had thought that he would stay at the 6th-rank true Saint Realm for a long time, but this battle was besieged by the 3 experts of the Saint Realm, the Light King, the 9 Temple Saintess, and others. He could vaguely sense the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Although the opportunity was not clear, Jian Wushuang still caught it. It has only been 10 days since the Blood Wave realm opened. There is still some time before the Blood Wave token is born. I can make it in time. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes shining. Now I should find a place to cultivate in seclusion and think of a way to make a breakthrough. Once I make a breakthrough and reach the rank 7 true Saint Realm, my strength will be greatly enhanced with my secret skills. In addition, there is the Blood Blade swordsmanship. The battle between Duan Lang and Lu Chang has touched me a lot. If I have the chance, I will master the Blood Drop move. When I use the Shadowless Escape skill with the rank 7 true Saint Realm cultivation and the Blood Drop move, I will be able to kill even an invincible saint. Jian Wushuang's heart was racing. Without hesitation, he found a quiet place nearby and opened a temporary cave mansion, so he began to cultivate in seclusion. While Jian Wushuang was in seclusion, the battle in the Blood Wave realm caused a huge wave. Countless peak saints in the Blood Wave realm were shocked by the battle. The 3 Saint Realms are already very powerful. They even invited 2 experts, Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, just to kill a rank 6 true Saint of the Temporal Temple. What a big deal. It is indeed generous, but the key point is that at the end of this battle, the Heavenly Sword Marquis used space-time teleportation in front of so many experts of the 3 Saint Realms. This is simply a slap to the 3 Saint Realms' faces. Thanks. Fighting with the 3 Saint Realms alone for so long. The Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess have already made their moves. With so many experts attacking, they didn't manage to kill the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Instead, they were played by the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The people of the 3 Saint Realms are really useless. Trash, what a bunch of trash. Hee, the 3 Saint Realms have lost a lot of face this time. Actually, it's not that the 3 Saint Realms aren't powerful. You have to know that the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess are both there. It can only be said that Heavenly Sword Marquis is too powerful. In the central region of the Blood Wave realm, every corner was talking about this battle. Chapter 32-36 Survival First. The battle between the 3 Saint Realms and Jian Wushuang had been witnessed by so many people that it was impossible to keep it a secret. Almost all the immortal saints in the Blood Wave realm had received the news of this battle, and the people from the Temporal Temple were no exception. Thanks, the Heavenly Sword Marquis has mastered the move of space-time teleportation. No wonder he is so confident in his life-saving ability. With this move, at least in the Blood Wave realm, no one can really threaten him, Duan Lang said with a smile. The 3 Saint Realms have suffered a great loss this time, Yu also said. Everyone, guess what the forces of the Divine Beginning realm will say about the Heavenly Sword Marquis after this battle? Qian Hongzi suddenly asked. What will they say? Duan Lang and the others immediately looked over with a hint of expectation in their eyes. After this battle, the forces of the Divine Beginning realm will have many comments about the Heavenly Sword Marquis. There are all kinds of comments, but this comment in my hand is quite pertinent. Take a look, everyone. Qian Hongzi took out a token. Duan Lang and the others immediately looked over. This comment was indeed very pertinent. It mentioned that Jian Wushuang was only at rank 6 true Saint Realm, and then carefully analyzed the previous battle. Some of Jian Wushuang's trump cards were also analyzed very well. For example, Jian Wushuang had the Solitary Hell move, which almost caused Thunder God to fall. Of course, the highest evaluation of Jian Wushuang was his life-saving ability. Heavenly Sword Marquis is suspected to be a special life form. His soul is very special. Ordinary soul attacks are ineffective, and he has incredible divine power. Under the siege of the 3 Saint Realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess, he lasted for a long time. In the end, his divine power was restored to its peak like a magic trick. It's not clear whether his divine power is really endless. At the same time, Heavenly Sword Marquis has mastered the move of time-space teleportation. The evaluation clearly described some of Jian Wushuang's abilities. For example, time-space teleportation was explained in detail. Finally, a comprehensive evaluation was given. He has nearly unlimited divine power, and his soul attacks are ineffective. In addition, he has mastered the move of time-space teleportation. Although he is weak and can only be considered a relatively strong peak saint, his life-saving ability is enough to rank first among the many immortal saints in the divine beginning world. After reading this evaluation, Duan Lang's expression became very interesting. Life-saving ability first? Among all the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, life-saving ability first? Is this referring to the heavenly Marquis brothers? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The people from the temporal temple were all a little shocked. After all, this was the entire divine beginning realm. The divine beginning realm was vast and boundless. There were countless experts and countless immortal saints. Just this time, there were many peak immortal saints in the Bloodwave realm. Moreover, these peak immortal saints all had extraordinary methods. Life-saving skills were especially short. Those who reached the level of a peak saint more or less had some life-saving skills. Some of the peak saints' life-saving skills were even more ridiculously powerful. They knew that some people had life-saving skills that even the principal's master could not do anything to. However, under such circumstances, the forces of the divine beginning realm almost universally recognized Jian Wushuang's life-saving skills as the number one among the immortal saints. He was number one. Just like how the Light King was recognized as the number one in strength, Jian Wushuang was still very impressive, even though he was the number one in life-saving ability and not in battle strength. After this battle, the heavenly Marquis brothers will truly become famous in the divine beginning realm. Their fame will probably be greater than most of the experts on the True Saint list, Duan Lang said. The number one in life-saving ability, thanks, you also praised. Oh right, Di Hao, you challenged the Light King in that battle. Although you were defeated, your strength was recognized by the Light King. Now, the various factions in the divine beginning realm also have a very high evaluation of you. Although that True Saint list has yet to be updated, most people have already ranked you third on the True Saint list. Your fame has also increased by a lot, Qian Hongzi suddenly said. Hearing this, Di Hao only nodded slightly, but his expression was still very cold. Indeed, in addition to Jian Wushuang's shock at the entire Bloodwave realm, the battle between Di Hao and the Light King also attracted a lot of attention. It was just that Jian Wushuang temporarily overshadowed Di Hao's limelight. However, there was no doubt that Di Hao had the battle strength of the top three on the True Saint list. In any case, since the heavenly Marquis brothers escaped from the three saint realms, we didn't lose anything this time. On the contrary, the three saint realms lost a lot of face. It's already very profitable, Qian Hongzi said with a smile. By the way, where are the heavenly Marquis brothers now? Do you want us to meet up with him? I just contacted him. He said that he is in seclusion and won't be with us for the time being, Duan Lang said with a strange tone. Seclusion? Qian Hongzi was stunned, but then he smiled. Maybe he gained something from the previous battle. We don't need to care about it. We'll just go on our own adventures. After the heavenly Marquis brothers come out of seclusion, he should come back to meet us. Besides, with his life-saving ability, he can do whatever he wants in the Bloodwave realm alone. Hearing this, everyone laughed. While the entire Bloodwave realm was shocked and excited by Jian Wushuang's battle, the main character of this incident, Jian Wushuang, began to cultivate in a cave mansion. In the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang sat alone with his legs crossed. His body was filled with surging divine power. He was preparing and accumulating his strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Jian Wushuang had adjusted his condition to the peak, and his divine power had also reached the limit. At this moment, he flipped his palm, and immediately, divine power fruits emitting a tempting fragrance appeared in front of him. These divine power fruits were prepared by Jian Wushuang before he entered the Bloodwave realm. Divine power fruits could quickly accumulate divine power. During the 300 years that Jian Wushuang had spent on the time-space island, The reason why he was able to increase his realm so quickly was that he had just reached this realm. He would immediately accumulate divine power to reach the peak of this realm through the divine power fruit. However, besides accumulating divine power, the divine power fruit could also be used to make a breakthrough. After all, to break through a realm by force, a large amount of divine power was needed. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and swallowed the divine power fruits in front of him. He swallowed more than 10 divine power fruits in one breath. After these divine power fruits entered his body, they immediately turned into a large amount of pure divine power. Chapter 32-37 had begun 2 hours later. Boom! Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shook, and the divine power aura on his body immediately began to change drastically. Rank 7 True Saint, we're here. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. He had thought that his breakthrough would take some effort, but in fact, his breakthrough was very smooth. He relied on his accumulated divine power to attack again and again. After only a dozen times, the barrier was broken. After he reached the rank 7 True Saint realm, his divine power immediately began to change. The power of his divine power rose to another level. It's a pity that I don't have enough time, and I don't have that many divine power fruits. Otherwise, I could have directly reached the peak of rank 7 by relying on the divine power fruits, Jian Wushuang sighed. However, Jian Wushuang was very satisfied even though he was only at the 7th rank. Before he had made the breakthrough, his divine power had been fully unleashed because of his special life level and the secret skills he had cultivated. It was comparable to that of an ordinary invincible saint. Now that he had made the breakthrough from a rank 6 True Saint to a rank 7 True Saint, his divine power had soared again. In terms of pure power, he was now stronger than many invincible saints. Even the experts on the True Saint list were not as strong as him in terms of basic divine power. Compared with the experts on the True Saint list, his divine power was so strong that he could only comprehend the principles. There was a gap between him and the absolute arts. However, it was impossible for him to make up for this gap in the Blood Wave realm. It's still some time before the Blood Wave token comes into being, and during this time, it depends on whether I'm lucky enough to completely master the Blood Drop 1 move. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Soon, he closed his eyes again and began to comprehend. Time continued to pass. In the Blood Wave realm, although the Blood Wave token still had not come into being, all kinds of fights were going on. Many unknown people had appeared one after another. Although they were not famous, they were exceptionally powerful. Some of them had even caused quite a big impact on the True Saint list. In short, while everyone was waiting for the Blood Wave token to appear, the Blood Wave realm was in a frenzy. Because there were too many experts that had appeared and caused too much impact on the True Saint list, the True Saint list had been changed 5 times. The current ranking of the True Saint list was very different from before, especially the top 10 positions. The current top 10 ranks of the True Saint list were as follows. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBoxNovel. Thanks. First on the True Saint list, the Light King, Lone Warrior. Second on the True Saint list, the Saint Devil Son, Heaven Cleaving Alliance. Third on the True Saint list, the Nether Sky Emperor, Lone Warrior. Fourth on the True Saint list, Di Hao, Temporal Temple. Fifth on the True Saint list, Nine Temple Saintess, Suspected Nine-Tailed Race. Sixth on the True Saint list, Divine Master Ku, Heavenly Ancestor Taoist Sect. Seventh on the True Saint list, Silver Wolf, Life and Death Saint Realm. Eighth on the True Saint list, Cold Heart, Supreme Oblivion Valley. Ninth on the True Saint list, Thunder God, Destruction Saint Realm. 10th on the True Saint rank, Snow Saint, Burning Heart Heavenly Sect. In the top 10 rankings, Nether Sky Emperor, Cold Heart, and Snow Saint were all powerful warriors who suddenly appeared in the Blood Wave realm. Especially the Nether Sky Emperor, who was ranked 3rd after suppressing Di Hao and the 9 Temple Saintess. Even the top 10 had such a change, and the rankings below the top 10 had even greater changes. Time passed, and in a flash, The Blood Wave Realm had been opened for a whole month. In the central region of the Blood Wave Realm, 3 figures gathered in a desolate mountain. These 3 people came from the same sect. There was an invincible saint and 2 peak saints. This lineup could be considered pretty good in the Blood Wave Realm. Senior Brother Z, have you heard? Lao of the Starless Palace was defeated by someone. Moreover, he was easily defeated. A slightly plump middle-aged man said, "Of course, I know about this." The purple-haired, purple-eyed young man sneered, "I've dealt with Lao before. He's indeed very strong. I'm not his match in a one-on-one fight. Because of this, every time we meet, he always acts superior to me, which makes me very unhappy. However, in the Blood Wave Realm, there are as many experts as the clouds, and there are countless invincible saints. There are also many people who are stronger than Lao. If he dares to be so arrogant again, I'm afraid he won't even know how he died." The purple-haired, purple-eyed young man's words clearly carried a hint of schadenfreude. That's true, but it also fully illustrates the dangers of the Blood Wave Realm. There are too many experts here. With the 3 of us, we are nothing in this place. Therefore, the 3 of us must be extremely careful when snatching the Blood Wave token. The last person said, "Of course. If there's a chance, we'll snatch the Blood Wave token. But if there aren't certain conditions, we must treat it calmly," said the purple-haired, purple-eyed young man. At this moment, boom, the ground suddenly shook, as if something was soaring into the sky. Then, the 3 of them immediately sensed a special fluctuation coming from nearby. This fluctuation made their pupils shrink. This is the Blood Wave token, the birth of the Blood Wave token. Is it finally about to begin? And the place where the first Blood Wave token was born happens to be near us? The purple-haired, purple-eyed young man's eyes flashed with a demonic purple light. We're in a relatively remote area in the central area. I've observed before that there are only a dozen or so people around us, and most of them are alone, and they're all peak saints. There's not a single invincible saint. With the strength of the 3 of us working together, we have at least a 50% chance of getting it." When they thought of this, their eyes immediately turned scarlet. "Quick, hurry over. No matter what, we must take this Blood Wave token. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy." Just a month after the Blood Wave Realm opened, the first Blood Wave token finally appeared. After the birth of this Blood Wave token, it immediately attracted many experts from nearby to rush over to fight over it. Following that, a large-scale chaotic battle began. This battle lasted for an hour before the Blood Wave token was obtained by Divine Master Ku, who was ranked 6th on the True Saint list. The battle for the first Blood Wave token ended. However, everyone knew that with the birth of the first Blood Wave token, the cruel slaughter within the Blood Wave realm began. Chapter 32-38. Enemies have a narrow road underscore in the middle of the Blood Wave realm. 5 figures were slowly moving forward. Upon closer inspection, the expressions of these 5 people were not very good, especially the handsome young man in the lead, who was wearing a luxurious silver robe. There was even a hint of viciousness in his eyes, as if he knew that this handsome young man was furious. The 4 people behind him did not dare to say a single word on the way. "Bastard! That Blood Wave token was already in our hands, but Divine Master Ku took it away." Divine Master Ku, this handsome young man, who was also the famous carefree young master of the Divine Beginning Realm, was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Just now, the first Blood Wave token was born. He happened to be not far from here, and he was also the first to participate in the competition. His own strength was extremely strong, and he had the help of these 4 powerful immortal saints behind him. He easily took the Blood Wave token, but just as he was about to leave with the token, Divine Master Ku arrived. Divine Master Ku was one of the top 10 existences on the True Saint list. Once he arrived, even if it was just one person, he could easily crush them. In the end, the Blood Wave token fell into Divine Master Ku's hands. Meanwhile, they had worked for nothing. In fact, during the struggle, some people had almost lost their lives. Divine Master Ku was ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking. am indeed not his match in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, the dark killing array that I specially prepared before entering the Blood Wave realm went awry. The blood eagle that was most suitable to control the principles of death was killed. Although I changed a person at the last minute, this person's comprehension of the principles of death is not as good as Blood Eagle's. His control of the dark cleaving formation is not as good as Blood Eagle's. When he works with us, his power is greatly reduced. He can't use the true power of this formation. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of Master Ku? Carefree young master was indeed very angry. It's depressing. He is the #1 genius of Xiaoyao Mansion. His own strength is really outstanding, all qualified for the true saint list. And he took the opportunity of the Blood Wave realm very seriously. So before entering the Blood Wave realm, he had begun to prepare, not only carefully with him into the Blood Wave realm with the strong, and he also specially prepared an incomparably powerful joint attack array, is this Killing Ming array. This dark cleaving formation was executed by a total of 5 people working together. Moreover, these 5 people had to comprehend several different principles, and the principle of death was one of them. Previously, he had carefully selected a few people who had already been confirmed to be in control of the dark cleaving formation. Those people had already become extremely familiar with the control of the formation. If they were to work together with him, they would definitely be able to unleash an extremely powerful might. However, just as the Blood Wave realm was about to open, Xuering, who controlled the corner of the Death Principle's formation, died. He died at the hands of Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis. I heard that he used the 3 Saint Realms. The experts of the 3 Saint Realms came together, and they even invited Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, but they failed to kill him. The 3 Saint Realms are really useless. Master Xiaoyao hated Jian Wushuang, especially after the battle. Of course, he hoped that the 3 Saint Realms could kill Jian Wushuang before. However, that was not the case. While Master Xiaoyao was angry, a figure slowly floated toward them. Master Xiaoyao and the others immediately looked over and quickly saw the appearance of the person. This appearance, Master Xiaoyao was stunned. The 4 people behind him also looked very strange. Jian Wushuang was now very famous in the Blood Wave realm, so they had naturally paid attention to him. They had also seen the battle scenes of Jian Wushuang, so they could recognize him at a glance. The young man in a golden robe, carrying a long sword on his back and emitting the aura of a rank 7 true saint was undoubtedly Heavenly Sword Marquis. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Heavenly Sword Marquis. It's him. A cold light flashed in young Master Zaiweo's eyes. I was just talking about Heavenly Sword Marquis. I didn't expect him to appear in front of me in the blink of an eye. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Master Xiaoyao was full of hatred for Jian Wushuang. Now, he met Jian Wushuang who had just come out of seclusion. The narrow road for enemies was indeed a narrow road for enemies. Let's go. Master Xiaoyao and the other 3 went up to meet him. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and saw the arrival of the 5 people in front of him. He looked calm and did not show any fear. What a joke. Even the experts of the 3 Saint Realms, Light King, and the Saintess could not kill him. In the Blood Wave realm, he could do whatever he wanted. Oh, it's him? When the 5 people approached, Jian Wushuang immediately recognized the leader, young Master Xiaoyao. Young Master Xiaoyao was famous in the Divine Beginning realm. Jian Wushuang had seen his information before, so he could recognize him at a glance. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Young Master Zaiweo's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The 4 people who had followed young Master Xiaoyao immediately spread out and surrounded Jian Wushuang. What? Do you want to fight me? Jian Wushuang looked around indifferently. Heavenly Sword Marquis. I know that your life-saving ability is terrible. All the forces in the Divine Beginning realm rank you as the best among the immortal saints. It's impossible for us to kill you alone. However, although we can't kill you, we can still teach you a lesson, young Master Xiaoyao said. Teach me a lesson? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised that he had killed an expert under young Master Zaiweo's command before entering the Blood Wave realm, which should have affected young Master Zaiweo's plan. It was normal for him to have some complaints about him. Young Master Xiaoyao, We didn't have a big grudge before. I only killed one of your peak saints. As far as I know, Shuang doesn't have a great relationship with you. He's only useful to you. So I think it's better for us to stay out of each other's way, Jian Wushuang said. Mind your own business? What a joke. You've already killed my man, and you still have the nerve to say that? Master Xiaoyao shouted, Go! Use the underworld killing magic formation. I want to torture him to death. Master Xiaoyao also knew that he could not kill Jian Wushuang, but even if Jian Wushuang tortured him once, it would greatly reduce his anger. Buzz as Master Xiaoyao gave the order, streams of strange power rose directly. Chapter 32-39 Drop of Blood, Alas. Jian Wushuang sighed when he saw this scene. He did not want to fight with young Master Xiaoyao. After all, there was no great enmity between them, so there was no need to fight. But now that young Master Xiaoyao had taken the initiative to attack him, he had no choice but to fight. Since you want to fight, let's do it. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a bright light. Buzz. A large amount of divine power instantly rose. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had already used all 3 of his secret skills, and his battle strength immediately increased to the limit. Young Master Xiaoyao and the other 5 surrounded Jian Wushuang in the center. Each of them emitted an extremely strong power of principles. The power of rules was different, but under the influence of the magic formation, they were all connected. Get down! Young Master Xiaoyao, who was in front of Jian Wushuang, held a huge saber in his hand. The saber carried vast flames and even spread out to form a sea of fire. He was the flame dominator in this sea of fire. With the help of the magic formation, the power of his saber was even more shocking. He swung his saber toward Jian Wushuang. It was obvious that he wanted to crush Jian Wushuang with brute force. Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all when he saw the saber coming toward him. A surge of astonishing sword essence rose up, accompanied by a faint roar that echoed in the world. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword had already been slashed out. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang, Clang. When the two collided, a crisp sound was produced. Jian Wushuang's body shook slightly, and then he retreated backward. However, Master Xiaoyao's saber was also blocked. Master Xiaoyao looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, This kid blocked my saber attack head-on? After all, he was very strong. In terms of battle strength, he could make it to the true saint list. His full-strength saber attack was extremely powerful, and with the help of the Netherkill magic formation, the power of his saber attack was greatly increased. However, when his saber moved and clashed with Jian Wushuang, he only had a slight advantage. Didn't he say that his strength is only at the peak of the saint realm? He is still far from being an invincible saint, but now his attack power is obviously much stronger than that of an ordinary invincible saint? Young Master Xiaoyao was puzzled, but he soon felt relieved. After all, when Jian Wushuang met the 3 saint realms, he was only a rank 6 true saint. But now, he was obviously a rank 7 true saint. The gap between a rank 6 true saint and a rank 7 true saint was very big, so Jian Wushuang's divine power was greatly enhanced. Humph, even if you are stronger than before, you will still be completely crushed by the Netherkill magic formation of the 5 of us. Young Master Xiaoyao was absolutely confident. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Beside him, his 4 subordinates also made their moves. Although these 4 were only at the peak saint realm, their combat strength was extremely strong. Together with the Netherkill array, they could display combat strength that was not inferior to that of an invincible saint. Most importantly, the principles they comprehended were connected. The power of the methods or secret techniques that relied on the power of principles would also greatly increase. Under such circumstances, even if they met a real expert on the true saint list, even if they were in the middle level, they could still fight him head-on. Previously, when they met Master Ku, it was because he was too strong and ranked too high. They had no choice but to deal with him. However, they felt that it was more than enough to deal with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang fought with the 5 people in the magic formation a few times, and immediately realized that the magic formation was difficult to deal with. Is this the magic formation that Master Xiaoyao specially prepared before entering the Bloodwave realm? Xue Ying should have been among them, but he was killed by me. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. With this magic formation, I will definitely be crushed in a head-on fight. Forget it. I won't waste time with them. I'll kill them directly. A fierce light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, but in the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared in the center of the magic formation. He disappeared? It's an escape art. It's his escape art. Unity. Master Xiaoyao glanced at a white-robed elder beside him. The white-robed elder was Saint Unity. He was also a well-known top saint. What the Unity Saint elixir was best at was the soul. Jian Wushuang was famous in the Bloodwave world. Most people knew about his skills and strength, including his life-saving ability, escape art, and assassination skills. As for this escape art, many experts in the Bloodwave realm also knew that a peak saint of the Soul realm could sense his location. Saint Guyi happened to have this ability, which was why young Master Xiaoyao dared to attack Jian Wushuang. Humph, although your escape skill is powerful, it's useless as long as someone can sense your location, young Master Xiaoyao sneered. Saint Guyi had released his soul power to the maximum and had instantly sensed Jian Wushuang's existence. Iron Dragon, he's behind you, Saint Guyi shouted. The barefooted, messy-haired Saint Iron Dragon immediately turned around and saw Jian Wushuang's figure quietly appearing. He did not make any movements. If Saint Guyi had not warned him, Saint Iron Dragon would not have noticed him at all. Now that he had noticed him in advance, Saint Iron Dragon was not afraid at all. Sure enough, with Saint Guyi, who is good at soul, around, my shadowless escape skill is still very useful for sneak attacks. But, so what if I have reacted in advance? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. A streak of blood light flashed in the void as if a drop of blood had suddenly appeared. Saint Iron Dragon had been absolutely confident that Jian Wushuang would not be able to do anything to him after he had detected his figure in advance. However, when Jian Wushuang stabbed out with his longsword, when the sword stabbed out, Saint Iron Dragon instantly revealed a terrified expression. Too fast. Saint Iron Dragon did not have time to think. He desperately tried to swing his weapon to block Jian Wushuang's sword. But it was obvious that his speed could not keep up with the blood-red sword light. The blood-red sword light was not hindered at all. It directly hit the divine body of Saint Iron Dragon, and then an incredible power suddenly burst out. The first move of the bloody sword technique, dripping blood. The sword rose, and the blood fell. The most terrifying thing about this sword was not just its speed, but the terrifying power condensed at the tip of the sword and suddenly exploded, instantly piercing through the opponent's divine body. Under this power, Saint Iron Dragon's divine body collapsed on the spot. Chapter 3240. Kill, Buzz. In just a moment, Saint Iron Dragon's divine body had recovered. However, after the divine body was reassembled, Saint Iron Dragon was shocked. I lost 70% of my divine power? Saint Iron Dragon was terrified. He was a peak saint and had abundant divine power. If it was just a normal divine body collapse, he would only need to use 20% to 30% of his divine power to reassemble. But now, he had used 70% of his divine power to regroup. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang's attack was extraordinary, and it was true. The Bloodblade sword art was the strongest assassination sword art created by the Bloodblade Master. Since it was an assassination, it was natural to hit the target with one strike without giving the opponent any time to struggle. However, all the cultivators above the Immortal Saint realm had mastered the immortal body, so it was very difficult to kill the target with one strike. Therefore, the bloody sword skill did not just destroy the opponent's divine body in an instant. At the same time, when the sword blade entered the opponent's divine body, it would release a shocking power. It would also destroy the opponent's divine power to the greatest extent. Just like the sword move that Jian Wushuang had just performed, It had destroyed nearly 40% of the divine power of Saint Iron Dragon's realm while penetrating the divine body of Saint Iron Dragon's realm. In addition, the Blood Mountain Sword had been infused with 3 drops of cold blood venom. The 3 drops of cold blood venom had also crazily eroded Saint Iron Dragon's divine power, causing him to lose 70% of his divine power. How is this possible? How can Heavenly Sword Marquis swordsmanship be so terrifying? I had already discovered his position and seen his sword attack, but I still couldn't block it. Saint Iron Dragon still could not come back to his senses. But at this time, Iron Dragon, be careful. A fierce shout suddenly came from the void beside him. It was Saint Guy who had sensed Jian Wushuang's position through his soul perception. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had appeared behind Saint Iron Dragon, who had reconstructed his divine body. All the pores on Saint Iron Dragon's body stood up instantly, and an unprecedented sense of danger emerged in his heart. At this moment, he wanted to roar and flee frantically. However, under Jian Wushuang's terrifying swordsmanship, all of this was wishful thinking. Chi. The same scene appeared. The blood-red sword light once again penetrated Saint Iron Dragon's divine body and madly destroyed the latter's divine power. Saint Iron Dragon still did not have any ability to resist. This time, he only had 30% of his divine power left. If he was hit again, he would not be able to withstand it at all. Buzz. Saint Iron Dragon's divine body collapsed, and his voice completely disappeared. A powerful peak saint had died. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Iron Dragon, Master Xiaoyao, Saint Guy, and the others were shocked to see this scene. How could this be? Master Xiaoyao's face was full of disbelief. He just wanted to ravage Jian Wushuang once to appease his hatred. At the same time, he also knew that there was a difference in strength between the two sides. In his opinion, with Saint Guy, an expert in the soul, Jian Wushuang could only be crushed and trampled by them. But the result was completely beyond his expectations. When the two sides fought, the power of the underworld killing magic formation on his side had yet to be fully displayed. As a result, Saint Iron Dragon, who was controlling one of the corners of the formation, was killed by Jian Wushuang directly in front of them. He was killed right in front of their eyes. They did not even have time to rescue him. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Master Xiaoyao gave the order. The 3 saints under him did not dare to stay any longer and immediately retreated. They knew very well that Jian Wushuang could easily kill Saint Iron Dragon in front of them, while the underworld killing magic formation was intact. Now that Saint Iron Dragon was dead, the underworld killing magic formation would collapse. Naturally, Jian Wushuang could kill the others more easily. Naturally, they did not dare to face Jian Wushuang again. Seeing the 4 people leave, Jian Wushuang had no intention to chase after them. There was not much enmity between the two sides. It was only because young Master Xiaoyao took the initiative to attack that Jian Wushuang fought back. This fight was to test his current strength and the power of the Shadowless Escape skill combined with the Bloody Sword skill. It turned out that the combination of the Shadowless Escape skill and the Bloody Sword skill was the most powerful and terrifying assassination method. Saint Iron Dragon had discovered his position in advance, but he could not keep up with the speed of the first move of Blood Drop, nor could he withstand the terrifying power of the first move of Blood Drop. Therefore, the Saint Iron Dragon was killed in just 2 attacks. With the combination of Shadowless Escape skill and the first move of Blood Drop of the sword skill of Blood Blade, I can easily kill a peak saint even with an expert who specializes in soul art. I wonder if I can kill the invincible saint with this assassination technique? Jian Wushuang murmured. An invincible saint was much stronger and more difficult to deal with than a peak saint. In the divine beginning realm, it was very difficult to kill an invincible saint alone unless the principal's master made a move. Even on the true saint list, only a few people could kill an invincible saint directly. However, Jian Wushuang's Shadowless Escape skill and the Blood Drop Sword skill could indeed pose a great threat to an invincible saint. After today's fight, I'm afraid that Master Xiaoyao won't dare to come and find trouble with me again. Jian Wushuang smiled and slowly put the Blood Mountain sword back into its sheath. Let's continue to explore. Jin Wushuang began to explore the central area of the Bloodwave realm alone. The central area had now become a huge battlefield. Only one day after the first Bloodwave token was born, the second Bloodwave token was born. Time passed. It was the 34th day since the Bloodwave realm opened. Above the blood-red void, Jin Wushuang was moving forward slowly, but his expression was solemn, because he had just received a message from Qian Hongzi. Although the Bloodwave realm was very special, time and space were not hindered. In the Bloodwave realm, people could communicate normally. Although Jin Wushuang was separated from the people of the Temporal Temple, they had always been in contact with each other. Qian Hongzi would immediately tell him if something big happened in the Bloodwave realm. What Qian Hongzi just told him was where the second Bloodwave token belonged to. Although the second Bloodwave token was born in the central area, it was still a distance away from Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang did not immediately teleport there. After all, he did not know the exact location of the second Bloodwave token. After a fierce battle, the second Bloodwave token fell into the hands of Han Xian, who ranked 8th on the True Saint list. Chapter 3241 was born, Han Xian. Jin Wushuang murmured the name. He had seen the True Saint list after the ranking change, so he knew the origin of Han Xian. Han Xian came from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. According to the introduction of Han Xian on the True Saint list, she was not famous before. Although she was a genius disciple of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, almost no one in the outside world knew about the existence of this task. It seemed that she had suddenly appeared, but she was very strong. Before the Bloodwave token competition began, she had fought with Thunder God, but in the face-to-face fight, she actually had the upper hand. Therefore, in the new True Saint list, he was ranked 8th, Thunder God is the 9th. From the Supreme Emotion Valley, she is very strong, and she didn't have any fame before. It seems that she suddenly appeared, Jin Wushuang muttered to himself. He was wondering if Han Xian was his wife, Lung Rushuang. After all, his wife had been brought to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Although it had only been a few hundred years, Lung Rushuang in this life was very talented because of her special physique. Even Jin Wushuang could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was not impossible for such an incredible talent to grow to the level of a peak saint under the careful cultivation of a top sect like the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, and to have the battle strength of the top 10 on the True Saint list. Unfortunately, although I know some information about Han Xian, I don't have a mirror image of her fighting with Thunder God, nor do I know her exact appearance. Jin Wushuang frowned. She only knew that Han Xian was also a woman and was extremely beautiful, but he did not know the other features of her appearance. No rush. Since Han Xian has obtained a Bloodwave token, she will definitely enter the Bloodwave Palace in the end. I only need one Bloodwave token to meet her in the Bloodwave Palace. Then I will know if she is Shuanger. Jin Wushuang thought to himself. At this moment, buzz, a strange wave suddenly spread out from the void not far away. As the wave spread out, the surrounding void instantly became heated. This is, Jin Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. He was not unfamiliar with this wave. Usually, when a treasure was born, it would be accompanied by this special wave. However, this was the Bloodwave realm, so how could any treasure be born? There was only one that would be born, and that was the Bloodwave token, which represented the final opportunity in the Bloodwave realm. A Bloodwave token has been born, and it's not far away. Jin Wushuang immediately smiled. All the immortal saints who came to the Bloodwave realm were eager to get the final opportunity in the Bloodwave realm. Jin Wushuang was no exception. He could not catch up with the birth of the two Bloodwave tokens, but now that the third one was born, he was just in time. Go! Without any hesitation, Jin Wushuang rushed toward the source of the fluctuation. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. When Jin Wushuang appeared at the place where the Bloodwave token was born, the crazy competition for the Bloodwave token had already begun. More than 20 immortal saints had been fighting crazily. Most of them were peak saints, but there were also two invincible saints. One of them was being surrounded and killed by everyone. This person is Dujio? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. He had read that the person who was being surrounded and killed was a famous invincible saint from the divine beginning realm. He was a solitary expert with no background. As for his strength, Du Jio was only average among the invincible saints, but his life-saving ability was not bad. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive the attacks of these 20-peak saints. Everyone is attacking Du Jio. It seems that the Blood Wave token has fallen into Du Jio's hands, Jian Wushuang said softly. With Du Jio's life-saving ability, even if the immortal saints joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, as time passes, more and more people will arrive, especially experts on the true saint list. Unless Du Jio hands over the Blood Wave token, he will definitely die. But it seems that Du Jio won't hand over the Blood Wave token so easily. Jian Wushuang smiled, but then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He quietly floated toward the battlefield ahead. The battlefield ahead was crazy. More than 20 peak saints and an invincible saint were crazily surrounding and killing Du Jio. Numerous roars reverberated through the entire world. Du Jio, hand over the Blood Wave token. Hand over the Blood Wave token, or else we will fight to the death. Du Jio, with your strength, you won't be able to occupy this Blood Wave token. Numerous voices entered Du Jio's ears, and his expression was unusually grave. These fellows are really crazy for the Blood Wave token. Du Jio was blocking the attacks of these people while secretly circling around. These people alone can't do anything to me. However, the Blood Wave token has created such a huge commotion. The people around it are probably attracted here. More and more people will rush to the battlefield. Among them, there are some powerful invincible saints. There might even be experts on the true saint list nearby. Therefore, I absolutely can't tangle with them. I have to get rid of them immediately. It seems that I can only use that move. Du Jio's eyes flickered with coldness. Since he dared to venture into the Blood Wave realm alone, he had naturally made some preparations. After obtaining the Blood Wave token, how would he get rid of them? This was something that he had previously planned and made preparations for. Now, he was already about to start his own plan to get rid of them. But suddenly, an unprecedented palpitation rose from the bottom of Du Jio's heart. This palpitation was as if he was about to step into death. This is... Du Jio turned his head with great difficulty, only to see a blood-like sword light stabbing toward him explosively. When? Du Jio had no idea who had run behind him and executed this sword light. But this sword light was so fast that he had no time to block it. Chi. The sword light pierced through his divine body. No! Du Jio let out an unwilling roar, and his divine body collapsed on the spot. However, he was besieged by many experts. It would be disastrous if his divine body was destroyed at this critical moment. Then, before his divine body had completely recovered, the immortal saints who besieged him attacked one after another, not giving him any chance. In just an instant, Du Jio died. Chapter 3242. Obtained, Du Jio is dead. Quick, take his interspatial ring. The Blood Wave token must be in his interspatial ring. The Blood Wave token is mine. Whoever dares to snatch it from me will be killed. The experts who were originally surrounding and killing Du Jio immediately went crazy after Du Jio died. Numerous burning gazes swept across the void in front of them. In the next moment, they froze on the interspatial ring Du Jio had left behind. Over there. Many figures instantly swarmed forward. The one who rushed at the front was the remaining invincible saint. This invincible saint was Saint Purple Dragon. His strength was average among the invincible saints, and he was not famous in the divine beginning realm. However, now that Du Jio died, he should be the strongest among the experts present. He was also the one who had the best chance to get the Blood Wave token. We're close. We can get the Blood Wave token soon. The Saint Purple Dragon with long blood-red hair and a wicked face had an unprecedented gleam in his eyes as he watched Du Jio's interspatial ring getting closer and closer to him. However, just when he appeared in front of the interspatial ring and was about to take it away, a hand suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed the interspatial ring. Then, it was taken back. This scene made Saint Purple Dragon's eyes crack. Put it down. With a roar, Saint Purple Dragon did not care who was in front of him, and he swung the sledgehammer in his hand at lightning speed. The sledgehammer contained an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It streaked across the space and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Get lost. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the Blood Mountain sword turned into a bolt of blood-red lightning and swept out with a shocking evil aura. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, Shixiang. When Jian Wushuang used the 3 secret skills at the same time, the power of this move was extremely terrifying. Bang! With a loud sound, your Saint Purple Dragon's body shot out, and he sent 2 people flying in the process. After a long while, the Saint Purple Dragon finally managed to stop. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Who is it? The Saint Purple Dragon raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. He was sent flying with just 1 blow. He did not know his opponent's actual strength, but in terms of strength and power, he was sure that he had reached the level of the true saint list. With Saint Purple Dragon's gaze, he immediately saw Jian Wushuang's appearance. He looks like Heavenly Sword Marquis? Saint Purple Dragon's pupils could not help shrinking. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The Heavenly Sword Marquis who could not even defeat the experts of the 3 Saint Realms, the Light King, and the 9 Temple Saintess? It's him. He was the one who defeated Du Jia's divine body in a sneak attack. The Blood Wave token has fallen into the hands of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Many experts on the field looked at Jian Wushuang in unison. Although their eyes were burning with greed for the interspatial ring in Jian Wushuang's hand, no one chose to attack immediately. After all, Heavenly Sword Marquis was too famous. Everyone, Du Jia's Blood Wave token has fallen into my hands. Do you want to snatch it from me again? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but there was no fear in his voice. There was only indifference and absolute confidence. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, these experts frowned deeply. Of course, they coveted the Blood Wave token, but no matter how much they coveted it, they had to have the strength to snatch it. Previously, the Blood Wave token had fallen into Du Jia's hands. Although Du Jia's strength was not bad and his life-saving ability was not bad, with so many of them working together, they had the ability and great chance to kill Du Jia or force him to hand over the Blood Wave token. But against Heavenly Sword Marquis. After all, Heavenly Sword Marquis was an existence that even the combined efforts of the experts of the 3 Saint Realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess could not do anything to. The move of time-space teleportation alone was enough to allow him to run amok in the Blood Wave realm. Now, all the forces in the Divine Beginning realm recognized that he had the best life-saving ability among the immortal saints. If they wanted to take the Blood Wave token from Jian Wushuang, they would have to kill him. It was impossible. Therefore, although Jian Wushuang was alone and in front of them when they saw him take out the Blood Wave token and put it into his interspatial ring, they remained silent. From the beginning to the end, no one made a move. The Saint Purple Dragon was also silent and did not make a move. It seems that you don't intend to fight for it. In that case, I'll take my leave. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and disappeared in a flash. Not long after Jian Wushuang left, whoosh, 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 one figure after another rushed to the battlefield, but by the time they arrived, the fight for the Blood Wave token had ended. What's going on? Who obtained the Blood Wave token? A cold voice came from a middle-aged man in a snow-white robe. There was a flame mark on the middle-aged man's forehead, and he felt extremely violent. Sir, Saint Purple Dragon said with a hint of respect, the Blood Wave token that was just created was taken by the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Is he Heavenly Sword Marquis of the Temporal Temple? Is he a rank 6 true saint? Flame Emperor asked. Yes, but unlike before, he has reached rank 7 true saint, so his strength is obviously closer. We were trying to kill Du Jia, but we couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time. Heavenly Sword Marquis killed Du Jia's divine body with one strike. After Du Jia died, His interspatial ring fell into Heavenly Sword Marquis hands. Saint Purple Dragon said, "That's troublesome." Flame Emperor frowned. He was ranked 15th on the True Saint list and was very strong. However, no matter how strong he was helpless when he heard that the Blood Wave token had fallen into Jian Wushuang's hands. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is not very strong, his life-saving ability is widely recognized as number one. Even if he appeared in front of me and asked me to kill him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to kill him, let alone get the Blood Wave token. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. I have no choice. I can only wait for the next Blood Wave token to appear. He quickly left. At the same time, the third Blood Wave token that appeared fell into the hands of Heavenly Sword Marquis. This news quickly spread throughout the Blood Wave realm. After receiving this news, all the experts within the Blood Wave realm felt a trace of helplessness in their hearts. They no longer had any thoughts toward this Blood Wave token. After all, treasures were meant for the capable. Chapter 3243. Revenge. It was a truth that only the capable could obtain treasures. Since the opening of the Blood Wave realm, there had been a total of 3 Blood Wave tokens. One of them had been obtained by Master Ku, the other by Han Xian, and the last one had been obtained by Jian Wushuang. The first 2 people who obtained him were all top 10 experts on the True Saint list, and they all had extraordinary backgrounds. Master Ku came from the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Han Xian came from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. She was terrifyingly strong and had an amazing background. Therefore, even though most of the experts in the Blood Wave realm knew that they had a Blood Wave token, they did not want to snatch it from them. Instead, they placed their hopes on the Blood Wave tokens that were about to be born. As for Jian Wushuang, although his strength was not as amazing as the first 2, his life-saving ability was enough to make people despair. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to take the Blood Wave token in his hand. Jian Wushuang paused in an empty space in the Blood Wave realm. Brother Heavenly Marquis, congratulations on getting a Blood Wave token so quickly. Qian Hongzi sent a message. At the same time, Duan Lang, Fei Xue, and Yu sent greetings, but Jian Wushuang did not respond to them. He just chatted with Qian Hongzi. I'm just lucky. I didn't meet a difficult opponent. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was telling the truth. He was lucky to get a Blood Wave token so easily. First of all, he was very close to the place where the Blood Wave token was created. Secondly, there were no strong existences near him. When he rushed to the battlefield, there were only about 20 immortal saints fighting for it, and among them, there were only 2 invincible saints with average strength. Under such circumstances, with his Shadowless Escape art and the Blood Sword art, of course, he could easily seize the Blood Wave token. But if his luck was a little bad and there was a strong expert nearby, and he rushed to the battlefield at the first moment, then it would be more difficult for him to obtain the Blood Wave token. After all, his life-saving methods were powerful, but in a head-on confrontation, he was indeed not very strong. He could only use his assassination skills. However, if the person who got the Blood Wave token was not Du Jiao but an expert on the True Saint list, then even if Jian Wushuang used the Shadowless Escape technique and the Bloody Sword skill, it would be difficult for him to break the divine body of this expert on the True Saint list, let alone kill him with the help of others. With my current strength, ordinary invincible saints would not be able to resist my sneak attacks if I didn't have the help of an expert on the True Saint list. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill an expert on the True Saint list so easily. Jian Wushuang secretly smiled. Then he asked, Qian Hongzi, how are you guys doing? We're not that lucky. We didn't even catch up with the 3 Blood Wave tokens. We haven't even seen any Blood Wave tokens yet, Qian Hongzi said bitterly. Haha, don't worry. There are 10 Blood Wave tokens in total. Even if 3 of them already have owners, there are still 7 left. There's still a lot of opportunities, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. We're not as optimistic as you. Even if we're lucky, only Di Hao might have a chance to get the Blood Wave token, but it's probably impossible for us to get a second one, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang shrugged, but he agreed with him. Indeed, with the formation of the Temporal Temple and Dihao's strength, who was ranked fourth on the True Saint list, the experts in the Blood Wave realm would probably tolerate it if he only got a Blood Wave token. However, if a second person among the 5 people in the Temporal Temple, such as Qian Hongzi or Duan Lang, got a Blood Wave token, the other forces would not tolerate it. In the end, it was very likely that these experts would join hands to force the 5 from the Temporal Temple. Let's not talk about this. Brother Heavenly Marquis, since you've already got a Blood Wave token, do you want to join us? If you join us, we'll have a better chance of snatching the Blood Wave token, Qian Hongzi said. Join us? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly. Why? Qian Hongzi was puzzled. Before, he thought that Jian Wushuang was worried that he would implicate them. But now, Jian Wushuang's life-saving ability was recognized as number 1, and the 3 Saint Realms no longer had any interest in him in the Blood Wave realm at this time. Jian Wushuang obviously had nothing to worry about. I still have some private matters to do. If I'm with you, it'll be inconvenient, Jian Wushuang said. Personal matters? Qian Hongzi frowned, but then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Brother Heavenly Marquis, are you going to cause trouble for the 3 Saint Realms? What do you think? Jian Wushuang's voice was calm. Damn, it's true. Qian Hongzi could not help exclaiming. There's nothing strange about it. Am I not allowed to take revenge on the 3 Saint Realms just because they attacked me? Jian Wushuang said coldly. You're right. Besides, your ability to save your life is recognized as number 1. At least no one in the Blood Wave realm can kill you, but you can kill the 3 Saint Realms. If you use Shadowless Escape Art to assassinate the experts of the 3 Saint Realms in the chaotic battle for the Blood Wave token, you'll have a high chance of succeeding. Even I can't imagine this scene. If you're more skillful, you can become the dream demon of the 3 Saint Realm experts in the Blood Wave realm. Ah! Qian Hongzi exclaimed. Jian Wushuang also smiled. What Qian Hongzi said was exactly what he wanted to do. However, unlike what Qian Hongzi knew, he had not only broken through to the rank 7 True Saint realm but also mastered the first move of the Bloody Blade swordsmanship, Blood Drop. His assassination skills were more than 10 times stronger than before. Previously, he could at most assassinate peak saints, but now, he could even assassinate invincible saints. And once an assassin like him wandered around in the chaotic battle, it would be a nightmare for the experts of the 3 great saint realms. Oh right, Brother Heavenly Marquis, we have already reported to Lord Hunyuan that the 3 great saint realms had spared no expense to invite the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess to come and kill you. Lord Hunyuan has also consulted the Bai Xing Hall Master. The Bai Xing Hall Master has said that since the 3 great saint realms are so shameless, our temporal temple doesn't need to show any mercy. In addition, on the 10th day of the battle, when you were in closed-door cultivation, Lord Hunyuan told me that Temple Master Bai Xing had killed 3 Principles Masters of the Destruction Saint Realm in the Universe battlefield, Qian Hongzi said. Killed 3 Principles Masters? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3244. Golden-Eyed Saint. After all, the Temporal Temple was one of the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning world. They had always been united, so how could they allow the 3 Saint Realms to bully their own experts so unscrupulously? Therefore, in the Blood Wave realm, the 3 Saint Realms had only besieged Jian Wushuang for less than 10 days. But the Temporal Temple had already taken revenge on the 3 Saint Realms and killed the 3 Principles Masters of the Destruction Saint Realm. They were Principles Masters, and they had killed 3 Principles Masters at once. Even the Destruction Saint Realm's principles were painful. It's a good thing that the Temporal Temple is so tough. At least I don't have to worry about anything when I attack the 3 Saint Realms, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then he sent a message, Qian Hongzi, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Qian Hongzi asked. Although I want to find trouble with the 3 Saint Realms, I don't know where the experts of the 3 Saint Realms are, so, although Jian Wushuang did not finish his words, he had already made his intentions clear. I understand. Isn't it just finding the location of the experts of the 3 Saint Realms? That's easy. The Temporal Temple has a good relationship with many experts of the divine beginning realm. They'll send a message to Lord Hunyuan and he will help you find their location, Qian Hongzi said. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded and then looked forward to it. The Temporal Temple was indeed very fast. In less than half a day, Lord Hunyuan personally sent a message to Jin Wushuang and told him the exact location of the experts of the Flame Saint Realm, one of the 3 Saint Realms. The Flame Saint Realm? Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold. During the previous attack, the only expert from the Flame Saint Realm was Gu Zhanzi. However, Gu Zhanzi was not only a top-ranked expert on the True Saint list, but he also had a golden magic array that could seal time and space in an instant. If he had not mastered the move of time-space teleportation, he would have died in that attack. Therefore, Jin Wushuang was also full of killing intent toward the experts of the Flame Saint Realm. Without hesitation, Jin Wushuang headed directly toward the experts of the Flame Saint Realm. In a corner of the central area of the Blood Wave Realm, many experts of the Flame Saint Realm gathered together. Like the Destruction Saint Realm and the Life and Death Saint Realm, there were 10 people from the Flame Saint Realm who entered the Blood Wave Realm. Among them, there were 3 invincible saints besides Gu Zhanzi, an expert on the True Saint list. The other 6 were all extremely powerful peak saints. Junior brother Golden-Eyed, how much of your divine power have you recovered? Gu Zhanzi stood in front of a black-haired, golden-eyed young man and asked. Close to 50%, the black-haired, golden-eyed man replied. We will wait for another day. You should recover more than 70% of your divine power as soon as possible, Gu Zhanzi said seriously. No problem. The black-haired, golden-eyed man nodded slightly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. The golden-eyed saint was quite famous in the divine beginning realm. Although he was only a peak saint, his battle power was enough to fight against the invincible saint. Because he came from a special race, the Golden Crow race, he had some innate advantages. Moreover, his talent was extremely high. In terms of talent, he should be stronger than Gu Zhanzi. It was just that he had not cultivated for a long time. Because of this, Gu Zhanzi and the others took care of the golden-eyed saint. Not long ago, when the second Blood Wave token was born, the people of the Flame Saint Realm caught up in the battle. In that battle, they were almost able to keep the Blood Wave token. Unfortunately, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley's Han Xian appeared in the end. She snatched the Blood Wave token first. On the way, Han Xian used an extremely terrifying technique, severely injuring the 3 people of the Flame Saint Realm in one go. Among them, the golden-eyed saint lost more than 70% of his divine power. He had almost died. Han Xian from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. I don't know where this woman came from, but her technique is really amazing. Gu Zhenzi's eyes were cold. He could not help but recall the scene when Han Xian had used that ultimate technique. One had to know that Han Zhen's technique had attacked 6 people at the same time. In the end, apart from Gu Zhenzi, the other 5 people's divine bodies had all collapsed, and 2 of them didn't belong to the Flame Realm. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. If such a unique skill only worked on one person, it might even kill the invincible saint directly. What a terrifying woman. If I meet her again in the upcoming battle, I have to be careful, Gu Zhanzi muttered to himself. Fortunately, only 3 Blood Wave tokens have appeared. One was obtained by Master Ku, one fell into Han Zhen's words, and the last one was unexpectedly obtained by Heavenly Sword Marquis. Heavenly Sword Marquis is really lucky. Although he knew that Jin Wushuang had a Blood Wave token, he did not have any thoughts about Jin Wushuang's life-saving ability. While the 10 people of the Flame Saint Realm were quietly recovering their divine power, no one noticed that a figure had quietly appeared near them. The people of the Flame Saint Realm are all here. Jin Wushuang used the shadowless escape art and hid in the surrounding void, looking at the 10 people in front of him. He had read the intelligence of the 10 people in the Flame Saint Realm. Although they were all very strong, none of them were good at souls, so no one could find him in advance. It seems that they had a big battle not long ago and suffered some losses. 3 of them are not at the peak of their divine power aura, especially the one in the middle. Jin Wushuang's eyes were like torches. He looked directly at the black-haired, golden-eyed man in the middle. This person should be the Golden-Eyed Saint. He is a top genius of the Flame Saint realm and was born in the Golden Crow clan. He is very talented. Although he is not very strong, his position in the Flame Saint realm is not inferior to Gu Zhanzi. Looking at the Golden-Eyed Saint, the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to take revenge on the three Saint realms so that they would feel sorry for him. Killing a top genius like the Golden-Eyed Saint was naturally more effective than killing other peak saints. Moreover, the Golden-Eyed Saint was not in his peak condition, so killing him would be easier. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang directly approached the 10 people in front of him. Because they were in the center of the Blood Wave realm and surrounded by a large number of experts, the people of the Flame Saint realm were not too careless. They kept a close eye on their surroundings. If there was any movement around them, they would be startled awake instantly. However, they could not sense Jian Wushuang's shadowless escape skill at all. Without any obstruction, Jian Wushuang quietly appeared behind the Golden-Eyed Saint. Then, he revealed himself and a blood-red sword light suddenly shot out. Blood Blade Swordsmanship, Blood Drop First Move. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3245. Frontal Assassination. Jian Wushuang suddenly attacked. The Golden-Eyed Saint and the other experts of the Flame Saint realm did not notice him at all. However, Gu Zhanzi, who was the core member of the Tin-Man team, narrowed his eyes. "There's killing intent. Be careful." Gu Zhanzi immediately shouted. The people of the Flame Saint realm were also startled, and so was the Golden-Eyed Saint. However, by the time the Golden-Eyed Saint reacted, it was already too late. The blood-colored sword light that contained a terrifying power instantly pierced through the Golden-Eyed Saint's divine body. Then, the power suddenly erupted. Together with the 3 drops of cold blood poison, it instantly destroyed 50% of the Golden-Eyed Saint's remaining divine power. It was completely annihilated. The Golden-Eyed Saint's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with terror. He could already feel his life force fading away. Am I going to die? This was the Golden-Eyed Saint's last thought. He withdrew his sword, and the Golden-Eyed Saint's voice was completely cut off. The Flame Saint realm's top genius, whose status was comparable to Gu Zhenzi's, had died just like that. This scene was also witnessed by the remaining 9 people of the Flame Saint realm. When they saw the Golden-Eyed Saint being killed, they were instantly shocked and furious. Golden-Eyed Junior Brother. Gu Zhenzi's eyes turned scarlet. Before entering the Blood Wave realm, the highest level of the Flame Saint realm had warned him to take good care of the Golden-Eyed Saint. After all, the Golden-Eyed Saint's talent was obvious, and he was from the Golden Crow clan. This time, he would enter the Blood Wave realm. It was only for training, and he did not want to obtain the final opportunity. But now, the Golden-Eyed Saint had been killed right under his nose. Gu Zhenzi's body trembled, and his scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the figure who had ambushed the Golden-Eyed Saint. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Gu Zhenzi's teeth were chattering. In fact, even without seeing Jian Wushuang's face, he had already guessed that he was the one who had attacked. Jian Wushuang, who had mastered the shadowless escape art, was probably the only person in the entire Blood Wave realm who could silently appear beside them and perform a fatal attack on the Golden-Eyed Saint without them noticing. Gu Zhanzi, long time no see. How have you been? Jian Wushuang stood in the void where the Golden-Eyed Saint had died and looked at Gu Zhanzi with interest. Although he was surrounded by 9 people from the Flame Saint realm, he did not care at all, but he did not seem to care. Heavenly Sword Marquis, how dare you kill my Golden-Eyed Junior Brother? Gu Zhanzi looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes seemed to spit fire. Around the other 8 flame of the Sanctum of the Strong are also furious. Haha, don't get me wrong. I don't want to kill just one Golden-Eyed Saint, but all of you. Jian Wushuang smiled strangely and disappeared again in front of the 9 people. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Oh no! Gu Zhenxi's face suddenly changed. Heavenly Sword Marquee escape art is very strange. Without an expert who specializes in soul, we can't sense his location. If we fight with him, we will only become his living targets. Be careful of the surroundings. Don't separate. 2 or 3 people gather together. Don't give him the chance to sneak attack you from behind or from both sides. Gu Zhenxi's low voice resounded across the sky. The people of the Flame Saint realm were not stupid. They immediately gathered as Gu Zhenxi said. There were 9 of them in total. At this moment, they gathered in a triangular formation of 3 people, so that they did not have to worry about Jian Wushuang suddenly appearing behind them or on either side. Jian Wushuang could only attack them from the front. If Jian Wushuang attacked them from the front, they would be able to react the moment their bodies were revealed. Then, they would naturally be able to block Jian Wushuang's attack from the front. After all, most assassins attacked from the back without the slightest reaction from their opponents. However, if an assassin attacked from the front, the chances of success would naturally not be so great. Haha, you are quite smart. Jian Wushuang hid in the surrounding void and looked at the 9 people of the Flame Saint realm gathering in groups of 3. He could not help but smile in his heart. Gu Zhenxi's first response to his sneak attack was indeed good. He was not an expert in the Soul Realm. If he had not mastered the bloody sword skill before, he would not have been able to deal with the 9 people of the Flame Saint realm. Unfortunately, he was no longer as strong as before. Do you think I can't succeed in a frontal attack? What a joke. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. His figure suddenly flashed, and he appeared in front of a saint at the peak of the Flame Saint realm. This saint was a burly middle-aged man with a huge axe in his hand. He was fully focused and on guard. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Buzz. When Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the burly middle-aged man, the burly middle-aged man immediately reacted. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared, the Blood Mountain sword turned into a blood-red stream of light and pierced toward his heart. Get lost. The burly middle-aged man shouted and swung the huge axe in his hand. The huge axe was so powerful that if it hit the Blood Mountain sword, it would be enough to force Jian Wushuang back. However, what? The burly middle-aged man suddenly widened his eyes, because he found that the blood-red flowing light was too fast. It was faster than he had imagined. The moment he swung the axe, the blood-red flowing light brushed past his axe and directly hit his divine body. The burly middle-aged man's divine body immediately suffered a huge impact. Although his divine body did not completely collapse, it had already collapsed by 80% and consumed nearly 40% of his divine power. After this sword attack, Jian Wushuang disappeared again. His axe attack did not have any effect at all. I can't block it. I can't block his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is too fast. The burly middle-aged man shouted at the first moment. How could it be? When Gu Zhenxi and the others heard this, their faces were extremely unsightly. Since they could not find Jian Wushuang at all and could only become living targets, the best way to deal with Jian Wushuang was for the 3 of them to form a triangle. Next, they only needed to send a message to an expert who was good at soul to deal with Jian Wushuang. But who would have thought that they would not be able to withstand Jian Wushuang's direct attack? No. A terrified roar sounded again. Another peak saint in the Flame Saint realm was pierced through by Jian Wushuang's attack and his divine body collapsed. Although the peak saint's divine body was quickly restored, more than 60% of his divine power was consumed in an instant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3246. Published at 2nd of March, 2022, 3 o'clock and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 3246. 3246 Chapter 3246. Fleeing in a sorry state, his sword technique is too terrifying. The peak saint whose divine body had just been reassembled had a terrified expression on his face. His mind was also recalling the scene just now, the sword that had suddenly stabbed out. He had clearly seen his opponent's sword, but he still had not been able to block that sword technique. In an instant, His divine body had been destroyed by his opponent. More than 60% of my divine power has been consumed. If I use another sword attack, the peak saint thought. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him. The same sword light came at him from the same direction. It's over. This thought arose in the heart of the peak saint. In the next moment, his divine body was destroyed again. This time, his remaining divine power was also destroyed, and his life was immediately cut off. In just a moment, another peak saint in the camp of the Flame Saint realm died under Jian Wushuang's sword. Junior brother Qing. Everyone in the Flame Saint realm, including Gu Zhanzi, had a drastic change in expression. Previously, they were completely unprepared when Jian Wushuang killed the gold-eyed saint. But now, they had already made a response, but Jian Wushuang still easily killed a peak saint. This scene, it made the remaining 8 people in the Flame Saint realm panic. We can't let him continue his unscrupulous assassination. Otherwise, at least half of us will die at his hands. We must think of a countermeasure immediately. Gu Zhanzi thought quickly and thought of a countermeasure. However, facing Jian Wushuang's terrifying assassination ability, he really could not think of any solution. Even if he wanted to invite an expert who was good at soul, it would be too late. There's no way. Without the help of an expert who is good at soul, we will only be passively beaten and constantly assassinated by Heavenly Sword Marquis. Moreover, there are only a few of us who can block his assassination. If this continues, all the peak saints in the Flame Saint realm, except for a few invincible saints, will probably die here. Thinking of this, Gu Zhanzi's face darkened, and he immediately made a decision. Run. Everyone, scatter and run. Gu Zhanzi shouted. Hearing this shout, the remaining experts of the Flame Saint realm were stunned. Run? Or scatter and run? Indeed, if they scattered and ran now, Jian Wushuang would not be able to split up, no matter how powerful he was. At most, he could only chase after one person, and Gu Zhanzi could also follow him to protect that person. This was indeed enough to deal with Jian Wushuang's crazy assassination. However, the Tin-Man camp of the Flame Saint realm had always been able to run amok in the Blood Wave realm. When ordinary experts saw them, they would usually avoid them in advance. They did not dare to provoke them at all. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. Moreover, with their lineup, even if they encountered the top experts on the True Saint list, such as the Light King or the Heavenly Devil Son, they would still be able to retreat calmly even if they could not defeat them. But now, their Tin-Man team, just because they met the Heavenly Sword Marquis, a rank 7 True Saint who did not even have the strength of the True Saint list, they could only choose to scatter and flee in a sorry state? How could they be willing to do this? How could they be willing? A mere rank 7 True Saint had forced them to flee in such a sorry state. If this were to spread out, how would they lose face? It was as if they could see through everyone's thoughts. Gu Zhanzi shouted again. At this time, there's no need to worry about face. Survival is more important. Everyone, listen to me and scatter. Junior brother Kong, join hands with me and think of a way to stop Heavenly Sword Marquis. Okay. A tall, simple-looking man more than 2 meters tall replied and immediately rushed toward Gu Zhanzi. Although the other 6 people of the Flame Saint realm were somewhat unwilling, they were more fearful of Jian Wushuang's assassination ability. At this moment, they did not hesitate and fled in all directions. They actually chose to flee in different directions. Jian Wushuang could not help being surprised when he saw this scene, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. Indeed, in the current situation, if the experts of the Flame Saint realm did not flee in different directions, they would only be killed by him one by one. When the experts who specialized in souls arrived, he could kill at least 2 or 3 more people. But now, if the experts of the Flame Saint realm chose to flee in different directions, he could only kill 1 more person. Moreover, with Gu Zhanzi and Kong blocking him, it was different whether he could kill 1 more person. Gu Zhanzi and Kong. Gu Zhanzi is ranked at the top of the True Saint list. Naturally, he is not afraid of my assassination. Kong is also a famous invincible saint. Not only is he very strong, he is close to the True Saint list. His life-saving ability is also very powerful. I can't do anything to him either. They can stop me at ease. I can only choose one of the 6 fleeing people to kill. Jian Wushuang, who was hiding in the void, narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he went after one of the 6 people. Even if he went after them, he also used the shadowless escape art. Gu Zhenzi and Kong still did not know Jian Wushuang's movements. If I'm not mistaken, Heavenly Sword Marquis must have chosen one person to go after him, Gu Zhenzi said in a deep voice. I see. But which one of the 6 did he choose? Kong frowned. Among the 6, there are 2 invincible saints. I don't think the Heavenly Sword Marquis would dare to go after them. As for the remaining 4 peak saints, Junior Sister Yes' ability to survive is relatively weak. Junior Brother Ape King was seriously injured by him just now, and his divine power has been greatly depleted. The 2 of them are relatively easy to kill. The Heavenly Sword Marquis might have chosen one of them to go after them. Gu Zhenzi's eyes were cold. Junior Apprentice Brother Kong, they'll go to Junior Apprentice Sister Yes' place. You go to Junior Apprentice Brother Ape King's place. Remember, no matter what, we must not let this Heavenly Sword Marquis kill another one of us. All right. The honest man Kong nodded heavily. Immediately, he and Gu Zhenzi respectively headed in the direction where Junior Apprentice Sister Yu and Ape King were fleeing. At the same time that Gu Zhenzi and Kong left this piece of void, there were some figures standing in the void not far away. The 10 people of the Flame Saint realm were in the central area of the Bloodwave realm. Many experts of the Bloodwave realm were gathered here. Although this place was relatively remote, there were still some cultivators around. When Jian Wushuang attacked the Flame Saint realm, the surrounding experts naturally noticed it. They also saw the result of this battle. After seeing this battle, most of them were stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3247. The Target Editor. Hey, did you guys see what happened just now? A skinny elder with black hair asked in astonishment. Of course we saw it, a purple-robed woman said in shock. He single-handedly forced the 10 experts of the Flame Saint realm to flee in all directions. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really something. He is indeed powerful, especially with his assassination methods. Without an expert who specializes in the soul present, Heavenly Sword Marquis could kill the experts of the Flame Saint realm one by one without any scruples. The people of the Flame Saint realm reacted quickly and knew that they had to flee in all directions. If they didn't flee, several more people would definitely die. This is the Flame Sanctum. Gu Zhenzi, Kong. Which one of them isn't a famous expert? With their lineup, they could do whatever they wanted in the Bloodwave realm. But in the end, they were forced to such a state by Heavenly Sword Marquis alone. Thanks. And it seems that the Heavenly Sword Marquis hasn't given up yet. He's still chasing after the people of the Flame Saint realm. I wonder if the person he's targeting will be able to survive from his hands. The experts who saw the scene just now were all sighing. In the vast void, a figure was flying forward at high speed. While flying, he kept turning his head to look behind him, but he did not see a single person. Heavenly Sword Marquis must have gone to kill others, the long-haired man with a hooked nose muttered to himself. He thought so not because he did not see Jian Wushuang, but mainly because he was confident in his own strength. Among the 6 people in the Flame Saint realm, Gu Zhenzi and Kong could easily face Jian Wushuang. Besides them, there were 2 other invincible saints, including this man with a hooked nose. As an invincible saint, he had a good life-saving ability. He believed that Heavenly Sword Marquis should not be so stupid as to target him. After all, he was not so easy to kill. However, the hawk-nosed man did not know that Jian Wushuang was following him closely not far behind him. That was right. When the 6 people of the Flame Saint realm were fleeing in different directions, the hawk-nosed man was Jian Wushuang's first target. He wanted to kill the invincible saint. Lan Ying, one of the invincible saints of the Flame Saint realm, is very powerful. During the battle for the second blood wave, token a few days ago, he fought with an expert who ranked lower on the true saint list. Although he was suppressed, he could not defeat him in a short time. In terms of strength, although Lan Ying is not as strong as the expert on the true saint list, he is still a very powerful existence among the invincible saints. Moreover, he has both offense and defense. His attack power is very strong, and his body protection ability is also very good. However, his weakness is also very obvious. He is not good at speed. Jin Wushuang knew the information about Lan Ying like the back of his hand. At this moment, he could not help but smile. Gu Zhanzi, Kong, and Lan Ying did not expect that he would target Jin Wushuang, because Lan Ying was very strong and difficult to deal with. However, Jin Wushuang had to do the opposite. He is strong, but his speed is too slow. If I want to assassinate him, he will be treated as a living target. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and he immediately approached Lan Ying. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Lan Ying seemed to be completely sure that Jin Wushuang would not find him, so he stopped and did not move forward. However, at the moment when Lan Ying relaxed, Jin Wushuang had already made his move. He quietly appeared behind Lan Ying. Without the latter noticing, Jin Wushuang had already made his move. I wonder who the Heavenly Sword Marquis is targeting. I hope Gu Zhanzi and Senior Brother Kong can stop him. We've already lost 2 people in this encounter with the Heavenly Sword Marquis. If he kills another one, the losses will be too great. Lan Ying sighed softly, however. The blood-red sword light behind him was less than a meter away from him. At this moment, Lan Ying suddenly woke up. This killing intent is from Heavenly Sword Marquis. Lan Ying reacted, but he did not even have time to turn around, let alone block Jin Wushuang's sword. He could only let the blood-red sword light stab at his divine body. However, just as the blood-red sword light was about to touch his divine body, a layer of blue crystal immediately appeared on the surface of his body. The blue crystal instantly covered his entire body. When the blood-red sword light pierced the blue crystal, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. The shocking power contained in the sword immediately penetrated the blue crystal. However, the sword light was immediately blocked by the protective armor that Lan Ying was wearing. Whoosh! The power of the sword light was completely exhausted, but it did not penetrate the protective armor. It only left a clear white mark on the armor. At this moment, Lan Ying suddenly turned around and stared at Jin Wushuang with his eyes that seemed to spew flames. How dare you chase after me? How dare you? Lan Ying's shocked and angry voice resounded in the sky. A blood-red long stick rushed toward Jin Wushuang in an instant. Jin Wushuang frowned and immediately retreated. In the next moment, he disappeared in front of Lan Ying again. Humph, coward! Lan Ying cursed. Jin Wushuang, who had hidden in the surrounding void, looked at the white mark on Lan Ying's protective armor and sensed the divine power aura on Lan Ying's body. His eyes narrowed. Lan Ying is really like the information. He is both offensive and defensive. Not only is his attack powerful, but his protective ability is also very strong. I just used the first move of Blood Drop to pierce his divine body without any hindrance, but it still failed to pierce through his protective armor, so I can't seriously injure him at the first moment. Jin Wushuang was also a little surprised. Although he did not injure Lan Ying immediately, judging from the latter's divine power aura, it seemed that Lan Ying had used up some of his divine power. Obviously, although the attack did not pierce through the armor, the terrifying power contained in the sword still penetrated through the protective armor and entered Lan Ying's body. It caused some damage to his divine body and also caused Lan Ying to use up some of his divine power. Although it did not consume much divine power, which was estimated to be only 1/40th of his entire divine power, it still gave Jin Wushuang hope of killing Lan Ying. I deliberately followed Lan Ying for a period of time and waited until I was far away from the battlefield. Now, Lan Ying is a certain distance away from Gu Zhanzi and the empty place. It will take them some time to get here. During this time, I must kill Lan Ying. Jin Wushuang's eyes revealed a shocking killing intent. In the next moment, endless power of ice and fire swept out. Chapter 3248. Chapter 3248. Kill Lan Ying underscore a large amount of ice and fire power combined together and pressed down on Lan Ying in all directions. Even with Lan Ying's strength, he was greatly suppressed at this moment. A domain-type treasure? And it's of a very high level. Lan Ying's eyes were cold. Humph, so what if I have a domain-type treasure? Even if I'm standing here, you're not qualified to kill me. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and directly attacked. Swish! The blood-red sword light flashed again. When Lan Ying was close to him, he could no longer block the sword. However, he was already prepared. He did not want to wave the long stick in his hand to block Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Instead, he fully exerted his protective ability. His body was covered with a thick layer of blue crystal. The blue crystal was extremely sturdy and covered his entire body like a piece of armor. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship attacked him. First, he had to face the obstacle of the blue crystal. Inside the blue crystal, Lan Ying was still wearing a body protection armor, which was a top-notch holy treasure. In addition, he had cultivated a body-refining secret skill and had a powerful divine body. Because of this, he was very confident in his protective skills. Clang! The sword light attacked. Although it penetrated the outer layer of the blue crystal, when it hit the protective armor that Lan Ying was wearing, it made a sound like metal colliding. Jian Wushuang's sword still failed to break through the defense of Lan Ying's body, so the damage to Lan Ying was limited. Haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis, your assassination skills are very good, but your strength is too weak. Your swordsmanship is just scratching my divine body. Lan Ying sneered. Scratching? Then I'll scratch you a little longer. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and then attacked again. Even without the suppression of the realm, Lan Ying could hardly resist Jian Wushuang's attacks, let alone being suppressed by the ice-fire swimming dragon ruler. His speed was greatly reduced, and he had no chance to fight back. He could only rely on his body protection to withstand Jian Wushuang's attacks again and again. Although Jian Wushuang's attacks could not penetrate the surface of his body, his divine body was also damaged by the repeated attacks. Naturally, his divine power was also being consumed. In just a short while, Jian Wushuang had already attacked nearly 10 times. Even if Lan Ying immediately swallowed some elixirs to recover his divine power, he had already consumed more than 10% of his divine power. Rat, how dare you fight me face to face? Lan Ying was furious. Face to face? Haha, I'm not as stupid as you. Jian Wushuang sneered, but his hands did not stop moving. Lan Ying's face was extremely ugly. At the same time, he had sent a message to Gu Zhenzi and Kong, telling them to come over immediately. When Gu Zhenzi and Kong found out that Jian Wushuang's target was Lan Ying, they were both shocked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. How dare Heavenly Sword Marquis? Instead of looking for the Four Peak Saints, he found Lan Ying, who has excellent body protection ability. Does he want to assassinate an invincible saint with excellent body protection ability? Gu Zhenzi and Kong were both shocked and angry. Don't worry about it. Since Heavenly Sword Marquis has his eyes on junior brother Lan Ying, it's better than the others. With junior brother Lan Ying's strength, Heavenly Sword Marquis can't do anything to him in a short time. Let's hurry over. Gu Zhenzi said. Immediately, Gu Zhenzi and Kong rushed toward Jian Wushuang and Lan Ying as fast as they could. In the vast void, Lan Ying, who was covered in a layer of blue crystals, stood in the center. At this moment, he had become Jian Wushuang's living target. As Jian Wushuang attacked again and again, he had no ability to resist. He could only rely on his powerful body protection to hold on. However, his divine power continued to be consumed. As time passed, Lan Ying's divine power became less and less. 80%, 70%, 50%. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. When Lan Ying only had 30% of his divine power left, he finally panicked. I only have 30% of my divine power left. I can't hold on much longer. Why aren't Gu Zhenzi and Kong here yet? Lan Ying was very nervous. He was nervous, but Jian Wushuang was still focused on killing him, constantly causing him harm. Sword after sword, Jin Wushuang kept attacking him. Each sword was a drop of blood move. In fact, he had been using shadowless escape art since the beginning, and now he was using the drop of blood sword art to kill again and again. If it were anyone else, they would have used up most of their divine power before killing Lan Ying. But Jin Wushuang was different. His own divine power was vast, and all the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm could only look up to him. For an assassination like this, the consumption of his divine power was insignificant. He could continue to kill without restraint. But Lan Ying obviously could not hold on for long. 30% of his divine power was gradually reduced to 20%, or even less than 20%. Still not coming? Still not coming? Lan Ying roared crazily in his heart, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. At this time, he did not put all his hopes on Gu Zhenzi and Kong. He was also trying to find a way to escape. However, his speed was far inferior to Jin Wushuang's, and the latter would not give him a chance to escape. His divine power was becoming less and less, and he even had only 10% left. At this time, Gu Zhenzi and Kong finally appeared in his sight. Finally, Lan Ying was overjoyed. Jin Wushuang, who was hiding in the void, also saw Gu Zhenzi and Kong. Along with them was a black-robed elder with messy hair. The black-robed elder's eyes were flickering with strange flames. He also exuded an evil aura. This person doesn't ring a bell. However, he has a very strong soul fluctuation. It seems that he is an expert who specializes in soul and an invincible saint. Jin Wushuang frowned. He also understood why Gu Zhenzi and Kong were slow to arrive. It seemed that they had tried to rope in the black-robed elder. After all, in the face of his assassination, without an expert who specialized in soul, it was indeed too passive. Sorry to trouble you. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had wanted to kill Lan Ying before Gu Zhenzi and Kong arrived, but he did not expect that Lan Ying's protective ability was much stronger than he had imagined. Now that Gu Zhenzi and Kong had arrived, with an invincible expert who specialized in the soul present, it was obviously very difficult for him to kill Lan Ying again. However, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3249. Chapter 3249. Must die. The three saint realms have been fighting with me for a long time. There is absolutely no way to resolve it. However, they are, after all, the three supreme overlords of the divine beginning realm. In the outside world, unless I break through to become a rule master and become strong enough to be feared by the three saint realms, it will be difficult for me to find an opportunity like this again. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands. This opportunity was indeed a once-in-lifetime opportunity for him. After all, this was the Blood Wave realm, a place where the principal's masters could not enter. He could walk unhindered here and was absolutely invincible. Here, he was not afraid of the three great saint realm coming to kill him. Instead, the experts of the three great saint realms should be worried that he would take the initiative to look for trouble. After all, the people who entered the Blood Wave realm from the three great saint realms were all geniuses. Many of them had the opportunity to become principal's masters in the future. If he could severely injure the geniuses of the three saint realms in the Blood Wave realm, even the three saint realms would feel distressed. I have been in conflict with the three saint realms for a long time. It's not the first time that the three saint realms have come to kill me, but I have been passively running for my life. I only want to survive. But this time, the once-in-lifetime opportunity is in front of me. I have the opportunity to kill the experts of the three saint realms without any scruples. How could I miss such an opportunity? Jin Wushuang's eyes were slightly red. Lan Ying must die. Even if Gu Zhenzi and Kong are here, and there is an invincible saint who specializes in soul, I will kill him. Jin Wushuang had made up his mind. The moment Lan Ying approached Gu Zhenzi and Kong, he also made his move. He is there. The evil-looking black-clothed elder let out a hoarse voice and pointed at the void not far behind Lan Ying. Gu Zhenzi and Kong instantly locked onto him. You still want to kill me? You're courting death. Gu Zhenzi's eyes seemed to spit fire, his speed suddenly increased. Like a golden beam of light, he instantly appeared behind Lan Ying. Then, a large amount of golden light spread out like a huge golden sun. Gu Zhenxi's entire body also became glittering with golden light. He was like a golden divine god. With him blocking in front of Lan Ying, he believed that Jin Wushuang would definitely not be able to break through. However, at this moment, Jin Wushuang directly revealed himself and attacked. He did not intend to use the shadowless escape art to bypass Gu Zhenxi. Instead, he directly waved his sword in front of Gu Zhenxi. Moreover, he was very slow, as if he was casually waving his sword. Ridiculous! Gu Zhenxi was full of disdain for the sword that Jin Wushuang was about to swing. However, the moment Jin Wushuang swung his sword, a strong pressure from the life level suddenly came. This pressure ignored the strength of both sides and the realm level. This was the pressure from the origin of life. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. There was no way to resist this pressure. How is this possible? Gu Zhenxi's eyes were wide open, and he was completely stunned by this supreme life-level pressure. At this moment, he looked at Jin Wushuang as if he saw the supreme and omnipotent Saint Master of the Flame Saint realm. Terrified, trembling, terrified, he could not help but want to kneel down. He was completely stunned as he watched Jin Wushuang's sword strike directly toward his head. Bang! With a loud sound, the golden light on Gu Zhenxi's body instantly dimmed, and his golden divine body was directly split into two by the ordinary sword light. His divine body collapsed on the spot, and even his divine power was evaporated. More than 80% of it was evaporated at this moment. Yes, that was 80%. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. One sword attack caused him, an expert ranked near the top of the true saint list, to lose 8 layers of divine power. Moreover, the power of this sword attack did not disappear just like that. Instead, it carried a shocking power and continued to slash at Lan Ying behind Gu Zhenxi. Even Gu Zhenxi was unable to block this sword attack head-on. Lan Ying, who only had 10% of his divine power left, had no room to struggle under this sword attack. He did not even have the time to scream before he was annihilated by the sword light. The remaining divine power was annihilated on the spot, and his life was instantly cut off. It was only at this moment that the sword light completely dissipated. Gu Zhenxi's divine body was reassembled, but after it was reassembled, his face was filled with fear. He stared at Jin Wushuang as if he was staring at a demon. Behind him, Kong and the black-clothed elder with an evil aura were also staring at Jin Wushuang in shock. Jin Wushuang's sword was so terrifying that he could kill Lan Ying after destroying Gu Zhenxi's divine body and 80% of his divine power? How is this possible? You, Gu Zhenxi pointed at Jin Wushuang, not knowing what to say. As for Jin Wushuang himself, he looked very calm. He did not pay attention to Gu Zhenxi, Kong, and the evil elder. Instead, he looked up at the blood-red sky. The blood-red sky was still very calm, and there was no movement. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang felt relieved. As I guessed, the Blood Wave realm is very special. Even the power of the will of heaven cannot touch it. I can use my most powerful trump cards in the Blood Wave realm. Jin Wushuang calmed down. He had cultivated until now. Although he was not very strong, and any expert on the true saint list could easily suppress him, he had a lot of trump cards, like the Shadowless Escape skill and the Assassination of the Bloody Sword skill, like the 6 Paths of Reincarnation secret skill, and the Mountain and River map, which was a treasure. He had never used it. However, when it came to his trump card, his strongest trump card was not these things. Instead, it was the life-level pressure given by his perfect chaotic creature and the heaven-cleaving technique created by his master Xian Yi. Ever since he had mastered the heaven-cleaving technique, he had only used it once. That was when he was in the Golden Crow 9 realms. When the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley wanted to take Long Rushuang away, he was furious. At that time, he was in the Supreme Divinity realm. He directly used the heaven-cleaving skill to kill the group of immortal saints in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. However, once he used the heaven-cleaving skill, The power of the will of heaven descended and forced him to flee. Indeed, the heaven-cleaving skill and the power of the life level were his strongest trump cards. However, once he used this move, it would immediately attract the power of the will of heaven. Therefore, Jin Wushuang had been cautious when he was in the divine beginning realm. Until the last moment, he had never thought of using this trump card. But now, in the blood wave realm, Jin Wushuang had already guessed that the power of the will of heaven could not be involved here. After all, if the power of the will of heaven could be involved in the blood wave world, the three saint realms would certainly be able to involve their forces. They had long treated the blood wave realm as their own backyard, so they would not share it with the forces of the divine beginning realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3250. Perfect level? Because he had guessed this, Jin Wushuang dared to use the heaven-cleaving skill in the blood wave realm. Not only did he kill Lan Ying, but he also severely injured Gu Zhenzi. Now that Lan Ying was dead, Jin Wushuang could not help looking at Gu Zhenzi, Kong, and the evil elder. However, when Gu Zhenzi noticed Jin Wushuang's gaze, it was as if he saw the smile of the Grim Reaper. His whole body trembled, and an unprecedented fear appeared in his eyes. Run! A roar came out of Gu Zhenzi's mouth. Not only him, but also Kong and the evil elder had lost the courage to stay. They did not even dare to look directly at Jin Wushuang's goal. The three of them turned around and fled without hesitation. They even showed their fastest speed as they fled, afraid of being chased by Jin Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had disappeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang was stunned by this scene, but he realized it after thinking about it. After all, he had just used the heaven-cleaving skill. After using it, he had severely injured Gu Zhenzi and destroyed 80% of his divine power. Who was Gu Zhenzi? He was an expert on the True Saint list, and he had always been in the top 10. However, because of the sudden appearance of several experts in the blood wave realm, he was only ranked below the top 10. However, his battle strength was still extremely strong. Such an expert, no matter how strong he was, could hardly destroy his divine body in one move, let alone 80% of his divine power in one move. Gu Zhenzi was indeed frightened by Jin Wushuang's sword attack. He could not care less about Lan Ying's death. He was worried about his own death, so he fled at once. Since Gu Zhenzi was like this, Kong and the evil elder were even more terrified and had to flee. Gu Zhenzi must have been scared out of his wits by my sword just now. However, I'm afraid he doesn't know that my sword just now was not easy to perform, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. The heaven-cleaving skill was his strongest trump card and also his most powerful skill. It was certainly not easy to perform it. When he was in the outside world, he had to take into account the power of the will of heaven and the experts of the three saint realms to perform this move. In the blood wave realm, although he did not have to care about the power of the will of heaven, it was still not easy for him to perform this move. After all, it was the most powerful magic power created by his master Xian Yi, who had combined the unique constitution of his perfect chaotic creature. Under normal circumstances, Jin Wushuang could only use this move easily when he reached the level of Principal's Master. However, when he was at the level of the Immortal Saint, when he used this move, the burden on his divine body, divine power, and even his own consciousness was shocking. For example, although he had killed Lan Ying and severely injured Gu Zhenzi, he had used up 40% of his divine power. With his vast divine power, he had used up 40% of his divine power. It was obvious how much divine power this move had consumed. It was also a huge burden on his consciousness. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. It was already difficult for him to use such a trump card once, so it was impossible for him to use it again. However, Gu Zhenzi did not know this. Although he had sensed that Jin Wushuang's divine power had been consumed, it was not too much. He thought that Jin Wushuang could use the sword again, so he immediately fled in panic. Unfortunately, my realm is still too low. The sword just now could only consume 80% of Gu Zhenxi's divine power. If I were stronger, I wouldn't need to be much stronger. As long as I reached the peak of the rank 7 true saint, I would be able to kill Gu Zhenxi with that sword. Jian Wushuang felt it was a pity. How could he kill Gu Zhenxi, who was ranked at the top of the true saint list, with one strike? Even the Light King could not do it. Even an ordinary principal's master might not be able to do it. However, Jian Wushuang might be able to do it once he reached the peak of the rank 7 true saint realm. It could not be helped. The heaven-cleaving skill was too terrifying. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was barely able to use the heaven-cleaving skill at the moment. The power he could unleash was probably only 1% of this divine ability. Only when he became a principal's master and truly became a top expert would he be able to unleash this divine ability perfectly. He would have been able to pull it off perfectly. Visit Me for extra chapters. Although it's a little cold, in any case, this attack killed 3 experts of the Flame Saint realm, including the invincible saint, Lan Ying, and severely injured Gu Zhenxi. He should spend the rest of the time recovering his divine power and won't be able to participate in the fight for the Blood Wave token. This is already very good. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was quite satisfied with his assassination. He let out a sigh of relief and soon left. While Jian Wushuang was using the heaven-splitting skill to severely wound Gu Zhenxi and kill Lan Ying, a huge palace stood quietly in the center of the Blood Wave realm. It was not only huge but also extremely ancient. It also exuded an extremely ancient aura. The palace was surrounded by a layer of special magic formation that blocked everyone from entering. This palace was the Blood Wave Palace. Blood Wave Palace was the real opportunity of the Blood Wave realm. Many experts in the Blood Wave realm were desperately fighting for the Blood Wave token because it was the only ticket to enter the Blood Wave Palace. As long as one obtained the Blood Wave token and entered the Blood Wave realm, 99% of them could become the principal's master. However, no one knew what secret the Blood Wave Palace had. In the deepest part of the Blood Wave Palace, in a dark void where there was no light at all, a consciousness that had been sleeping for an unknown number of years suddenly woke up. This ripple, it's a ripple of life force, and it's at the perfect level. An ancient and distant voice rang out from the very end of the dark void. It's been a very, very long time since I've seen a perfect level life form. The last time I saw one was a few chaos cycles ago, but this time, I didn't expect it to be here. And this perfect level life form is only at the saint level? Interesting. This is too interesting. The voice carried a hint of surprise and melancholy as it slowly calmed down within the dark void. Not long after, the dark void once again descended into its usual deathly stillness. It was as though that strand of consciousness had never existed. Within Blood Wave Temple, it was as calm as ever. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3251. A void underscore in the void. 3 figures fled in a sorry state for a long time before stopping. Deacon Yun, did Heavenly Sword Marquis catch up with us? Gu Zhenxi's voice was still filled with a trace of fear. No. The evil-looking black-clothed elder had been using his soul power to sense his back, but he did not discover Jian Wushuang's existence. That's good. Gu Zhenxi finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, he immediately thought of Jian Wushuang's terrifying sword attack. That sword attack had frightened him, suffocated him, and made him completely unable to resist. That sword attack was too terrifying. It felt even more terrifying than the full-strength attack of the principal's master. Didn't they say that the power of the principal's master was limited in the Blood Wave realm? But how could Heavenly Sword Marquis use such a terrifying technique? Moreover, he clearly has such an incredible trump card. Why didn't he use it when he was besieged by the 3 Saint Realms? Gu Zhenxi could not understand. He could not understand. What he did not know was that the Blood Wave realm restricted the power of principals, masters, and above. This was indeed the truth. but the restriction referred to the power interference of principal's masters. For example, many people had some specially refined token or other means. For example, Jin Wushuang had the command talismans personally refined by the two palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, which could be used to save his life. However, he could not use the two command talismans in the Blood Wave realm. However, if the immortal saint could exert the power of the principal's master, he would not be restricted by the Blood Wave realm. After all, no matter how powerful the immortal saint was, he was only an immortal saint, not a principal's master. Therefore, the power of Jin Wushuang's strongest trump card was not limited. As for why Jin Wushuang did not use this trump card before, it was easy to understand. After all, when he was surrounded and killed by the experts of the three saint realms, he was not as strong as he was now. At that time, he was only a rank 6 true saint. Even if he used the heaven-cleaving skill at all costs, the power he displayed was certainly not as terrifying as it was now. At that time, the Light King was also present, and he was from the three saint realms. If he had used the heaven-cleaving skill at that time, Jin Wushuang had no doubt that the Light King could have used his tyrannical strength to block him head-on. Since using the heaven-cleaving skill at that time would not change anything, there was no need for Jin Wushuang to use it. After all, it was not easy to use the heaven-cleaving skill. It's meaningless to talk about it now. In short, the strength and skills of Heavenly Sword Marquis are far beyond our imagination. If he keeps watching us, we will be in big trouble, Kong said in a low voice. Both Kong and Gu Zhanzi felt an unprecedented pressure when facing Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang gave them a terrifying feeling. Not to mention his strongest trump card, his assassination skills alone made them helpless in the Flame Saint realm. The formation of 10 people, they could only flee in all directions after being killed by Jin Wushuang alone. If Jin Wushuang used his strongest trump card, even Gu Zhanzi might die. The most terrifying thing was that Jin Wushuang was absolutely invincible in the Blood Wave realm. No one could do anything to him. With such an enemy surrounding them, Gu Zhanzi and Kong felt terrified just thinking about it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. There's nothing we can do. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is too terrifying. With our formation, we can't deal with him at all. We can only hide. We can only think of a way to avoid him. Gu Zhanzi clenched his fists. Avoid him? Kong frowned. From now on, the Flame Saint realm will try our best not to expose our tracks in front of others. We can't stay in a certain place either. Instead, we must keep moving around the central area of the Blood Wave realm so that the Heavenly Sword Marquis can't completely capture our position. In short, we can't let him find us. Gu Zhenzi's voice was low. In addition, Deacon Yun, from today onward, you will stay with us until everyone in the Flame Saint realm leaves the Blood Wave realm. Is that okay? Gu Zhanzi looked at the evil elder. He was too afraid of Jin Wushuang's assassination ability. In the face of Jin Wushuang's assassination, if there was not an expert who specialized in the soul, they would be beaten up. I have received orders from the higher-ups of the Sorcerer God sect. This time in the Blood Wave realm, I will do my best to help everyone in the Flame Saint realm, the evil elder said. Thank you. Gu Zhanzi nodded slightly, then he said seriously, as long as we find a way to avoid Heavenly Sword Marquis and prevent him from finding us, he shouldn't be able to do anything to us. Moreover, his enemies in the Blood Wave realm are not only in the Flame Saint realm but also in the Destruction Saint realm and the Life and Death Saint realm. If he can't find our exact location, he will probably go and find trouble with those two families. Although the three holy realms were closely related to the will of the Heavenly Tao and had been fighting against the outside world, they were not one but three saint realms, and they were recognized as the overlords of the Divine Beginning realm. There was also competition among them. When Jin Wushuang took revenge on the Flame Saint realm, they naturally hoped that Jin Wushuang would find trouble with the other two saint realms and stop staring at the Flame Saint realm. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. In that case, let's do it. Kong Yi nodded and agreed with Gu Zhanzi. While Gu Zhanzi and Kong Yi were discussing, boom, the ground suddenly shook as if something was soaring into the sky. Then, the three of them immediately felt a special wave coming from nearby. This wave was extremely strong. Gu Zhanzi, Kong and Deacon Yun, the evil elder, felt the wave and their pupils shrank. This fluctuation is the birth of the blood wave token? Yes, it's the birth of the blood wave token, and it's much bigger than the previous one we encountered. If I'm not wrong, it's not just one blood wave token, but two or even three. Two or even three blood wave tokens are born at the same time, and they're close to us? Gu Zhenzi, Kong, and Deacon Yun's eyes turned red. However, Gu Zhenzi was the first to calm down after a short while. No, we can't fight for the blood wave token this time, Gu Zhenzi said directly. What? Kong and Deacon Yun glanced at Gu Zhenzi, but they also reacted in the next moment. Damn it, why did the blood wave token appear at this time? Gu Zhenzi cursed directly. We just escaped from the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The Heavenly Sword Marquis must have rushed to the blood wave token at this time. If we rush there now, wouldn't we be sending ourselves to his door again? Kong could only shake his head helplessly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3252. Madness. The three of them had been scared out of their wits by Jian Wushuang's sword attack. Now, they did not dare to face him again. So they did not dare to participate in the fight for the blood wave token. Moreover, they were not in a good condition. The people of the Flame Saint Realm were scattered by Jian Wushuang and had not gathered yet. Gu Zhenzi, who was the strongest, had lost 80% of his divine power by Jian Wushuang's sword attack. With only 20% of his divine power left, it was impossible for him to participate in this competition. They had no choice but to give up. Let's go. When I recover to my peak condition, we still have a chance to fight for the blood wave token. Gu Zhenzi said this, and the three of them quickly left. Just as they had expected, the blood wave token had created such a huge commotion that Jian Wushuang had sensed it immediately. Judging from the commotion, there should be at least two or even three blood wave tokens appearing at the same time. With so many blood wave tokens appearing at the same time, it will definitely attract more experts. Perhaps the Destruction Saint Realm, the Life and Death Saint Realm, and the Flame Saint Realm. This is a good opportunity for me. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, then he immediately rushed to the place where the blood wave tokens had appeared. The blood wave realm had been open for nearly 40 days. During this time, 3 blood wave tokens had been born. These 3 had fallen into the hands of Master Ku, Han Xian, and Jian Wushuang, which made the experts who had not received the blood wave tokens anxious. After all, there were only 10 blood wave tokens, but there were too many people fighting for them. On the 39th day of the opening of the blood wave realm, a feast erupted near the territory where Jian Wushuang and the Flame Saint Realm were fighting. 3 blood wave tokens appeared at the same time and in the same place. The sudden explosion was so shocking that it attracted a large number of experts. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the place, there were already more than 100 experts fighting crazily for the 3 blood wave tokens. So many people? And they are so crazy. Even Jian Wushuang could not help looking at the scene in astonishment. There were more than 100 experts, the weakest of which was a peak saint. Among them, there were more than 10 invincible saints. They were fighting crazily. All of them just wanted to get the blood wave token. Regardless of who had it, they would immediately be surrounded and attacked by almost everyone. The surrounding space and time were also directly sealed. Those who had gotten the blood wave token earlier in the fight did not have the chance to escape immediately. In just a moment, they would be surrounded and killed by others. Jian Wushuang had only been familiar with the battlefield for a few short moments, but he had already seen 6 experts die. Among the 6 experts, 3 were peak saints, and the other 3 were invincible saints. They were both very weak. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website My Novel Full. Thanks. It was indeed difficult to kill an invincible saint in a one-on-one battle. However, if he was surrounded by dozens of experts in a chaotic battle, and he could not escape, he would die. The probability of dying was certainly not small. For example, The three invincible saints who had died now had obtained the blood wave token because of their own strength. However, they were killed in the next moment. In such a crazy battle, even if he got the blood wave token, he would not be able to leave with it immediately unless he was really strong enough to face dozens of experts. However, such an expert can only be on the true saint list, and only those who are ranked high on the true saint list can do so, Jian Wushuang muttered. He looked at the battlefield in front of him. There were already experts on the true saint list, but the ranking of this expert was not high. As time passed, more and more experts rushed over. The fight between hundreds of experts had now turned into a frenzied fight. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the void in front of him and said, "Several people from the temporal temple have also arrived." In the void not far away, the 5 members of the temporal temple, led by Di Hao, had also arrived at the battlefield. They soon joined in the frenzied battle. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Not long after the temporal temple, the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance also arrived. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had also sent 10 experts into the Blood Wave realm this time. Among them, the strongest was Saint Devil Sun. That Saint Devil Sun, ranked second on the true saint list? Jian Wushuang stood at the edge of the battlefield and looked at a tall young man with purple skin in the middle of the battlefield. The young man's eyes were long and narrow, like gems. He held a black divine mace in his hand. The power contained in the black divine mace was enough to make an invincible saint tremble. The son of Saint Devil not only possessed several powerful secret techniques, but also had a high comprehension of principles. Most importantly, he was a special life form. Compared to ordinary experts, special life forms had a huge innate advantage. Just in terms of divine power, they were completely incomparable to ordinary invincible saints. He did not need to use any powerful techniques at all. Even a casual strike of the mace was not something an ordinary invincible saint could withstand. On the true saint list, the Light King, who had merged 2 principles, was known as the strongest. However, in many people's hearts, the only person who had a chance of fighting against the Light King was the Saint Devil Sun. Now that Jian Wushuang had seen the Saint Devil Sun with his own eyes, he was indeed amazed by the latter's strength. As Saint Devil Sun entered the battlefield, he soon stood together with an expert on the true saint list. The expert on the true saint list was Shi Jun, who was currently ranked 16th. He was an expert with terrifying body protection ability. In terms of body protection ability alone, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3 on the true saint list. In addition, he also had relatively strong offensive skills, which was why he was ranked 16th on the true saint list. However, Shijun's luck was obviously not good. He had already grabbed a blood wave token during the chaotic battle and was about to leave. No one could stop him. He thought that he had the blood wave token in his hand. He did not expect that when he left, he would run into the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the others who were rushing to the battlefield. He was immediately attacked by the Saint Devil Sun. Under the constant attacks of Saint Devil Sun's terrifying power, even Shi Jun felt immense pressure. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Temporal Temple have arrived. As for the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, they have already obtained a blood wave token, so it's likely that they won't fight for it this time. The people from the 3 saint realms should be arriving soon, Jian Wushuang muttered. The next moment, his eyes lit up. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3253. Beware of Heavenly Marquee Sword. They're coming. Jian Wushuang looked at the void not far away, where several figures were rushing over, led by Thunder God and Wan Xian. The Destruction Saint Realm is coming. The Life and Death Saint Realm is not slow. Jian Wushuang looked in another direction. The 10-man team of the Life and Death Saint Realm appeared there, led by Silver Wolf. After the 2 teams of the Saint Realm arrived, they immediately joined the battlefield and joined the feast. At this time, there were more than 600 experts participating in the feast. Among them, There were more than 70 invincible saints, and more than 10 experts on the True Saint list. The Destruction Saint realm and the Life and Death Saint realm, which are far away from here, have arrived. However, the Flame Saint realm, which is nearby, hasn't arrived yet? Jin Wushuang had a strange look on his face, but he knew very well in his heart. Unsurprisingly, the Flame Saint realm was frightened by him. They knew that he would come to the feast, so they simply did not come. I just met the Flame Saint realm and used up nearly 50% of my divine power. I don't have enough divine power, so it's impossible for me to use it again. There's no rush. Anyway, I'm afraid that the fight won't end soon. They'll just wait here quietly, waiting for an opportunity while I slowly recover my divine power, Jian Wushuang said with a strange smile. The heaven-cleaving skill had consumed a lot of his divine power. Although he was a perfect chaotic creature and his divine power was recovering at an amazing speed, it would take him some time to recover 50% of his divine power. Even with the help of some elixirs, it would take him some time to recover to his peak. As for his Emperor's Destiny clone, his divine power had almost been used up when he was attacked by the 3 Saint realms. It would not be easy for him to recover his divine power. His Emperor's life avatar had only recovered 10 to 20% of its divine power. It was not of much use to Jian Wushuang. Time passed slowly. The contest became more and more intense, and more experts died. Jian Wushuang had been hiding in the surrounding void to watch. It has been almost 15 minutes since I came here, but the contest still has no intention of ending. As for the experts who died, I have seen more than 50 of them, including 10 invincible saints. Thanks, this is crazy, Jian Wushuang secretly praised. But now, the 3 blood wave tokens were in the hands of 3 different people. These 3 people were experts on the True Saint list and were extremely strong. Therefore, they could hold on for a long time even if they were besieged by many experts. The body protection ability of that Shijun is really amazing. He is facing the Saint Devil Sun head-on, and the people of the Destruction Saint realm, led by Thunder God, seem to have their eyes on the Blood Wave token in his hand and joined in the attack. But even now, the Shijun is still able to hold on. Jian Wushuang looked at the battlefield in the center. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that there was a peak saint in the Destruction Saint realm who had accidentally been hit by the divine rapier of the Holy Devil Sun. The power of the divine rapier was extremely terrifying. Even though the power of the rapier was only 1/10 of its original power, it still severely injured the peak saint and instantly consumed more than 70% of his divine power. Damn it! This peak saint's expression also changed drastically. Junior brother Hung, you withdraw from the battlefield first. Thunder God glanced at this peak saint. This peak saint nodded. He didn't try to force himself and immediately rushed out of the battlefield. On the way, no one stopped him. Soon, he arrived outside the battlefield. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Only when he arrived here did he heave a sigh of relief. Then, he took out a medicinal elixir and planned to recover his divine power first. However, he did not notice that a phantom-like figure had quietly appeared on his body. This figure had appeared too suddenly and without a single sound. This peak saint of the Destruction Saint realm did not notice it at all. Even though this figure had already stabbed out with the blood-colored long sword in his hand, this peak saint did not react at all. The result was Qi. The blood-red sword light easily penetrated the divine body of the peak saint of the Destruction Saint realm. The terrifying power contained in the sword light also completely destroyed less than 30% of his divine power. The peak saint of the Destruction Saint realm widened his eyes with a look of confusion and fear. He had no idea what had happened, but before he could even scream, his breath was completely cut off. The first one. Jian Wushuang appeared in the void where the peak saint had fallen. Seeing his divine body completely collapse, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then he looked at the battlefield in front of him. The fight for the Blood Wave token was still going on, and the people of the Destruction Saint realm were still fighting with Saint Devil Sun for the Blood Wave token under the leadership of Thunder God and Wanxian. As for what was happening outside the battlefield, they did not notice it at all. The people of the Destruction Saint Realm did not know that their junior brother Hong, who had just left the battlefield, had been quietly killed by Jian Wushuang. Moreover, this was only the first person that Jian Wushuang had killed. As the battle became more and more crazy and intense, not only did the experts die, but more and more experts were severely injured. During the period of caution, these severely injured experts would choose to leave the battlefield. When they had only 30 to 40% of their divine power left. This gave Jian Wushuang an even more perfect assassination condition. Long Exine, you retreat first. On the side of the Life and Death Saint Realm, a peak saint with only 40% of his divine power left also withdrew from the battlefield. However, as soon as he withdrew from the battlefield, he was immediately assassinated by Jian Wushuang and died on the spot. The second one, Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. The third one. The fourth one. After 4 consecutive attacks, 4 experts from the Destruction Saint Realm and the Life and Death Saint Realm who had retreated from the battlefield died at Jian Wushuang's hands. Until Jian Wushuang's 5th attack. This time, Jian Wushuang's target was an invincible saint from the Life and Death Saint Realm who had just retreated from the battlefield. Because he was an invincible saint, Jian Wushuang was more cautious. He did his best and did not hold back at all. Even so, an accident still happened. Although his killing move pierced through the invincible saint's divine body, it did not destroy all the remaining divine power of the invincible saint in the first place. The invincible saint woke up in an instant. Assassinate! Someone is assassinating around the battlefield. It's Heavenly Sword Marquis. Everyone, be careful of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Chapter 3254. Assassination in a chaotic battle underscore. When Jian Wushuang discovered that the invincible saint still had some divine power left, he struck again with lightning speed. The blood-red sword light destroyed his remaining divine power with shocking power. However, the invincible saint's dying roar still spread. Assassination! Someone is trying to assassinate us. It's the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Everyone, be careful of the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The roar was hysterical and filled with endless fear. Even the heated battlefield could not stop the roar. The entire battlefield was in an uproar because of the roar. Assassination? Heavenly Sword Marquis? Many people on the battlefield were astonished, especially the experts of the 2 Saint Realms. To these experts of the 2 Saint Realms, the name Heavenly Sword Marquis was too ear-piercing. They also noticed the scene outside the battlefield. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Damn it, this bastard actually tried to assassinate our people outside the battlefield? The people of the 2 Saint Realms were shocked and furious, and the eyes of Thunder God and Silver Wolf turned red. Sensing the angry gazes, Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile and said, "Has he been exposed? But it doesn't matter. Since he has been exposed, I will assassinate him openly." With a flash, Jian Wushuang rushed toward the center of the battlefield. Although he had not recovered his divine power to its peak, he was still able to kill as many people as he wanted, even if he only had 50% to 60% of his divine power left. Watch out! Heavenly Sword Marquis is coming for us. Experts who are good at soul power, quick, lock on to Heavenly Sword Marquis position. There were too many experts fighting for the Bloodwave token. There were no less than 10 experts who were good at soul. They could lock on to Jian Wushuang's position in an instant, but they did not pay much attention to it. They did not pay too much attention to it. Because everyone knew that Jian Wushuang's purpose was not for the Bloodwave token. After all, he had already obtained 1 Bloodwave token. Now, he rushed to the battlefield. Thinking of his assassination outside the battlefield, everyone immediately guessed that he was here for the 2 Saint Realms. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Be careful, be careful. Silver Wolf and Thunder God had already warned him, but they still underestimated Jian Wushuang's assassination methods. Having reached the rank 7 True Saint Realm and mastered the first move of Blood Drop, he could even kill an invincible saint. In this chaotic battle, the experts of the two saint realms were almost scattered. It was too easy for Jian Wushuang to assassinate them. Like a ghost, he first appeared beside the experts of the Destruction Saint realm. The Destruction Saint realm had lost 2 people in the first 2 encounters with the Temporal Temple. Among the 5 people killed by Jian Wushuang outside the battlefield, 2 of them were from the Destruction Saint realm. Only 6 people were still alive. Although 5 of them were invincible saints, even invincible saints were in great danger in this chaotic battle. Die! Jian Wushuang first appeared behind the remaining peak saint of the Destruction Saint realm and performed the blood drop move. The peak saint did not have time to react before his divine body was penetrated by Jian Wushuang, and more than 60% of his divine power was lost. After the peak saint's divine body was reconstituted, he killed the peak saint with another sword move. Then, Jian Wushuang attacked the invincible saints one by one. Oh no! I can't block his swordsmanship. Bastard! In just a moment, except for the 2 experts on the true saint list, Thunder God and Wan Xian, the other 3 invincible saints in the saint realm were all killed by Jian Wushuang. They could not resist Jian Wushuang's attacks at all. Chi, 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 chi. The sound of their divine bodies being penetrated rang out one after another. These 3 invincible saints had much more divine power than ordinary peak saints, and their protective abilities were stronger. Jian Wushuang's sword could only destroy 10% or 20% of their divine power, but the 3 invincible saints' divine power was being consumed crazily. In just a short while, the 3 invincible saints had consumed less than 40% of their divine power. Seeing this, Thunder God and Wan Xian could no longer care about fighting for the Blood Wave token. They had to rush over to help them resist Jian Wushuang's assassination. In the end, they had no choice but to do so. Retreat. Leave the battlefield first. The 5 people from the Destruction Saint realm retreated. There was no other way. If they did not retreat, the remaining 3 invincible saints would probably die at the hands of Jian Wushuang. Thunder God and Wan Xian had to stay with these 3 people and ask an expert who was good at soul to help sense Jian Wushuang's position in order to ensure the safety of these 3 invincible saints. The retreat of the 5 Saint Realm exterminators surprised the other contenders, especially Saint Devil Son of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Haha, these 2 troublemakers have finally retreated. Thank you, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Saint Devil Son's hearty laughter echoed across the battlefield. Jian Wushuang also glanced at Saint Devil Son. Although the purpose of his attack this time was purely to take revenge on the 3 Saint Realms and kill the experts from the Destruction Saint Realm, it did help Saint Devil Son a lot. It must be known that the Saint Devil Son had been eyeing the Blood Wave medallion in the Shijun's hand since the beginning. However, while he was snatching it, the Destruction Saint realm had arrived. Although Thunder God and Wan Xian were not as strong as him individually when they joined forces, it had also brought him a lot of trouble, which was why the Blood Wave token was still in the Shijun's hand. But now that Thunder God and Wan Xian had retreated, he could completely let go. With a flip of his left hand, another black divine sword appeared in his hand. His 2 black divine swords were raised at the same time, and the difference between them, 2 different divine powers, one black and one white, appeared. White represented life, and black represented death. Life and death combined perfectly. This was the embodiment of comprehending the principles of life and death to the extreme. The great destruction of life and death. Boom. The 2 divine rapiers smashed out at the same time. The power of the black and white divine power was unleashed to the extreme, coupled with the innate advantage given by Saint Devil Son as a special life form. The power of this move was earth-shaking. On the battlefield, almost everyone's eyes were attracted by this move of Saint Devil Son. Even Jian Wushuang felt the same way. No wonder he is the 2nd-ranked Holy Devil Son on the True Saint list. It is said that he is the only one on the True Saint list who is qualified to fight with the Light King. Now it seems that it is true. At least his current move is no weaker than the staff skill of the Light King, which combines the 2 principles. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Chapter 3255. The battle had ended under sensing the shocking power contained in the Saint Devil Sun's move. Shijun's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to block this move. But, bang! With a loud bang, Shijun rolled and retreated in a sorry state. Even though he had regained his balance, his body was still shaking crazily. Moreover, the divine power aura on his body was weakened. Shijun, your divine power is less than 30%. Hand over the Bloodwave token to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the Bloodwave realm. The Saint Devil Sun's cold voice echoed in the center of the battlefield. Damn it! Shijun's face was extremely unsightly. He stared at the Saint Devil Sun in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many people surrounding me, how could you not be able to do anything to me? Shijun was extremely unwilling to accept this. From the start of this battle, he had been surrounded and killed by many experts. Later on, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Destruction Saint Realm joined in. Although he was powerful and had a strong life-saving ability, he could not withstand the encirclement of so many people. As for the Saint Devil Sun, if it was a one-on-one fight, he was not really afraid of the Saint Devil Sun because although the latter was stronger than him, he could not kill him at all. But now, under the siege of everyone and the Saint Devil Sun, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Shijun, do you still want to struggle? Do you really think no one can kill you? The Saint Devil Sun voice was cold as he spoke. The divine power aura on his body, which was far above that of the invincible saint, soared again, almost reaching a whole new realm. This guy actually hid his strength? Shijun's pupils constricted, but he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, Saint Devil Sun. You're amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, Shijun directly waved his hand and threw a token towards Saint Devil Sun. This token emitted an extremely unique aura. The many experts on the battlefield could tell at a glance that this was indeed the Bloodwave token. At least you're sensible. The Saint Devil Sun took the token and put it into his interspatial ring, but a smile appeared on his face. When the experts around saw that the Bloodwave token had fallen into the Saint Devil Sun's hands, their expressions became extremely ugly. Damn it! The Bloodwave token has fallen into the Saint Devil Sun's hands. If it was in the Lord Eater's hands, we might have a chance to fight for it, but in the Saint Devil Sun's hands, it's impossible to snatch the Bloodwave token from the Saint Devil Sun's hands. Quick, go and snatch the other 2 Bloodwave tokens. 3 Bloodwave tokens, 3 different battlefields. As the first Bloodwave token fell into the hands of the Saint Devil Sun, the experts who had been fighting for it immediately rushed to the other 2 battlefields. No one chose to snatch the Bloodwave token from the Saint Devil Sun. The first Bloodwave token naturally belonged to someone. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. On the second battlefield, there were also nearly 200 experts fighting for the token. The strongest of them were from the Temporal Temple in the Life and Death Saint Realm. The Temporal Temple was led by Di Hao, who was currently ranked 4th on the True Saint rankings. His strength was extremely shocking, especially his axe technique, which could barely stack the power of 2 principles together with his secret techniques. This power was enough to allow him to run rampant on the battlefield. However, Silver Wolf of the Life and Death Saint Realm was also very powerful. Most importantly, an expert ranked in the top 20 on the True Saint list chose to join forces with him, so he could fight Di Hao head-on. As many experts joined the first battlefield, the battlefield became even more intense and crazy. But now, there was a change in the battlefield. The change was, of course, Jin Wushuang. He directly rushed into the battlefield and immediately launched an assassination on the experts of the Life and Death Saint Realm. As soon as he launched his assassination, the Life and Death Saint Realm was faced with unprecedented trouble. After 2 peak saints were killed by Jin Wushuang, and an invincible saint was defeated by Jin Wushuang's divine body, Silver Wolf no longer had the desire to fight for the Bloodwave token. He could only choose to leave the battlefield immediately. Without the powerful battle strength of the Life and Death Saint Realm and the help of Jin Wushuang, no one on the battlefield could stop Di Hao. Soon, the second Bloodwave token fell into Di Hao's hands. Just like the previous Saint Devil Sun, since the Bloodwave token had fallen into the hands of Di Hao, who ranked 4th on the True Saint list, no one dared to fight for it. The second Blood Wave token also belonged to him. Next, it was time to fight for the third Blood Wave token. The fight for the last Blood Wave token was naturally even crazier. Moreover, there were many solitary experts fighting for this Blood Wave token. They fought crazily for nearly 15 minutes. More than dozens of experts had fallen, but they were still in a stalemate. However, at this time, the Light King had arrived. The Light King was a distance away from the battlefield. When 3 Blood Wave tokens appeared, he rushed over as fast as he could. Clearly, he was not too late. At least 1 Blood Wave token was still there. After he arrived on the battlefield, he used shocking methods to crush everything. He easily took the last Blood Wave token from the many experts fighting over it. From then on, the 3 Blood Wave tokens that were born this time all belonged to someone else. The feast of fighting had come to an end. It was still the same void. The fighting had stopped completely. However, the experts still stayed here and did not leave immediately. Crazy. This fight is too crazy. I've been here since the beginning of the fight. Although I didn't participate in the fight, I saw the whole process clearly. From the beginning to the end of the fight, more than 60 experts died in the process. Yeah, more or less. Fortunately, they all have immortal bodies. Even if their divine bodies were destroyed once or twice, they could still survive. Otherwise, at least 200 or 300 experts would have died in this battle. Some experts who did not participate in this battle, but saw the process very clearly, were discussing in secret. Immortal bodies were indeed the most powerful life-saving means for true saints. If they did not have immortal bodies and died immediately after their divine bodies were destroyed, then many experts would have died in the battle just now. However, even with an immortal body, more than 60 experts had already died in this battle. It could be seen how crazy this battle was. Most of these experts who died are solitary experts. As long as a very small number of them are from some factions or sects, these solitary experts don't have their own teams. If they want to fight for the Blood Wave token, they will have to go all out. However, how can the Blood Wave token be so easy to fight for? A purple-robed old man sneered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a thin and cold-looking young man next to him gave a strange smile. Who said that those major powers and sects suffered relatively light losses? Look at those 2 sanctums, they're quite miserable. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.